Good morning, everyone. I would like to welcome everyone to find their seats as we are about to start this first part of the conference. So please find your seats, bring your friends, and then we are ready to kick off this year's SheEO. If anyone's still standing outside by the coffee station, please make sure to bring your coffee and find your seat. Are there more people outside? Okay, great. Well, then we can kick it off and get started. So we are finally ready to open the 6th annual Maritime SheEO Conference 2025. I am so happy to be back here in Mumbai to welcome all the new industry friends and partners for this annual conference, and with a special recognition and gratitude to a long-term partner and supporter since the beginning, the Royal Norwegian Consulate General of Mumbai. I am Birgit Lioden, founder and chief mermaid of the Ocean Opportunity Lab, collaborating with Sanjam and Maritime SheEO on diversity across Norway and India since 2018. I will guide and host today's and tomorrow's program with Geeta Sheets of JM Bakshi and Captain Arvind Shankar of Maersk. And for the first time, Maritime SheEO starts with a career fair and a student-focused session, offering aspiring maritime professionals, cadet students, and young job seekers first-hand access to industry leaders, recruiters, and innovators. Participants will hear what it's really like to work at sea, explore shore-based roles, and learn about the future of maritime careers. After lunch, we shift focus to future women leaders and allies with sessions on leadership development, upskilling, mentorship, and navigating careers in changing maritime worlds. This day is all about access, ambition, and action, designed to energize the next generation of maritime talents. A big shout out to everyone who's joining us via live stream, powered by Odex Global, from your homes, offices, and ships around the world. We are so glad to have you with us, and I'm extremely proud for Sanjam's work on making this conference accessible and inclusive, also for all of those who are working at sea. Whether you participate from this room or via live stream, we encourage you all to take out your phone during the program and scan the QR code for Menti engagement throughout the conference. And Sanjam Sahi Gupta, the founder of Maritime SheEO, absolutely needs no introduction. But with her long-term dedicated commitment to drive diversity and change from within the Indian maritime industry with ripples globally, Sanjam shows how personal commitment, grit, and long-term stamina can truly create huge ripple effects at home and globally. So please join me in welcoming Sanjam on stage for her welcoming keynote and the lighting of the lamp ceremony, where she will be joined by our prominent keynote speakers. Welcome, Sandra.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome. As per Indian tradition, we would like to start by lighting of the lamp. I'd like to welcome Thomas, Monica, and Captain Animesh to please come forward. Where is the... Just a second. Can somebody from Priyaj please handle the candle, please? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, all right. एक पकड़ेंगे ऐसे? No, yeah. Thank you. Did it? Thank
You are welcome.
you. Yeah, yeah. Come, come. I think I see Ted somewhere. Ted, would you like to come in front? Okay. All right. So welcome to day one. And day one is called Believe and Achieve. Good morning, everyone, especially to the wonderful students and cadets who have joined us today morning. It's so good to see the room filled with bright faces, some nervous, some curious, and a few pretending to be cool while their hearts are racing. I know that look, because I was once sitting where you are now, not quite sure what the world called maritime really meant, except that it had something to do with ships, salt water, and long hours. What I didn't know then was that it would also teach me resilience, purpose, and an unshakable love for the sea. The ocean doesn't care who you are. It doesn't care about your gender, your background, or your job title. What it does care about is how you show up when the waves get high, and that is what today is all about. You see, when we started Maritime SheEO movement, we wanted to show that leadership doesn't come from experience, it comes from belief. Belief that you belong, belief that your ideas matter, belief that you can and should be part of the shipping industry's future. And what a future it is. A cleaner, greener, more digital maritime world, where sustainability is the new compass and inclusion is the true north. But make no mistake, this transformation won't happen without you. Without your curiosity, your courage, your willingness to question the way it's always been done. So today, don't just listen, engage, challenge, dream a little bigger, because every captain, every visionary started exactly like you, with a first step and a brave heart. And as the saying goes, a ship in a harbor is safe, but that's not what ships are meant for. Neither are you. So welcome to day one of the Maritime SheEO Conference 2025, a day for dreamers who are ready to lead and believers who are ready to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that opening remark, Sanjam. And the work that Sanjam and the team has been doing now for years to build up momentum around equity, interest for the industry, and building a more diverse pipeline of future and current leaders is amazing. And still, it wouldn't have been possible without the support of long-term, very robust partners, and I'm very honored to welcome to the stage one of the key ones, Monica Nagelgaard, Consul General at the Norwegian Consulate here in Mumbai, for her keynote speech.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you so much, Birgit, for that introduction. Good morning, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here at the Maritime SheEO, surrounded by so many bright minds, future leaders, and trailblazers of the maritime world. Let's start with a quick show of hands. How many of you here are students or cadets? Wow. That's wonderful. And I also know that we have participants here out in the digital space, so I hope they all raised their hands, all of those who are students and cadets as well. And how many of you dream of building your career in the maritime industry, whether at sea, in ports, technology, or policy? Show your hands. Yes. That's fantastic, because you are the generation that will define the future of this industry. When I look around this room, I see not just students and professionals, but the next generation of innovators, engineers, and decision makers who will steer the maritime world into a more sustainable, inclusive, and forward-looking future. Today, I want to talk to you about something very close to Norway's heart: diversity, inclusion, and the incredible opportunities for women and all underrepresented groups in the maritime sector. In the maritime sector, women are significantly underrepresented, comprising only less than 2% of the global seafarer workforce. Now, this number tells us something important. There's still a long way to go. It also reminds us that inclusivity isn't just a moral choice, it's a necessity. And as industry faces global skills shortages and rapid transformation through technology and sustainability, we simply can't afford to leave half the talent pool untapped. Because diversity isn't just about fairness, it's about strength. Diverse teams bring fresh ideas, better problem solving, and stronger resilience. And Norway has seen this firsthand. We are a proud maritime nation with deep roots in shipping, shipbuilding, offshore operations, and ocean management. But in recent years, we realized that a strong maritime future depends on who gets to participate in it. That's why, earlier this year, on 4 March 2025, our Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, Ms. Marianne Sivertsen Næss, signed a new cooperation agreement with the Norwegian maritime industry on gender equality. And this isn't just another policy document, it's a plan for action. The agreement includes concrete measures to recruit more women into maritime professions through mentoring and partnerships with educational institutions. Ensure a safer, more inclusive work environment where everyone, regardless of gender, has equal opportunities to succeed. Prevent harassment and establish strong whistleblowing systems to protect all employees. And importantly, adapt working conditions so that a maritime career is possible at all stages of life. The Norwegian government and key maritime organizations, from Shipowners Association to seafarers unions, have all committed to this shared mission. The message is clear: no one can stand on the sidelines anymore. And I think this is something every country and every industry can learn from. True progress comes when inclusion becomes a collective responsibility, when everyone in the system commits to change, not just a few. But diversity isn't only about gender. It's about bringing together people from different backgrounds, cultures, and experiences. The maritime sector is global by nature, and to tackle the challenges ahead, like decarbonization, digitalization, and climate adaptation, we need voices from every walk of life. This is where India has tremendous advantage, a young, dynamic, and ambitious demographic. Your generation, the ones sitting here today, can reshape this industry. With millions of talented young people entering the workforce each year, India is poised to be one of the global leaders, not just in shipping and ports, but also in maritime technology, green innovation, and sustainability. To the young cadets and students here, you are the future. The maritime world is changing fast. From autonomous ships to green fuels to smarter ports, new opportunities emerge every day. Whether you dream of captaining a vessel, designing the next generation of ships, leading in logistics, or influencing maritime policy, there is room for everyone. Norway's experience has shown that when everyone is empowered to contribute, the industry becomes more innovative, safer, and more sustainable. And with India's youthful energy and global outlook, the possibilities are endless. So, let's work together to create a maritime world that is not only competitive and green, but also equitable, inclusive, and reflective of the diversity of our oceans and our people. I can't wait to see many of you leading that change in the years ahead. Finally, I want to thank a very special woman in maritime, Sanjam Gupta. You are a highly valued partner for Norway in India, and you are an inspiration to us all. Thank you so much for this day and for Maritime SheEO 2025. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Monica, and I can't wait to see what will come over the next years in this long-term collaborations across borders. Our next guest to deliver a few inspirational remarks I met for the first time many years ago in Cyprus as we were building up Young Ship International, the first organization for young professionals in maritime. And there was this amazing supportive guy that really had a huge heart for the young generation and for diversity already back then. Many years have passed, and today Thomas Kasakos is the main boss at the International Chamber of Shipping. So, Thomas, we're so happy to have you with us today in an incredibly busy calendar that you have. And I hope you have some really kick-ass inspiration for our talents here.
Say no to such a smiling face, both of them, Sanjam, of course, and Birgit. For those of you who might not know me, but my organization, let me just say that this comes from the heart. I have just been asked that to do it now, so I have no speech to give to you, so whatever I'm going to say to you will come from here and from here. So first of all, for those of you who might not know the International Chamber of Shipping, it's the international organization representing 14 national shipowners associations around the world. And we try to represent the industry at all the international fora. Before I say anything, let me just say that the words you've heard before from Monica are extremely spot on. Starting first with the brain behind everything. I met her a few years back, and I was inspired. I think that's the only word that you said, inspiration. Allow me to copy a few things you said. I call it Duracell. It's a battery that's supposed to last 7 times than the normal ones. That's what she is to me. She's giving us, who are, let's say, entrenched all the time to do only policy issues with governments, with parliaments, to forget what it's all about. And this young lady here to my right, she hasn't changed a bit. She's still the same. I met her, I don't want to say how many years back. So I'm not going to give you a speech. I'm going to share with you my own experience. I joined shipping long time, most of you youngsters were even born. And I was supposed to be there for 5 years, I said. I said to the organization that I led, I'm going to be there for 5 years. And I'm going to get out of there and do something else and become a big rich lawyer or something like that. I come from the legal background. Those 5 years, almost now close to 35 years. So shipping, whether you're a cadet or you're in an office, it's a unique industry because it doesn't matter where you come from. It doesn't matter what nationality you come from. It doesn't matter what type of ships your company is involved. It doesn't matter if the owner of the company has 1 ship or 1,000 ships. Shipping is global. And we in shipping says 1 sea, 1 word. It unites us all. And it's true. It's not just words. Now, as far as seeing so many youngsters, as I said to Sandra when I joined the room, I was so thrilled because, as Monica said, you're not just the present, you are the future. Because all of us who've been there in different capacities, we have to go through this process. I can assure you shipping is like a proper addiction. Once you join, you can not, it's like the song Hotel California, you can check in, you can rate, but you can never check out. So this is it. And shipping is a true live industry. You will never be bored. You will never do the same things twice. Last night when I arrived, a 16-hour flight, I finished my planning for today, and that was 3 o'clock in the morning, and by 6:30 this morning, it has to change. Don't be scared about that. This is shipping. It gives you a buzz day and night, and the most important thing, shipping is a people's industry. It's neither the ships, nor the companies, not the money, not anything. It's the people on board the ships and ashore. I've been privileged to know some power ladies, and I'm so impressed of what you have done. You're an inspiration, not because you're a woman, it's because who you are. Woman is another plus. And as far as I see it, I've been in shipping for almost 35 years now, and allow me to speak a bit about me since you invited me, so you can understand that I come from a very, very, very small island in the middle of nowhere with less than 1 million population. When I started, I thought, okay, I'll spend 5 years, I'll do something else, I'll go somewhere else. And look at me. I've just taken over the position of the International Chamber of Shipping from a country that has less than 1 million population. But it has 10,500 years of nautical history. It has a huge fleet. It has a huge industry. Why? Because it starts and finishes with people. And allow me to finish with that by saying thank you once again for inviting me. It's been a pleasure and an honor. You, the youngsters, give us, the old fogies, the inspiration and the reminder of why we joined in the first place. Looking so many smiley faces today and the uniforms and those who are dressed in plain clothes, you are the reason why we're doing what we do. Please carry on what you're doing because you are our future. Thank you so much.
What an amazing guy, right? Just with a 5 minutes heads up, right, Thomas? So thank you so much for sharing that inspiration. I think it's so important for all of you who are entering the maritime career today, still in your student years, to see the humans behind those that are making leadership decisions and who are really driving the change on the top levels in our industry. There's such a lot of amazing people, humans, first and foremost. And it also feels, from my end, like a very small and big global family that you enter into, where people have each other's backs, and then you meet people throughout your life cycle and career that you connect with and become friends with, and all of that makes this ocean-based career, whether you're on land or at sea, so much more rewarding, because it is about friendships, it's about trust, it's about collaborating to make the world function with energy, transportation of goods, everything. So now we have our third keynote before getting the students up on the stage. So I'm very honored to welcome Captain Anime Shore, General Manager for Global Maritime Resources Division at Mitsui OSK Lines.
Distinguished guests, colleagues, and fellow seafarers, a very good morning to all of you. It is truly an honor for me to speak here in front of all esteemed audience. This year's the Maritime SheEO Conference 2025 is not just a gathering, it is a statement that the maritime industry is ready to acknowledge, celebrate, and shape the future where inclusion is not an inspiration, but a norm. In many industries today, men and women work side by side. Diversity in teams, equal opportunities, and growth are seen as standard expectations. But it was not this way always. Throughout history, women had to push through barriers, challenge established norms, and earn their place in professions where they were once unseen. Progress was not given. It was claimed slowly and firmly by women who believed in their rightful place in every industry. Now let us turn our focus on our own industry, that is maritime industry. And recent reports still show in 2025, the women make up only 1.28% of global seafaring community and the workforce. And within this already very small number, the majority are on the passenger vessels and very fewer on cargo vessels. which remain the backbone of the global economy. For decades, the seafaring space was built around a predominant male participation, and naturally the systems and the infrastructure and the support structure were designed accordingly. Women who stepped on board with the same competency, same rank, and the same right to be on board found themselves doing their job and also additionally carrying the burden of constantly proving that they belong. Some faced bias, some faced stereotypes, some faced silence. Even maritime academies we saw hesitated to admit them, fearing their placement prospects. But here is where the tide is turning now. The regulators, ship owners, maritime leaders worldwide have recognized that the future sustainability in shipping depends on inclusion, as ma'am already mentioned. Change is gaining the momentum now, and difficult issues are now openly discussed and resolved. Shipping companies across the globe, including MOL, Mitsubishi Alliance, are not just acknowledging this change, but actively shaping it. Mitsubishi Alliance, under its business management plan, has committed to increasing women seafarers in the seafarers pool, and I believe many other companies have also set such targets. But these should not be just targets, but their commitment to building an environment where women can not only join the profession, but also thrive. As women step on board, the maritime culture itself will evolve. Leadership styles will broaden, welfare standards will improve, and shipboard dynamics will change for the better. Governments, regulators, and the companies are already driving this transformation, but real changes need more. We need women who will feel the sense of belonging at sea, who will have the courage to take the first step towards the shipboard career. And also we need men who will proudly stand shoulder to shoulder to the women and consider them as equals. Over the next 2 days, you will hear wonderful stories of women who braved the odds and overcame the challenges. The theme of this year's Maritime SheEO conference is Believe, Achieve, and Lead. It reflects their story and is a message to the future seafarers. Here, believe in yourself, in the right to be on board a ship, achieve, pursue your goals with determination, do not let anything or anyone to stop you. And lead, do not limit yourself to leading shipboard teams, lead the change in the industry. I can imagine a maritime future where the crew list will reflect a true global diversity, where a woman seafarer boarding a ship, nothing special, but will be a norm, where competence is not influenced by any diversity or gender. To every woman seafarer, every mentor, every leader in this room, you hold the power to turn this into achievement and achievement into your leadership. Your path may be difficult at first, but once you stay on the course, the horizon will be getting broader and brighter. And remember, you're not alone on this voyage. Your colleagues on board and we, as an industry, are with you, cheering you towards your success. With this, I conclude my speech today, and I wish Maritime SheEO Conference 2025 and all the participants a great success. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Animesh. I think that we see an incredible change, and for me it's also amazing to see the speed of change within the Indian maritime community under these years that I've been partnering with Sanjam and Maritime SheEO, which truly makes us extremely hopeful for the future. From Oslo and my company, we brought a belated Diwali gift for students that are in the room and in the Maritime SheEO community for the SheEO 2025. We have decided to now provide monthly funding to Maritime SheEO to cover 2 full-time female maritime internships that will hopefully start in January. So it's open for any female maritime students, and we have a session on female founders after lunch where we will go more into it. Those female students that are appointed to that program will be in charge of strengthening our Norwegian-Indian collaboration with Maritime SheEO, and especially focused on mapping female founders in the ocean economy across India, subcontinent, Southeast Asia, and also be a hands-on point of contact between our team in Norway, India, and other key maritime hotspots of the world. So I hope that can be an added inspiration, and that also more companies can take on the torch of making similar programs in the time to come. We have a short promo. Thank you. We have a short promo before leaving this stage over to Kaptein Shankar from Maersk and the student debate with Captain Ivana Kulkarni, who's part of the Maritime SheEO community. She has been a member, and in 2025 she joined as community ambassador. So she will share her experience as a seafarer with us, and we warmly encourage you to join the community. So you can play the video.
As a woman at sea, it sometimes can feel isolating. But through Maritime SheEO, I found a network that understands, supports, and empowers me to keep going. Sign up on www.maritimesheo.com/community to join us.
Excellent. So, I will now pass the mic to one of the co-hosts of today, Kaptein Arvid Shankar of Maersk, for the student debate semifinals powered by Fleet Management. And while these guys get up on stage, I will just also make sure to recognize some of the supporting partners that has contributed for Maritime SheEO to happen, which includes, as mentioned, the Norwegian Consulate. We have Renata Partners, Fleet Management, MOL Maritime India, Nuts Ship Management, Sitara Shipping, and Saline Group, and PSA India, and more to follow. So, Arvind, welcome on stage.
Hear me through the mic? Through the mic? All right, fabulous. Hi, very good morning. Don't hear you. Louder, please. Louder. They should come in from the hotel and ask what's going on here. SheEO 2025, really exciting to be up here. And thankfully, Sanjam has always included me in all the conferences in some way or the other. And I today play a very interesting role. I will be the grandmaster for the debate competition. And when I spoke to my wife and kid about this, that I got the grandmaster role, they said, you do this at home anyways. Only thing at home, the kind of debates that I take part in. You hear me? All right. So the debates that I take part in at home is whether pineapple goes on the pizza or it doesn't, and we haven't figured it out until now whether it does. Does it? It doesn't, right? I'm with you on that. All right. All right. Okay, now back to business. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the sponsors. We have Captain Deepak here, ever dashing, big smile, amazing charisma. Thank you, sir, from Fleet Management, who are the sponsors for this event. So the debate competition today will be held in 2 rounds of semifinals, followed by the final round, which would be held post-lunch. This started off with a preliminary round, which was held online. 8 universities from across India, top universities, took part in this. And after a lot of battling, we shortlisted the last 4 who are with us here today. So many thanks to the students, faculties, and the universities who have sent their students across to be part of Maritime SheEO. And all we can say is, may the best team win. Well, I'm glad that I'm not the judge today, really. I can't just nod and say they have to pick a winner. So with that, I would request the 3 judges for today, Mr. Jagmeet Markar, Ms. Aishwarya Gupta, and of course, Ms. Bijit, to join us here, please. A quick introduction. A quick introduction to the judges. And I'm sure you don't need an introduction to these 3 wonderful people. Jagmeet, sir? Yes. These wonderful people. Mr. Jagmeet is the director of Skill Plus in Singapore and Hong Kong, the managing principal of LSF Global, has immense expertise in chartering, cargo marketing, ship finance, technical management, and shipbuilding. And of course, he's also a great mentor for those who are looking for one, like me. I'll talk to him separately then. Ms. Aishwarya Gupta, Managing Director of Nautical Marine Management Services India, with expertise in maritime operations, ship compliance, crew management, sustainable practices, and seafarer well-being. Definitely the talk of the day, isn't it, right? She's also a strong advocate of diversity and inclusion in the shipping industry. Known for her leadership and innovation, she brings both sharp judgment and people-centric perspective. Thank you so much for being with us, ma'am. And Birgit, so nice to see you again. Well, Birgit, once again, is the founder of the Ocean Opportunities Lab, Norway, and a global pioneer in the maritime sector. She brings vast expertise in sustainable business, diversity and inclusion, circular economy, open innovation, and organizational development. Thank you so much again for being one of our judges. And yes, we will lean on you to finally decide who wins today. All right. For the 4 teams, so just to save time and be a little more efficient, and unfortunately in shipping, when you're a shippy, you're always thinking efficiency, operations, like that. So on that, I will introduce the 4 teams. The first team is from Hindustan Institute of Maritime Technology, HIMT. The participants would be Anandu and Nayana. The other teams are the Sea Sprinters from Amet Institute of Science and Technology, Merce Center of Excellence, Pavitra, Prashant, and Ketki. Round of applause. Thank you. Team 3 is the Maritime Mavericks from Indian Maritime University, Amar Gupta and Ikea Maria Coelho. Team 4 would be from IMI, the IMI Torchbearers, the International Maritime Institute, Divyanshi and Ashutosh. So quickly, I'll go through the format of today's debate. First of all, we have put you on opposite ends, like a boxing match, but that doesn't allow you to actually box each other, right? You can throw words at them, you can throw arguments at them, you can counter them, but let's show a lot of respect to your opponents, right? So the debate would last for 20 minutes. The opening statement would last for 3 minutes, and both teams can choose one representative to make the opening statement, followed by 4 minutes where you can make your main arguments. In the 4-minute main argument, either one of the parties in the team could take, could take the mic. And of course, then you continue for another 3 minutes. We exchange the mics again. We take another 3 minutes and we go for the rebuttals, where you can clearly counter maybe not the best time to make new arguments, but to counter and make your stance on why you feel your position is such. And of course, then the closing statement, that's the powerful punch, leave a long-lasting impact on the judges and of course the audience. So you get 2 minutes to make the final closing arguments. Any questions on this, especially from the participants? I'll help you through this. Oh, it's there. I have to be sure what's behind me. All right, let's kick it off with that. And a very interesting topic, nothing about pineapples, definitely. For the first team I would call upon is the Maritime Mavericks and team IMI Torchbearers. Could you please come on to the stage, please? So the two teams have been given their topic in advance, so they are kind of aware what to prepare for, right? You can take anything. Which side is there? Yeah, IMI Torchbearers on my left, and IMU onto my right. This gets a little easier with the boards. All right, with that we'll begin the topic. Is sailing under the Indian flag better than flag of convenience? Flag of conveniences are flags such as Isle of Man, Liberia, Panama, etc. When it comes to port state control, performance, and global reputation. Right? Very interesting topic. I can tell you this is, when I was a cadet, and I can tell you I did come through the cadet pipeline, right? I couldn't have spoken about this. This is, of course, the tools available today are very different, and I'm so proud to have cadets and students taking up something as important as this. All right? With that, do you have a mic with you? Could you please hand over a mic to them? There is. All right. Then I just need to figure out who is in favor. All right, representing the for side, they are in favor of this, is the IMI Torchbearers. You would be in favor, and the team against would be the Maritime Mavericks. All right, please be mindful of time. Do we have a timer? You will be the timer there? It will be there? All right, perfect. So please be mindful of time. If you exceed time, I will red flag, and then you have to drop mic there. All right? Maybe you should just look at the screen if that works. Yes. All right. Okay, with that, team IMI, you can present your for statement. Good luck.
Good morning to everyone present here. I am Divyanshi Dhyani, along with Ashutosh, representing the International Maritime Institute. And here today, we are speaking for the motion that Indian flag vessels are better than flag of convenience when it comes to port state control performance and global reputation. Because let's be honest, the flag of convenience is not for the convenience of a seafarer, of a common seafarer, but rather the convenience of ship owners that make it more convenient for them to save money, right? From poor safety standards to subpar compliance, putting not just the environment at risk, but also human lives. Whereas, in comparison, according to DG Shipping's annual report of 2024, the detention rate of Indian vessels, the Indian flagged vessels, declined from 24.65% in 2022 to a staggering 6.83% in 2023, which is a huge, huge change. In context with seafarers, the ITF has recognized 45 flag states as flag of convenience. And let me tell you that these FOCs absolutely do not care about the welfare of the seafarers that run their vessels. Do you think that's a fair thing? Furthermore, let's see what the Indian flag state does for its seafarers. The Indian flag state has something called the Seafarers Employment Agreement, which the crew are given and they are signed for, which is not only sets the minimum wage requirements, but it also has many, many other things that they sign off, especially including the safe return policy that they have. I would like to say that the Indian flag state standards are not just made for monetary benefits, unlike FOCs, where you save taxes, but rather it is to support the human element of shipping that makes it what it is today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think you made a very compelling argument and you brought in very relevant data from today. How would you like to present your against statement?
Check. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ikia, and I'm here with Amar Gupta, representing the Indian Maritime University. The sea knows no boundaries, but regulations do. 73% of the world's commercial fleet, according to UNCTAD, is under FOCs. So when we talk about the argument that we are against, saying that sailing under the Indian flag is better than FOCs, 90% of the world's, 70% of the world's market is dominated by ships that are sailing under FOCs. You're comparing one nation to many. When you talk about FOCs, we're not talking about one nation, we're talking about a multitude. We're talking about Panama, we're talking about Liberia, we're talking about the Marshall Islands and many more alike. The flag of convenience states, such as Liberia, has ranked higher in many aspects, especially in the terms of port state control performance, as seen in the Paris MOU that was recently for 2022-2024. From the inception in 1919, from the inception of the first flag state of convenience in Panama in 1919, it has become the backbone not just of the maritime world, but also of global trading as a whole. Because when we talk about maritime, we're not talking about just ships. We're talking about global trade. And when we talk about monetary gains, what we save in taxes by going to FOCs is going back into reducing end consumer costs, which comes back to the world. When we talk about FOCs, we're talking about the equity they provide for a lot of developing countries. It allows vessels that are under that flag to hire seafarers, not just from that country itself, but from a multitude of countries, including the Philippines, which has the majority of seafarers in today's rates. It has a higher rate of efficiency, easier.
Thank you, that's time. Thank you once again, IMU students. That was a very compelling statement there as an opening statement. Now we'll go into where you make your main arguments. Here you are allowed to present questions as well as defend your position versus what they have already spoken about. You can exchange the mics and your time starts now for 4 minutes. Yes, and you have the timer running there. Go for it.
Start with a straight fact. FOC registries are criticized historically for lax enforcement. In fact, the Paris Memorandum of Understanding blacklist frequently features countries like Honduras and Tanzania that are registered under FOC, with high detention rates and low compliance. These countries set an example on how the FOC system can be abused when oversight is weak or commercial interests dominate regulation. Whereas our Indian registered flags represent integrity, transparency, and responsibility. Sailing under the Indian flag is not about convenience, it is about credibility. It tells the world that this vessel, its owner, and its crew adheres to the highest standards of maritime safety and human rights. The Indian flag record in the port state controls under the Tokyo MOU and the Indian MOU has shown steady improvement, reflecting its strong regulatory oversight. The ships are regularly inspected by Indian authorities, class societies, and port state control officers, ensuring they meet international safety Hello. Okay, that's better. International safety, security, and environmental standards. The training and professionalism of Indian seafarers give Indian flagships an undeniable edge. We produce world-class officers, certified under STCW, and respected globally for their technical competence and work ethic. I'll give you guys an example which is well known. Captain Radhika Menon, being a prime example of this, receiving the award for exceptional bravery at sea by IMO and becoming the first women seafarer to ever do so. And let us not forget, sailing under the Indian flag strengthens India's maritime footprint, its global influence by directly supporting our economy. Encouraging ship owners to register under our flag supports initiatives like the Sagarmala project and Atmanirbhar Bharat. FOC registries often obscure the true ship owners through layers of offshore companies. This creates a web of anonymity that makes it impossible to hold anyone accountable in case of pollution, wage theft, or human right abuse. The International Transport Workers Federation has documented numerous cases of crew abandonment, unpaid wages, and exploitative conditions aboard FOC ships. In contrast, Indian regulations require clear identification of beneficial owners, regular inspection reports, and strong crewing standards. Indian authorities are accountable to national law, parliament, and the international community, not just to some registry office seeking profits. Let's talk about it from an ethical standpoint, as I'm running out of time as well. The Indian flag symbolizes a commitment to fairness, fair wages, fair treatment, and fair responsibility. It is not just about sailing legally, but it is about sailing morally. In a world struggling with crew abandonment, piracy, and pollution, the Indian flag's integrity shines bright as a symbol of trust and responsibility. These arguments seem more than justified to me, and I hope to my fellow seafarers to understand that our Indian registered ships reign supreme to these FOC registries in terms of port state controls and global reputations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And you can start on with your main argument.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Good morning. So, keeping my arguments, considering, I'd like to start with this. Like, the first part is where we have the gray list, white list, black list, which is the core when it comes to shipping. So, whatever ships are, whatever vessels or FOCs basically, which are existing, India still exists in the gray list. It has still not come up to white list. In the past 3 years rollout period, if we check, that is the Paris MOU and the Tokyo MOU I'm talking about. This is not my own statistics, where it is clearly mentioned that for the past 3 year rolling period, it has been just zero. Actually, zero is the figure of gray list to white list for India, for Indian flag vessels. Then since this FOC, this has been existing since long in India. In 1919, there was the first ship which sailed from India to London, a maiden voyage. And if Indian rules were so strict and so regulated, which we keep on saying the same in shipping, then why didn't these organizations register first with India rather than going for Panama or Marshall Islands? So the basic reason behind is it's all business. Every ship owner is doing business. Nobody is doing a charity here. So if they are into business, they need to make sure that the profits which they make, the money which is involved in the shipping business, it's not in lakhs or crores. It's billions of dollars which are put into this industry. So we need to make sure that considering the inflationary pressures because FOC basically we say it is like we don't have to pay any income tax on it. So if we are not paying any income tax on the profits we are making, we are able to invest that money directly back into the business. But when it comes to India, if we are having Indian flagged vessels, definitely the ship owners will be paying tax on it. So there are schemes which are being put up by the government recently. They have come up. Yes, we do agree. But on what? The basis is again that there would be fund crunch for sure, because India is also moving towards the shipbuilding sector. If we are, instead of putting that tax on the ship owners, if we go the FOC way, it is easier for the ship owners to basically set that standard that they can reinvest that money into the shipbuilding or the green, what we say, sustainability of the environment as well. Then I would like to bring some specific points where we say that open registry. See, FOC has open registry. Anyone around the world, like as Ikya has very well mentioned, that anyone around the world can enter into the industry. Even me as a startup, if I'm able to get the funds, I can also start. But if I have to do that in India, I have to go to a strict process. In FOC, it is just a 24-hour or even less than that when the ship can get registered. But when it comes to India, it takes 7 days plus to get the ship registered. That's the tedious process they have currently, because it's the documents, it's a documentation which happens here. Then there is no 24/7 support available in India currently. We do have support.
I'll interrupt you here. Sorry, the time has run out. Of course, it is 4 minutes. I kept track of it. But we couldn't, we had some technical glitches, so we missed out on the timer there. But it is past 4 minutes, all right?
Okay.
But thank you so much. A very compelling argument.
Thank you so much.
There. All right, then we move on to the penultimate gunfire round. All right, with that, you can begin IMI. 3 minutes on the counter.
Opponents defend FOCs as if they're a safe haven for seafarers. But according to the ITF, the vessels that these FOCs often use are so old that they're actually called floating coffins. And so I would like to ask each and every seafarer in this room, would you like to sail in such floating coffins? I would not. Now, listening to my opponents, there's a certain points that I like to mention here. Is the only thing that matter monetary? Is only the monetary benefit matter? Does human life not matter? Does the environment not matter? Let me tell you this. The Seafarers Employment Agreement, the SEA, which Indian flagged vessels offer, they state not only the working wages, the working hours, but also decent accommodation and right of safe return, as I mentioned before. Unlike FOCs, where nearly 75% of abandoned ships in this year, 2025, were registered under FOCs, with FOCs like Tanzania having 26 abandoned vessels. So do the life of seafarers not matter? Another thing that I would like to mention is that they mentioned tax evasion, saving money on tax. But even after saving this money, the workers, the seafarers are underpaid under FOCs. Where is this money going from? Where is this money going to if they're evading tax? And now, 1985 or 58, that's an old story. How can you say that FOCs are more efficient while shipping? Giants like MSC and Maersk are reflagging their ships to the Indian flag state. Furthermore, I would like to contest that the cost-effective aspect might be true. Sure, there's a lot of tax that we're saving. But here's what I'd like to say. According to DG Shipping, registering a 20,000 GT vessel is only for 15,000 rupees in India. But you go to Panama, 15,000 GT vessel is for 2,64,000. That is 17.6 times higher than what it is in India. Now, the last point that I would like to add is the port state control of India not only looks at the condition of the vessel, but also the port state inspectors. They make sure that they are, they're capable of being those officers. So now, as I would like to conclude, to ask my opponents, don't you think that the Indian flag state is making such strict criteria is better as compared to flag states that don't even bother fitting into basic standards?
Thank you for that. And over to IMU.
So, thank you so much. I'll start with this. When we talk about FOCs, it is mentioned that Indian flag has strict rules. In 2018, there was an incident where there is Miss Gaunt, the name of the vessel. which was found to be flouting rules, and it was not registered under FOCs. It was out of the FOCs. It was under Netherlands, and they don't come under any typical FOC. But still, they flouted rules, and they did whatever they want. And because of that, all the seafarers who were there on the ship suffered. And this is just one incident. There are many other incidents similarly. And when we talk about defining the ways, like Maersk, CMA, CGM, okay, why Maersk and CMA, CGM registering? Why are they really doing it? Because India is moving towards that maritime development. So the number of seafarers which are existing worldwide is like, it's increasing like anything, the Indian seafarers. And to support them, that is why they are coming into India and putting Indian flags on it, because they also need to show support in some way or the other. Because then how will an Indian seafarer believe that they will be accountable for me if I am working as a seafarer on the ship? How does that make a point? So it is very difficult to identify just by saying ki there are many ships which are, if there are many ship owners who are registering under Indian flag, we can just put one and sail through it. Then I would like to keep one statistics where we were working. And like IMO itself says that 75 to 90% of the seafarers basically are mentally distressed when they are working on the ship. And why? And because of that, these incidents happen. Whenever we talk about incidents, most of the times it's a human error. It's not a faulty ship. Because if it would have been a faulty ship, then at the port only, when the ship comes to port, inspection is done. At that time, what about the inspection? This means that the surveyors are not doing the job correctly. Why are we blaming FOCs for it? FOCs can't be blamed directly on it. They are the ones who are the rule makers and making sure that those are being followed. But if the surveyor of the country which is existing, if that person is not able to perform the job properly, then we cannot say that FOC is wrong. That is incorrect, as per my understanding. Then, okay. Then we have flag of inconvenience. Like if we say again, then one more point which I have is the detention rate. Yeah. So detention rate of Tokyo MOU or Paris MOU, that is like 4 to 7%. But the same detention rate, if we check for the Indian flagged vessels, it is 14% currently. And these numbers are not comparatively true, because in India we just have 1,500 vessels which are registered under Indian flag. But when it comes to around the globe, like Panama or Marshall Islands, there are 50,000 vessels registered.
I'll let
Thank
you
you.
make that statement if you want to complete.
Yeah. So there are 50,000 plus vessels registered. So it's not a true comparative study which we are doing here. We are just playing on numbers and facts which really don't, clash head to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And for the final closing statement, your last punch. Go for it.
Okay. My fellow seafaring ladies and gentlemen, the choice between the Indian flag and the flags of convenience is ultimately a choice between integrity and expedience. Yes, convenient flags may offer lower taxes, but they also offer lower accountability. They may offer flexibility, but they also invite exploitation. Sailing under the Indian flag is not a commercial decision. It is a statement of national pride, ethical responsibility, and global reliability. When an Indian flagged ship sails, it carries not just cargo, but the confidence of 1 billion people and the trust of the international maritime community. Our ships not only ensures international regulatory compliances with national maritime laws, but we also have a national data center for long-range identification and tracking, which monitors the position of Indian ships globally. This data is shared with national stakeholders like the Indian Navy and Coast Guards, which also help routinely inspect and report said vessels. And as my opponents talked about some factual data about the Paris and Tokyo MOU, I would like to comment on that. The detention rate of FOC countries like Panama under the Tokyo MOU in 2023 was 5.9%, while the same for India was 3%, which is nearly half. And according to a DG annual report in 2024, which is, I just checked it, the current rate for detention rate of India is 7.62%, not 14 point, whatever it was. The Indian Register of Shipping is a member of the International Association of Classification Societies, a mark of technical and ethical credibility, something that several FOC registries lack. India also ranked third globally in supplying trained and certified seafarers, contributing over 9% of the world's seafaring workforce. So let us not reduce the flag on our ships to a matter of convenience. Let it remain a mark of commitment to safety, to sustainability, and to human dignity. Because in the long run, reputation and responsibility will always sail further than convenience and cost cutting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashutosh. And over to IMU for the closing statement.
I would like to begin with just one parallel that I would like to draw. When we talk about FOCs, we are talking about multiple nations. When we talk about India, we are talking about one. How are we comparing one sample to such a big level? We're comparing 1,500 vessels, 2% of the global share, to 73% to 76% of the global share. How is it fair? So when we talk about, when we go to equity, FOCs provide equity. It provides a place, a platform for different countries to come and register their vessels there, allowing them to take members and seafarers, well-trained. I agree, we have very well-trained seafarers in India. They allow them to be part of these vessels all over, throughout the globe. Philippines have one of the largest sections of seafarers. They allow them to be part of these vessels. We're talking about equity that India does not at the moment offer. India has 1,500 vessels, maybe a little more. These vessels are not in comparison to the large fleet we already have globally. Integrity, steps are being taken. When we talk about integrity, the Panamanian president himself said that any ships that have sanctions by the US, UK, the United Nations Security Council and the European Union will be refused or the blacklisted from the Panamanian flag itself in accordance to make sure that the Panamanian flag is not, the reputation is not tarnished. We only bring into fact Panama. Liberia is much higher than Panama on India on the Paris IMU. MOU, sorry. I can show you the dates of validity as well. When we talk about cheaper and more tedious, although you said that it is cheaper to have this vessel registered in India, what is the time taken to register these vessels? Time is money when it comes to global economy, and that is what we lose in all of this. At the end of it, I would like to say one thing. We began this session by saying believe, achieve, and lead. That's what FOCs do. They believe in vessels being anonymous and allowing different countries to come to there and register. They give them a chance to achieve their goals, and they lead being the backbone of maritime world and the world economy as a whole by being one of the largest sectors for transportation.
Thank you so much, Akia. And it's a great way to start the conference because they're really keeping time so well. So all you speakers, for the next 3 days, this is the benchmark you need to really set. All right? But an incredible 20 minutes here. We saw the cadets and, of course, the IMU students wearing multiple hats. They were regulators, and all of a sudden they were seafarers. And then they were environmentalists. There was so much passion in the house. And that was quite amazing that you could bring this together. Great start to Maritime SheEO 2025. With that, I will request the judges to give us a perspective, not the results yet. We'll take the results right at the end. A quick perspective on what they feel about whether it's a flag of convenience or is there some inconvenience.
First of all, I would like to congratulate both the teams. I mean, if I go back to my time at your age, I don't think I ever participated in a debate like this and where all these top-class people, the honchos of the industry are sitting. Yeah, well done. And it was absolutely fantastic. Points very well put forward. A lot of research has gone into it. But I could see little bit of bias in terms of sentiments coming into rationale. Yeah, so when in debate, when we are talking, forget for a moment it's India. Forget for a moment. And last point that you mentioned, I feel that should have gone right on top. Because FOC, it's not one country, it's a group. If you start with Isle of Man, that's the #1. You still call it FOC because it's part of REG, Red Ensign Group, but follows MSA, right? So this is something we need to keep in perspective. The ones which are real FOC, segregate them. Just tell them, yeah, I agree with you. They are not the good ones. But then there are very good ones. You know, like if you look at Panama, Liberia, Marshall Island, Isle of Man, Gibraltar, Bahamas, they are all there in the top any MOU that you pick up. Absolutely fantastic. And from your side, I like that jazba. You know, like you have to promote India, come what may. But that should be the spirit. I mean, and here we are not judging who is right, who is wrong. We are judging how you are performing and what you have done, all right? So that's my overall.
Thank you. I would also want to add the same thing, that at your age, at your place where you are, the kind of debate that is going on, the kind of topic that you're debating today, it's something really commendable. Like, you know, the research has gone, and being able to talk about such topic for such a long time and giving all those points, I really, all kudos to both the teams. As he rightly said, the Jazba for Indian Maritime IMI is really great, and I feel that you know, that should go on whether you sail on Indian flag vessels or you sail on FOC flag vessels. This Jazba should remain so that we can get Indian maritime and Indian shipping as big as possible wherever it is. While coming to the debate, I think both of you have really put good points together. What point she had mentioned last, we were just speaking about it. It was supposed to be mentioned in the first. It was really good. I'm also a little biased on FOC and Indian flag vessels. Although I'm working a lot into coastal vessels, shipping, a lot of things, but yet I am a little biased on the topic. But I wouldn't judge you today on the topic. I would judge on how you have performed. So definitely we'll look into it.
I wish that I could have seen this kind of debate in one of those huge global senior conferences. So is Thomas still in the room? I think this is so much needed, and like the way that you have prepared to look at balancing the commercial financial needs with all of the basis for how we are actually going to recruit more people into this industry for the future, and try to really find the right fit between those two sides is incredible. And I think that both teams are extremely clear, well prepared. You're confident on stage. It's really fun to watch you debate. And it is a tough topic. And I do agree as well that I had to also then look at kind of removing my own biases for kind of flag state versus FOC, right? I think it is also, I hope that this level of outspokenness and bold statesman is something that will stick with you through your education and into your career, is what I'm hoping for, because that's so important also for the innovation capacity of our industry, to change that old-fashioned hierarchical top-bottom mechanisms. So yeah, thank you so much. This was really, really fun to watch.
All right, thank you so much, and I'll steal one word from you there. She said bold, yes. I think that is what I could really, sense from today from you guys. Thank you so much for a wonderful discussion there. We'll announce the results at the end once we finish the second debate too. So thank you so much. All right. With that, I'll invite the second round teams, Team HIMT and Team the Sea Sprinters. It's a battle of the South. Anandu and Nayana, thank you, welcome. I'm at University, Ketki and Kevin. All right, it's always good to go second, right? The nerves are already, you've already seen what's happening. So wonderful. All right. So the topic of the second debate, are certain countries unfairly criminalizing seafarers, especially in drug smuggling cases, or is it is strict enforcement necessary for maritime security? Quite an important and relevant topic for today. Quite often when we are doing the induction for the new cadets and new seafarers, we have to address this issue as a manning agency. There have been a few instances reported across. The Director General of Shipping has been at the forefront of supporting the Indian maritime community and its seafarers when such a case happens. But once again, a great topic for today. Can we have the next slide, please? And the team which will speak for, in this case, would be Team HIMT, or Hindustan Institute of Maritime Technology, and defending against is the Sea Sprinters from Amet University. We'll begin with the team for, the same format. You get 4 minutes to make your opening. Sorry, the topic again. Could we have the topic again? The topic on the screen? Yeah, all right. Fabulous. Team HIMT, round 1, fight.
Good morning to my dear judges and everyone present here. So we are for the topic, myself Naina Sebastian, and along with me is Anadu Pierce from HIMT College. So as we all know, transnational drug trafficking is a very huge problem. And it's a very huge problem. But that's not it. We have a bigger problem, that is the innocence of seafarers, that the innocent seafarers being trafficked unfairly without proving if they're guilty or no. So as we all know, if there is an illicit drug case on board, a seafarer who is a very own life and blood of global trade and system is the primary suspect there, who is supposed to face the doctrine penalties right in a foreign country. So that arises it puts out a very huge question. Are all the nations equally or is partially providing justice to the seafarers? Or is it the system that needs to be enforced, or is the system needs to be strictly enforced regarding the maritime security? So we would say, yes, the system is partial in certain countries, and that is causing a huge, profound failure of justice that's being served to the innocent seafarers. So these practices can cause a profound failure of justice, which is going to undermine rather than strengthen the maritime security. So this is not just an effective security, it is also a failure of justice that's going to be served. So although there are many cases that a seafarer might go through at that particular point of time, many such things that needs to be highlighted is that their innocence needs to be proven, but before being proven, it's already pre-assumed, like they might be guilty. And they're being stripped out of the fundamental due processes, they are being victimized by the legal doctrines, and they are even crushed by the system, where the system is being ignoring.
You're out of time. I just let you complete that statement. Thank you so much.
Yeah, the system being ignoring the economic coercions and vulnerability, all while the true kingpins of narcotic trade operate with impunity. So the seafarers are just being caught for the innocence. I mean, they might be innocent or might not be, but the main point is that they might be an individual who have been part of this or not part of this, but we know behind them it's a big, huge, another network which is roaming freely.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that wonderful, wonderful, wonderful opening statement there. And over to Amet University, who will speak against the motion.
Okay. So I stand here strongly against the motion that countries are unfairly criminalizing seafarers. And let us clear it up here. Stricter regulations and enforcement of laws is not about punishing innocent seafarers. It is about protecting them. There are tons of narcotic illegal substances which move through the sea. And these criminal syndicates do not care about any international laws or even human rights or even the maritime industry integrity. All they care about is their profits. And this can only be stopped by enforcements of stricter laws and regulations of international systems, of multi-tier conventions and procedures. Now, with these enforcements, the criminal network can be deterred and a well-established safety and trustworthy industry can be set up. Now, here, strict enforcement doesn't necessarily mean unfair. If we just start calling strict enforcement unfair, we are basically weakening the system from having to give less leeway to the criminal minds who can just easily hide behind these rules and act out these criminal activities. Now, every country has its rights and responsibilities of enforcing their laws in their waters. Now, finding drugs on board is clearly not a prejudice. It is a procedure. They are found in violation of something. So it is not also a personal accusation. It is a global threat because drugs smuggling is a very, very huge global threat. Now, seafarers obviously absolutely require fair trial and representation of legal customs. But then strict not necessarily means criminalizing, but protecting seafarers. Countries are not being unfair, they are being vigilant.
Thank you so much, Team Ahmed. Great opening statement. I think you certainly sent out the message that yes, it's a global concern for all of us. All right. Okay, now back to Team HIMT for their main arguments. The time starts now.
Good morning to the judges, myself Anandu PS. And yes, indeed, it is a very serious, concerning matter that we're talking today. See, there's 1.9 million seafarers across the globe, and they are the lifeblood of the global trade. So the current subjection of these seafarers to drug trafficking traps, I would say traps, because the seafarers who are on board who are totally unaware of this existence of a contraband on their ship are taken into custody by local governments, by state governments, and then what follows is just horrifying. I can just state several examples. I'll just state one of them. In 2017, MV Honia was a vessel. It was near Thailand coast, and Thai Navy intercepted the tanker MV Honia. They discovered 380 kilograms of heroin. 380 kilograms of heroin. Then, you know where it was found? It was hidden, sophistically hidden inside the ballast tank in a secret compartment. So inside the ballast tank itself is somewhere ordinary seafarers does not have that much access to, and even then it's a hidden compartment. So why were then the 6 Myanmar crew arrested? They were not just arrested for 48 hours as per the criminal procedure code of Thailand. Because they were not the citizens of Thailand, the rules didn't apply. So what happened was they were put into interrogation. And in the name of interrogation, they were made to sign confessions in another language. They did not even understand what they were signing. And they were forced to sign confessions, and they spent 4 years in the horrendous jail called... in a horrendous jail in Bangkok. What followed was tremendously bad, that it shook the whole seafarer sector, because spending 4 years in another country's jail, that too a heinous, horrendous jail where human rights was not given to them, they reported that they were tortured. They were not even interrogated properly. They were tortured, and they were not provided legal counsel or interpreters by the shipping company or their own state and anyone who was supposed to lend a helping hand to them. And what happened was, after ITF and several other humanitarian organizations protested, 4 years later they were released. That is 4 years later. 4 years is not a small time. 1,460 days later they were released. That 1,460 days later, when the court of Thailand realized they were innocent, they let them go free. Nice. But what about the days they spent in that jail? Who would take accountability for that? My opponent said that strict systems does not mean unfair, but unfair system is what is happening right now all around the world. Another example is 2016, a captain named John Thines was on board the ship MV Olak Fortune Olak Forshin was the name of the vessel, and the captain, John Thames, was a master on board at the time. So when near to the Australian ports, the Australian authorities discovered contrabands, that is 95 kilograms of cocaine, hidden where? In the outer hull, below the load line. So how would a captain know what is under the hull of the ship unless it's in a dry dock, which ever happens in between 2 years? That captain was arrested and was put on house arrest for 1 whole year. And for 1 whole year, he did not have access to any proper legal counsel or anything he was supposed to get defense for himself. Then 1 year later, he was released, but the point still stands. Seafarers are victims of a huge drug trafficking traps.
Yes. All right. Thank you so much. Great main statement there. Some good live examples, right? All right. Over to Ahmed University again.
Yes. So 90% of world trade moves with seas, and so does the illegal large volumes of narcotics. And therefore, this is the main reason why stricter enforcements are required. Also, these enforcements are based on evidence, not bias. Countries cannot just go around arbitrarily arresting people. It is a process based on investigations, intelligence, and evidence found on board. Now, all the maritime jurisdictions have a due process where seafarers are given the right to legal representation, consular access, and fair trials. Along with this, there are international and national multi-tier systems and conventions which are set up. Even in restrictive countries, there are international policies which help protecting these rights of seafarers which are detained if found in any violation. To give you some rules, under UNCLOS, Article 73 and 97, it outlines the rights of seafarers for fair treatment, along with MLC Regulation 5.1.5, along with the Vienna Convention and Consular Relation, and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. All these conventions and regulations, they are set to ensure the proper protection of rights of seafarers and fair treatments. And stricter enforcement of these conventions and rules is going to put a stop to all these unfair treatments which are happening right now. Now, to give you some case studies, there have been many cases where the crew has been detained due to violations found and illegal substances found on board. And after due investigation and customs clearance, the crew which was found not guilty was respectfully exonerated and sent home. To give you some examples, MV Debbie on the coast of Paradip, India, was found with 22 kgs of heroin, where 21 Vietnamese crew was detained, and 12 were released after custom investigations, and they were exonerated respectfully. Along with the vessel MV Dimitri on the port of Peru, where 121 kgs of drugs were found, and by the vigilance of the ship owner, they did regular inspections at port and found that these narcotics were hidden on their vessels, which they were unaware of. So, due to the stricter regulations which were enforced, they found it proactively before any detention was happened, after which they were told to wait for a 3-day period, and after the 3-day investigations, they were exonerated respectfully. Now let's focus more on the regulations which are there. UNCLOS is the international primary law which underlines the jurisdiction where flag state, coastal state, or port state can detain or arrest the vessel, which is outlined in Article 92, 97, 27, and 28. Also, as I mentioned, in MLC 2006, it ensures that seafarers get their rights and have proper treatment even if they are detained under any violation. Then the UN Convention Against Illicit Trafficking in Narcotic Substances ensures cooperation between flag, port, and coastal state investigations. As, let me assure you, there are independent investigations happening of any of the violations found, so that there are multiple parties involved and nothing is substandard of these rules which are established. Then there is International Court of Justice, which takes care of the state-to-state investigation disputes. So even though there are independent investigations, the disputes which happen between these investigations are also taken care of with a set-up system. Then there are international tribunal laws in which the violation of UNCLOS in states is handled, not just between the individuals, but between the states too.
Team Amit,
Then
I think your time ends there.
I'll
I'll let you complete that
yes.
statement there.
Then there, last is you can appeal for federal to Supreme Court to prove your innocence. And lastly, as I said, I would like to emphasize it. This is to protect the innocent seafarers and hold accountable the guilty ones, not to unfairly treat the innocent ones.
Thank you so much, Team Amit. Wonderful. Over to Team HIMT now for throwing the second last punch.
Okay. I'll just read the topic again. Are certain countries unfairly criminalizing seafarers, especially in drug smuggling cases, or is strict enforcement necessary for maritime security? My opponents, I believe, emphasized on or is strict enforcement necessary for maritime security rather than certain countries or certain countries. My opponent stated case studies, and the first main case study was in relation with India. And India is not one of the certain countries which unfairly criminalize seafarers. So I don't see the relevance of stating the case study with India, where we are talking about certain countries which unfairly criminalize seafarers. And the certain countries, I would say Thailand, in the sense what Thailand did in my argument when I stated, what Thailand did was unfair criminalization, and ma'am yourself said that 3 days they were interrogated and they were let go, which is how it should be. An ideal case where an innocent seafarer is caught and after investigation he was let go. But that is not the case where in certain countries seafarers are held on to custody for 3-4 years in horrendous torment and extreme conditions where human rights are not available for them. And another point my opponent stated was conventions are present, but certain countries, right, conventions. My opponent named several conventions, and my opponent also stated that appeal to Supreme Court was possible for seafarers. See, most seafarers are from developing countries, and even if they do have awareness, which most of them don't about maritime law, even if they do have awareness, the certain countries are not even allowing them legal access and interpreters, adequate interpreters, to even appeal. See, for this Australian master mariners who were under house arrest for 1 year, he was not provided any opportunity even to get proper legal counsel. So there are indeed certain countries who doesn't even give them the freedom to go for appeal. And UNCLOS and other legal legal regulations, ma'am, you stated, yes, indeed, several legal regulations are present out there. But then again, the topic is still relevant, and what we said in our arguments is still standing relevant without any stumbling, because certain countries, namely Thailand, I would say Saudi Arabia, Iran, and a few other countries give death penalty to the seafarers who are caught in drug trafficking incidents. So, suppose this Australian captain who was caught in Australia, suppose what if he was caught in Saudi Arabia, and the next day he's getting his death penalty. So after 1 year, can he be released then? So then can he appeal to the Supreme Court after a week if he is given a death penalty 2 days later? Then again, so our point still stands. Certain countries are indeed unfairly criminalizing seafarers who are the victims of drug trafficking. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Team HIMT. Very strong rebuttals there. Over to Team Amit. So the query was whether they can split and use the 3 minutes. Yeah, definitely you can split and use. Yes, you can.
Okay. So I'll begin with 2 of your core arguments from your rebuttals. Nothing personal, by the way. Certain countries, yeah, absolutely certain countries. We are talking about certain countries. You have federal degree law, you have national regime, you have international regime, you have schemes, you have various bodies, ICJ, you have ITLAWs, you have UNCLOS, you have IMO, and every single thing. Appeal to one's own right is very rarely being seized. Appeals to one's own right is very rarely being seized in very rare cases. You had one case study which shows Thailand has shown cruelty. But I have rather 3,000 cases where shows stricter countries had stricter regulations which did not cause the same thing. Which showed, and to come to your main point, ideal cases. What do you mean ideal cases? Something actually happened. So it's reality, it's not ideal anymore. That doesn't happen, and this thing, innocent seafarers, I don't think so any relevancy or any base settlement is standing there, to be honest, because all I could see here is sentimental faces and sentimental strongholds being deployed here and there. I don't think so. Innocency, guilt tripping, is this what an actual relevancy is? My questioning to you is, claiming that seafarers are innocent, they won't know what is being placed in their ship, is seafarers are raised with brilliancy, full intelligence, and their thing towards the surrounding, and their ability to notice, identify, do stuff, be reflexive enough to things. This is what I want to say. So are seafarers dumb? Or what do you mean if somebody is going to do something towards your ship? The same case study, you told it was very irrelevant. I do think it is very, very irrelevant. MV Dimitri, the ship which had its owner force a strict law because of the strictness of the policies. He made sure that their crew members would have a regular check in every port so that they know what is happening in their ship, they know what their ship inventory is holding, they know what they have to look out for, so that they don't get their names under. Why do you think MV Dimitri was saved within 3 days? It's not because they don't belong to that certain countries. It's because they had their presence of mind. They know what to do. They had the basic thing of what they were supposed to do.
You said seafarers being unaware. So seafarers in the ship is not only for navigating the ship, especially the captain. He or she is the face of the owner. Their responsibility is not just to drive the ship, but also to be aware of what is actually going on. And that is why the initial detention happens in the first place, to determine whether they were really unaware, innocently unaware of it, as you mentioned, if it was below the hull, if they're innocently unaware of it, or is there a network happening in the seafaring crew itself. To prove that, the initial detention happens. Then you said that they're unaware. Again, you said that their duty is to be aware. Our duty is to be aware. Then you're saying that all these unfair...
I'll let you complete your statement.
All these unfair practices happened. These rights which were not given to the captain who was kept in the house, why did it not happen? Because there are no strict enforcement of these conventions and rules in the country. All these conventions, if they are strictly enforced in that country, every seafarer will be known to their rights for fair treatment and will get the fair treatment that they deserve.
Thank you very much, and very strong rebuttal there. Thank you so much again. And for the closing statement, and I'll just confirm once again, the teams are allowed except for the opening statement where one person needs to say it. All the other statements you can split the time. All right, your time starts now.
Right. So my opponents mentioned several things about seafarers being aware indeed, and I had mentioned in my arguments and rebuttal where even if seafarers are available, countries are not giving them the facilities to get frequent interpreters and legal counsel, which is still standing strong and which was not given a proper rebuttal. Then another statement my opponent said was the case studies I mentioned were in some way guilt tripping, and if a real incident where actual six human beings were for no reason they were kept for 4 years in a horrendous jail in unhuman conditions, and if that real case study seems guilt tripping enough, then I cannot understand what reply should be given for that. And doubtful against the doubts against the crew as to when the contraband was hidden beneath the hull of that ship. So you doubted whether there was a crew network behind that happening. See, this whole thing about crews handing over and all. See, this contraband was placed at that hull, who knows when. No idea when that was, and the investigation was stopped when they caught the crew. And as for the rest of the conclusion?
So also the opposite mentioned that the harshness of the security that's needed. So we need to also understand here the harshness itself is something that is destroying the innocent seafarers, acting as a weapon. And jailing one person or one seafarer is definitely not going to stop the entire cartel, for sure. So it is always better, to keep the choices if you ask for choice between a security and the chaos, it's always a chaos right in front, upheld for the first beginning, because definitely a seafarer is not given an opportunity or the security that's needed at the initial stages of what's going through.
Thank you,
To just
Nayana.
conclude, I will just
I'll
like
let
to
you
put up
conclude.
straight, just a simple quote that a secure sea also must be just a sea and not something that's going to break us.
Thank you. Definitely, we're all looking for the secure sea, right? Thank you so much. And over to the closing statement from Amet University.
Right, so what is, I don't expect any sort of reply towards what I said. I'll tell you something again and again, the base statement of where it leads to is, you're asking me that the seafarers' basic right was not there, they were not able to appeal their basic right. And why is that? There's no proper enforcement, there's no proper law, there's no proper regulations in that country. People don't know, seafarers don't know what their rights were there in Thailand. And why is that? There's no proper regulations. Thailand doesn't have any proper regulations for appeals. It was not known. If it would have been there, if people would have known it, then they would have applied it. MEAs are there, Minister of External Affairs are there. They're not for no reason. No country is going to leave their seafarer out there dying. It's not horrendous. It happened because we let it happen. And who are we? We are the system, we are the infrastructure, we are the ones who are supposed to make the regulations and law. And we failed at the first stage, which led to the horrendous second stage. You call it horrendous, I call it our own mistake. I call it our own failure. It is us letting us suffer. So now you have to look at core values. Where is the core being failed at? The core is being failed at where it is supposed to be set up properly. The setup is not good, so the functioning is not working. That is a simple thing. If laws were there, if laws to know how laws should be used are there, then appeals would work very validly. Why do you think appeals would not work? Why do you think MEAs, ICJ, 8 clause, 1 clause, they're not there with these many conventions and with these many rules, regulations, laws? If you can state these much horrendous cases, do you think being lenient or cutting this more would increase or decrease your thing? You gave me an external point, actually, to be speaking honest. With these many laws, people are able to do these many things, planting contrabands under the hull. If even these laws are not there, and if I go more lenient and lenient, what do you think will happen to seafarers? Do you want sea to be the drug kingpin base, highways for drugs to be smuggled, human traffickings and stuff? Or do you want sea to be cargo transporting, life building, core supporting, mother?
Thank you so much. Wonderful. Great way to end this debate there, guys. Wonderful. With that, I will request the judges to just give a few words of wisdom on this topic. So after this, we will give you some time to make the final, I'll give you 3-4 minutes in the end to decide on the winners.
Oh, what a tough job you make for us. It's so good to see the temperature, the engagement in this discussion, which is obviously about a topic that is very close to heart for anyone working at sea. I think both sides deliver their arguments brilliantly, really, really well prepared, and it is it's so exciting actually to follow the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene. The discussion was really hot, I would say. Both of you have really prepared it very well. And I'm again wanting to say the same thing, that the last debate and this debate, you guys knowing so much about it itself says a lot about you people. And I really hope that the thing that I really feel is the Indian shipping and Indian seafarers are definitely in safe hands with such kind of universities coming in. So that's one thing. To come to the topic, it is something really very close to every seafarer. They don't want themselves to be criminalized. But at the same time, when you speak about law and enforcements of law, every country has this law and it keeps on changing also. To keeping yourself up to know about it is a little difficult job for every seafarer for sure. But at the same time, it is their duty too. So that's what I would say as of now. But both of your teams were really good. And I was listening to each and every word for sure. Thank you.
I think very well done. Not an easy topic. We recently in Hong Kong did one seminar actually, on this topic. And A lot of things came up. The answer was yes. Certain countries, yes, which you rightly pointed out, that not all the countries are doing like that. There are certain rogue countries, I would say. And somebody even suggested that don't go to those countries. The good ship owners and operators should simply exclude them in their time charter party trading exclusions. All right? They even mentioned that. So certain things like that are required. I 100% agree with you. Strict enforcement is necessary for maritime security. Absolutely yes. And they also agreed. It's not that they said, no, don't do that. I think a lot of overlap, it was there because topic is such. And in my opinion, the topic gives you that leeway. If you read the topic, it gives you a lot of leeway to keep crossing that thin, invisible line and talk on both the sides. All right? And I thought Kevin was like just sitting there as the fourth partner, just supporting Ketki. But in the end, he just came up with his real legalistic arguments. I'm very proud of all of you. It's absolutely amazing.
Sir, one thing. You asked us a question about FOC in the first round. We would love to pick your brain on that. In the first round, there was a question.
All right,
Yeah,
Katie will take her off stage. I'm actually being a little I have actually over-committed on the time here. All right, thank you so much, wonderful students, for this. So while the judges finalize who the winners are, we'll request all of you to take out your mobile phones because we will have a Mentimeter survey right now, which is going to go on. And with that survey, you will pick out what is going to be the topic for the final round. So the power is in your hands. Definitely no pizzas, no pineapples. All right, that's the QR code you need to scan out there, please. Those in the back rows probably have to stretch your hands a little higher. And I think it's a very nice picture from your photographer should get a lovely picture from here. Yeah, then the code is on top. Use the code on top, 62668192. You can begin voting away. Anybody needs some help? The first votes are in. Insurance laws prevent accidents better than safety regulations. IMO accident investigation protocols are adequate to prevent future incidents. Finally, current maritime safety rules address cyber and drone threats. All three topics very relevant to today. I will take a countdown of up to 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Don't make it equal now and make it difficult for me. 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you so much, wonderful. Thank you so much, wonderful audience there for participating. So we'll go with the final round. The IMO accident investigation protocols are adequate to prevent future incidents. That will move over to the judges. I told you it's going to be very difficult. I don't have 2 minutes from them.
Okay.
Sure. Since you have the host also with you now, I can't say I'll pass it on to the host to continue. That's a catch situation I got now.
Excellent. Yeah.
Yeah, you could, please. All three can also.
All three, yeah, great. Okay.
All right, big round of applause for the judges. Thank you so much. Great insights. Thank you so much, three of you. I'll
A
again, I would say all the 4 teams were really good. And our judgment is not based on just the discussions and the topics, I think also on how it were presented. And for the first round, I would speak, and I will hand it over to someone else on the second round. So the first round, we have selected anonymously, all 3 of us, IMU, to be the winner here. Can we have them here, just for a photograph, maybe, Team IMU? I think we can have both the teams, why not? IMU and IMI, please.
Congratulations. Okay. Yes. And the winner of the second round is the team from Amit. Sorry. Excellent. If you want to find the stage.
First have a picture, then.
Yeah.
Well done.
Well done.
Yeah, just 1 minute. These are not easy topics. I mean, we have fantastic people like from Hong Kong and Shanghai. Dim is here, Chris is here. These are all PNI club people, and these things do keep coming in. And not the first topic, especially the second topic, this one. Not an easy one. Absolutely not an easy one. All right. And the first one regarding the shipping flag of ships, I wanted to tell the team which was on the FOC side that why don't you go and promote India there and bring those ships to India, and let's make one open registry here and make a parallel thing under DG, like you have Red Ensign Group, you got all these fantastic 10 flags. Why can't we have that? Let's do this. Yeah. So, all right. Thank you.
Well done.
All right, thank you. And that was the end of the debate. And we will catch you after lunch for the final round. And I'll keep time much better then. So thank you so much. Whether who's speaking for and against, we'll have that decided off stage. Thank you, Brigitte, and over to you.
Thank you so much for excellent hosting and so much fun. And a really difficult part to actually be a jury for this sport. So I just wanted to send out a very clear message to all of the students in the room that the mentorship zone is open, powered by JCJ Consulting. And there is a chance to be mentored by a panel of 6 women to explore careers at sea and shore. There are mentors from Maersk Fleet Management and Technology in India, Captain Ivani Kulkarni, who's the first female master mariner of Slovakia. There is Mital Kaur, Career Development Officer at Seaspan Crew Management. Chief Officer Shanti Krishna Radhakrishnan from Seaspan. Sir Mr. Roy, Second Engineer Fleet Management Limited, and Shilpa Bali, trainer from Fleet Management Training Institute and former seafarer. So for anyone who wants to make sure to tap into really good professionals and get some mentoring, make sure to visit the mentorship zone, which is open until 12:30. Now we are moving over to first a short intro and promo video featuring Gillian Carson-Jackson. She has been constantly supporting Maritime SheEO, from being a speaker, an ambassador, and now empowering the mentorship zone happening parallelly. Let's hear from her what she has to say about global community that she has been able to find at Maritime SheEO. So please roll the film.
No matter where you are in the world, being part of Maritime SheEO makes you feel connected. It's a reminder that you are never alone on this journey. Go to maritimesheo.com/community and be sure to join us.
Very good. And we are now opening up our panel on careers at sea and shore. Stories from women leaders, powered by Indian Maritime University. This panel is moderated by Benna KS, who's an MBA student at Indian Maritime University at the campus of Kochi. And the panelists are Captain Ivana Kulkarni, the Master Mariner and first female Master Mariner of Slovakia. Sarah Watson, Honorary Secretary and Legal Representative from the Nautical Institute, Panama Branch. Udara Kumaratunga, General Manager, Commercial and Marketing from SAGT. Christina Berg, Head of Communications at Turtle. And Minushka Rodriguez, who is a trainee marine engineer at C-SPAN. So please welcome on stage.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome you to Careers at Sea and Show Stories from Women Leaders, powered by Indian Maritime University. Today, we'll hear from extraordinary women who have navigated challenges, broken barriers, and led with a vision in the maritime world. Their journeys of resilience, passion, and achievements are the true reflection of the SheEO conference spirit. Believe, achieve, and lead. Let's get ready to be inspired and motivated by their stories. I am Benna KS, student of Indian Maritime University, Kochi. I'm currently pursuing MBA in International Transportation and Logistics Management. It's truly exciting to moderate this wonderful panel today. As a student, I look forward to this discussion because it's not every day that we can hear from extraordinary leaders. With that, let's meet the incredible minds who will be sharing their thoughts and experiences with today, starting with Captain Ivana Kulkarni. Captain Ivana Kulkarni is the first Master Mariner of Slovakia and a true trailblazer in the maritime industry. She serves with multiple ships and is also a Maritime SheEO ambassador and a mentor, actively empowering and guiding the next generation of women in shipping with her extensive experience in maritime. Okay. Next, we have Nitsara Watson. She is the Honorary Secretary and the Legal Representative of the Nautical Institute, Panama. With vast experience in maritime industry across the multiple domains, she has been serving as a maritime signaling technician in recent years. She actively works on empowering and connecting to young maritime professionals. And we have Udara Kumaratunga. Ms. Udara Kumaratunga is the General Manager, Commercial and Marketing at SCGT Port of Colombo, Sri Lanka. She is the first woman president of the Sri Lanka, Australia, New Zealand Business Council and actively contributes to Vista Sri Lanka and other logistics and climate action committees. Next, we have Christina Berg. Christina Berg is the head of communication at Turtle, a future-shaping maritime HR company headquartered in Germany. She brings over a decade of experience in shipping and marketing with a strong background in international business and communication. She is passionate about empowering people and believes that leadership means truly helping others grow and shape a more inclusive maritime industry. And we have Minoshka Rodriguez. She's a trainee marine engineer at Seaspan. She's deeply passionate about shipboard machinery and onboard operations and is carving her path in maritime industry with dedication and hands-on expertise. To begin with our discussion, I would like to ask my first question to Captain Ivana Kulkarni. Ma'am, as the first woman master mariner of Slovakia, what inspired you to choose this challenging field? And how did you first came to know about it?
Thank you very much for the question, and good morning, everyone. Well, being and coming from the landlocked country, we don't have a sea, so the seafaring or a seafaring profession was never the thing. We never discussed that at school or in the families, at home. So it was something extraordinary, the path that I've chosen. I never had any dream jobs when I was a kid. So I just knew that I wanted to do something extraordinary, I think, and something adventurous, and something that didn't fit into classic 9-to-5 job. And I was also privileged enough that I traveled a lot when I was a kid. So even coming from the landlocked country, my parents were very good in providing us basically at least once per year or two the travel to sea. So I have experienced the Adriatic at the sea already when I was 2 years old, in compared to some of my peers that have seen the sea maybe in their 30s for the first time in their life, right? So I've chosen to pursue the completely different path, actually, initially. That was mass media and marketing communication. But during that study, immediately on the first year, I feel like I didn't fit there, and I found the opportunity to study at the Maritime Academy. And that opportunity I found completely accidentally, as a coincidence. And I think like my journey and the story is an example of how actually the media and the internet and also the coincidence can suddenly shape your life in completely different direction and steer your life in a direction that you never have imagined before. And then it's just up to you how you take it and how you make it your own. So this was the way how I found that opportunity. I just received from the company that offered this opportunity 2 A4 pages of the practicalities about the life at sea, but there were no social media at that time. So there was no LinkedIn, and Facebook was small, there was no Instagram. Instagram didn't exist in that time. So I spent nearly 2 years of gathering information on my own. So I was trying to find out, I don't even know how I managed actually 15 years ago. I found the Czechs and Slovak students who already studied in the nautical school in Poland. Because I moved to Poland, I learned the language. This was the closest nautical academy I could do that. And I asked them about studies, about the life abroad, about the study in a foreign language, about the daily practicalities at sea, about the daily work on the cargo ship, because working on the cruise ships, that was something unimaginable at that time. So I gathered information, a lot of information, and it took me nearly 2 years, as I mentioned. I finished and completed my bachelor degree as a mass media and marketing communication, and then I moved to Poland and started completely new career. And this is something which I would advise to every one of you, girls, boys, or all the youngsters, to gather and to collect all information possible. Today is easy, through the social media, through everyone you know, through your families even. You are the sea country, right? So you have the seamen in your family most probably. So you just gather information, everything about the practicalities at sea, the long contracts, being away for a long time from the families, and And think carefully about that if you are mentally and physically ready for this journey and for this path, because the seafaring is not for everyone, but for the one that choose it. I think this is the extra rewarding and the transformative journey and the profession that you can pursue.
That sounds like a lot of hardship behind the wonderful success that you have today. I would like to ask my next question to Nisira. Given that job opportunities for graduates in this industry can be limited, what advice would you give to the students or the young professionals looking to build a successful career despite these challenges?
Okay, good question. The advice that I can give students is, if you can dream it, you can do it. We know that in maritime industry, females have it hard. It's not easy for us. Actually, at this moment, I was speaking with my daughter this morning before I came here. And she said, Mom, I want to be in maritime industry. And I told her, you have to trust in yourself. It's not easy. Out there, you can get difficult issues just because you are a woman, you are females. And I have many experience in life that because you are females, you receive difficult, someone just close the door in your face. And don't make anyone tell you that you cannot do it. You can trust in you, you can trust in futures, and it's not about female and it's not about male. It's about what do you have inside. You have to keep yourself studying. You have to keep yourself acquiring knowledge. It's not because you graduate, you will get a job opportunity at first sight. You have to know that. You have to know that maritime industry is developing in technologies, artificial intelligence. Those topics that you know, sometimes they say in artificial intelligence will come and replace humans. So you have to make these technologies don't rule your opportunity. You have to rule this opportunity. This is what I can say.
Also, ma'am, thank you, wonderful. As someone who have helped establish Nautical Science Institute in Panama, what impact do you see or hope?
When I speak about this topic, I speak about women empowerment. When I visit the Nautical Institute 2019, I was going to join Young Member Council. When I returned to my country, I returned with the mission to establish the branch in Panama. But my big issues were when I meet the members of Panama, they tell me, you are a child. You cannot rule this. You cannot open the branch. And that is when I say it's time to use women empowerment. It's not about you are a woman, it's not about you're a man, it's not about you're a student. It's about what do you have inside and you think that you can do it. At this moment, as you say, I'm the honorary secretary of the branch here in Panama. And my main objective is that empowering students and don't close the door. Don't they receive difficult what I receive when I did trying to establish the branch in Panama. That is what I can say.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to ask to Christina Berg. Ma'am, with your strong background in recruitment, what major trends have you observed in recent years when it comes to career choices? Or do you see a difference between the preferences within the maritime industry?
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. So I think the career preferences from the young seafarers are rather practical and center on the human factor. So what we can see are mainly 4 things that matter a lot. So the first thing is, of course, very good conditions on board. So everybody wants Wi-Fi, good nutrition, training facilities, also medical insurance is a great issue. And what is also very important to the seafarers is crew changes, that they happen on time. So this is the first thing that really matters. The second thing is being heard. So trust is built face to face. So the exchange from the shipping companies and the seafarers live is super important. So shipping companies need to visit the vessel. Crew conferences are a great place to exchange opinions. And this is the second topic that I find very crucial. And the third one is, of course, the salary and a holistic career approach. The salary, of course, is key. And it should not be static. It has to keep on track and have to be in line with inflation. And what seafarers want is what we experience is that they want a holistic career approach. They want to know, they want to have a vision, and they want to work towards this vision with trainings and be prepared and have guidance from the shipping companies. And the last thing, what matters a lot, is work-life balance. So that is the same for seafarers or shore-based personnel, but everybody, and especially the younger generation, is very keen on having a good work-life balance. They want to prioritize time with their family, of course, and that drives a lot of motion in the industry and also influences the segments which are popular. So because everybody wants short rotations, they want predictable systems, and that's what we see, that some industries are particularly popular, for example, LNG, LPG, because there's kind of a gap, a demand and supply gap, because seafarers, what they like about that is that the salary is higher, that there's a lot of technology, advanced technology, and that creates a gap because mainly the shipping companies want seafarers that have a vast experience in that field. So there's kind of a recruitment gap. But what we also see is that seafarers mainly prioritize a lot coastal and ferries and also offshore segment, again, because that ties into the topic of work-life balance, because there are more predictable schedules and you can rely on that a little bit better. And also the cruise sector is becoming more and more popular.
That was so insightful. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to move on to Dara, ma'am. You have often spoke about the mentorship that you have got. So now in your own journey, how do you now approach mentoring young professionals? And what values or practices do you like to pass on to them?
Thank you, Benna, for that question. For me, mentoring isn't really giving advice from the top. It's really about building a conducive environment for learning. It's also really building connections with people and as a leader, inspiring young people to understand what their potential is and guiding them towards that potential. For me, mentorship has been one of the key driving elements of my career. The leaders that I've had the privilege of working with throughout the years have really shaped the way in which I look at the world and also the leader that I am today. So I'm extremely grateful and appreciative of those leaders that have taken the time to really teach me their experiences, but also guide me in my own career. I believe that mentoring is a two-way process. It is really the communication, the engagement really enriches both the mentor as well as the mentee. And especially from a mentor, it's an opportunity for us to learn as well. And we need to be receptive to that opportunity of learning. At SAGT, we have multiple mentorship engagements, which allows us to meet new people, meet young people, gain ideas, and really change the way in which we operate as well. When we go into our mentorship engagement, our approach is through a framework of topics that we've identified that we think are important. But when we go through the process of mentoring, we actually take feedback from our mentees. We do different scenario-based questions, etc., and gather information so that we can tailor the content that we have prepared for them so that it becomes effective. That's also led to better interaction with the mentees, and as a mentor, I've learned so much through that process. We've also incorporated scenario-based role-playing so that whatever that the mentee is really learning, they're able to kind of use it in their own approach to those challenges. Again, we get to see how we can approach a challenge differently from the eyes of someone different, but it also is an opportunity for someone to not just listen and take experience from someone else. You can incorporate what you've learned through that. Ultimately, as a mentor, I think it is our duty to guide someone to see their potential. It's not really about defining someone's career. It is really about guiding them. So whatever your approach may be towards mentorship, that's okay. It really depends on the person you are mentoring. And as one of the mentors in the audience, one of my mentors in the audience always says, situational leadership. So as a leader, you need to prepare yourself for the person. And that way you're able to guide and inspire that person towards their career, their own experiences, but also use your experiences to kind of give them insight as well. So I think that is the value of mentorship.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to move on to Manoshka Rodriguez. You joined the Merchant Navy later than many of your peers, after exploring many other career opportunities. So, how did you start your maritime journey, later influence your perspective, or what strengths did you gain from the other jobs that you have?
Yes, I have started my maritime journey later than most of my peers. Along with, I have explored several other paths along with preparing for the defense exam. While others might view it as starting the journey late, but I view it as entering with purpose and clarity. While experiencing several setbacks and uncertainty earlier in life made me realize what truly is satisfying and fulfilling. This journey taught me that there are people, you will find people throughout this careers where you will find people who will doubt your capabilities or challenge you, but there will also be people who will lift you up. It depends on us whose voices we choose to listen to. And I also learned adaptability and this journey has, throughout this journey, I discovered that the strongest pillars in my life was my family. And this journey, I'll just speak apart from the skill. So yeah, I thought that my strength was physical, but I realized that throughout this journey, that mental strength, focus, and determination is what truly drives success. So I would like to conclude with saying, when life throws us bricks, it is up to us whether it will weigh us down or build us up. So let's choose to build our empire.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to ask Captain Ivana Kulkarni. Ma'am, you have a strong presence on the internet. As we all follow you, you have very strong presence on the internet and very publicly accessible. How do you see digital platform as a tool in your professional career, and in what ways do you use them to connect to the young maritime professionals?
Funny enough, I never realized that I have such a strong presence on internet. I really didn't consider myself influencer, seafluencer, and I was not really active on the social medias until about a year ago. Mainly, I was, not that type of the person, open person, let's say, but also there were the other factor, which were the social media policies. In each company that we joined, we have the social media policies, and there was that general kind of a fear of what can we post, what can we not, and so on, right? It became a little bit more open-minded, I would say, now, last couple of years, but there are still companies, still people who do not like it, generally still seafarers who do not like it very much and criticizing the others for doing so, right? So as I said, I didn't realize that I was not so open on social media until a year ago, and everything started with a podcast that happened actually here in India, with Karanveer Singh Nagar, who we all know, I believe. And just now when I enter this hotel in the morning, I just entered my couple of steps, and I had a girl approaching me, "Mom, I know you." I said, "Okay, from where?" "I have seen the podcast." And I said, like, "Wow, okay." And she said, "It was the most amazing and the most informative podcast that I've watched about the maritime." You know, and then I'm thinking, like, yeah, this is it, and this is one of the reasons why I kind of started to do unintentionally, because the video started to circulate. My crew members, video started to circulate. Basically, I did a video, and after 2 days, I went on board. And I was just on board, and my crew members started to approach me, like, "Ma'am, we have seen your video, we have seen your video." And that's how it started, and that's how I continue basically to expose myself a little bit to the world, to the maritime world, and to, you ask me particularly, so I'm talking about in my case, how did it help it to me, how did it helping my professional journey or even the personal journey. I must say I received a lot of contacts by being public on the social media, and the contacts on the international, global level, but as well, again, as somebody coming from the landlocked country, I have connected with the people from the maritime industry from my country, from Slovakia. I got to know that there are the mooring lines being manufactured in one of the villages in Slovakia, which I had no idea before. I received a book from one of the men, sailor, who navigated the world. I have never heard of him before. I got a collaboration offer with the Slovakian Lloyd. I had no idea we have Slovakian Lloyd. Unfortunately, I was a little bit cut off of my country since, again, we're not sea country. So with a lot of connections, cooperation, getting to know the people from the industry, because again, we are the seafarers. We are active seafarers. We spend 7-8 months at sea per year. I spoke last time with some professionals from maritime industry, shore-based, and they were shocked. It's like everyone knows how much time we spend at sea, but nobody really realized, you know. So we do not have a time to join the conferences and all the events. Sometimes when I look at the LinkedIn and I see posting every week being people on the other side of the world, I say like, okay, these are people exposed to the media as well and traveling, and sometimes I'm thinking, how do they have the time? So we have 4 or 5 months which we spend at home with our families. We can join one conference per year, so we are not known or so exposed until we not expose ourselves to the world, right? So what I'm also trying to advocate for, it's a little bit to expose the maritime leader, if I can call myself that way, also a little bit in the human way. So what I'm sharing on my social media is not only the professional life, because we are 7-8 months at sea, but the rest of that whole time we are dead at home. We are not working. We are not exposed to any activities. We are completely off, and then we are home with our family members. And I'm trying to bring this part of the seafaring life a little bit to my social media exposure. And what my goal basically is, what I do advocate for, being the leader that is human and empathetic and actually easily approachable, as you mentioned.
Actually, it's very nice to see you post random things, sometimes informative things and celebrations. Thank you. Now, I would like to take some tips from Christina Burke. Ma'am, like, you have a strong background in recruitment. What practical tips do you give to the people that are sitting here? Like, how can we build a personal brand? Or what catches the eyes of the recruiters when you go to a resume or something?
So in general, I think it's super important to also have role models on social media. But of course, the day-to-day business is a little bit more practical. And what recruiters definitely look for is that you don't have any gaps in your sea service. This is the most important thing, that everything is current and up to date, that there are no gaps you cannot explain. So stable sea service is something that recruiters always look for. Very deliberately. Then there's also the topic of fighting the niche label. That's how I would call it. So if you want to change the segment or also the vessel size, it's important to do that at an early stage and to really work on that, because sometimes it happens that people put you in a box, and if you are always sailing on a container vessel or a certain vessel size, then you are the container type, I would say. So this is also important, that if you have a certain goal, and that you have to deliberately work on towards that, and also show your trainings and everything. So this is also important. And as a last one, you have to present a forward-looking career. So if you are interested in green tech and digitalization and everything, it has to become clear from your CV, and that's what also, the recruiters, they look for the past, for the service and everything, but they also look where you want to go, and then they align it with the company's goals and check if that is a match. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Now, I would like to move on to Udara. Ma'am, from your perspective, how can more women be encouraged to take up roles in ports?
So I think the port industry is an underrated career opportunity for women. And that's predominantly because of the social norms and also the lack of information. So women don't really particularly know the opportunities that they have. But the port industry is an industry that offers so much to so many different people with different interests. You could be an engineer, you could be interested in operations, or it could be technology. We're automating terminals today, so you could be an IT professional too, working at a port. But these career opportunities aren't spoken of openly, and as a result, women don't know about it, and they don't explore that opportunity. I think today the world is changing, especially awareness is growing, and in Sri Lanka, we've had associations like CILT, Vista, Willat coming together and going out into schools to promote the maritime industry, not just ports, but the maritime industry as a whole. And that has been important in getting people interested in the industry at a young age. We've found often that people learn about it once they're in university. By then they've studied science, but now they've not need to maybe do a bridging degree to join the industry, and that is a deterrent to them. So going in when they're young, trying to decide what subjects they want to learn has really changed that approach. At SAGT, we've also looked at giving females dedicated internships so that we give them real industry experience. And again, today we give industry experience to students studying economics or unrelated, arts, unrelated subjects, so that they know that I can still do it. I have a degree, but I can still do something, and I have a career opportunity. And that has really brought about change as well. Today we have 12 females from unrelated industries working in operations at the company. So I think that kind of exposure, having businesses, companies take the charge and giving people the opportunity to experience real work in the industry will definitely support. And from another point of view, I think communication, media is really important. I can't stress how important social media is today. And Dr. Kulkarni, Ivana spoke about it. It really makes a difference. The same student spoke to me earlier today, and she was talking to me about the podcast. And when I asked her, what made you even think about the industry? What made you go look for this podcast? She said, I was targeted through social media, right? And the power of social media, we still haven't really exploited. And the power of using other women's stories. We speak of these stories, but we still target everyone who's in the industry. We need to go beyond that to inspire different people, people outside who really don't know what the opportunities are. So I think those are the elements that we really need to take and use as a platform to inspire more women into the industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I wish we could keep going, but we have reached the scheduled time. So to sum up now, they have talked about how to a perfect resume, how to write a perfect resume. Also, it's not about being a woman or men, it's about the hardships that we do. And also the work-life balance, mentoring, and also from different careers to this career, etc. It was wonderful listening to all of you. It was truly inspiring to hear your perspectives and stories. I'm sure everyone who is sitting here has taken away something meaningful from this discussion. It's been an absolute honor to moderate this wonderful panel discussion. And now I would like to take a moment to thank SheEO, Indian Maritime University, our respected HOD, and my esteemed faculties for giving me this opportunity and the support and the guidance behind it. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for a great discussion. We are continuing the talent part of the day with the ultimate maritime quiz curated by the Maritime SheEO community. So this quiz is hosted by Manisha Taker. You join me on stage. And here the audience get to participate in a quiz where the person who responds the fastest wins a special hamper from the Maritime SheEO community. Let's see, Manisha. Let me see. I just saw her, but Manisha, are you here? Could somebody go just check in the coffee area, perhaps? Tanas? Let's see. Uh-huh. Let's see. Let's see. So make sure that all of you bring your phones up and get ready and started. Ah, here she is. Great. So now we're ready to get all of you properly engaged and active and see who will take home the prize. So Manisha, will you come on the stage to kickstart the maritime quiz? Great. Yes, you can just go there. Super.
Thank you so much, Birgit, for your introduction, and it's always a joy to share the energy on stage with you. And a very good morning to each one of you. I hope everyone is having a fantastic time at the Maritime SheEO conference. Absolutely. So myself is Manisha Thakur, Vice President at the Trialliance Global Logistics Solutions. And it's my delight to be the host for the today's quiz contest that we are going to have on the screen right now. So this quiz is all about the knowledge of maritime that we are going to celebrate, the leadership of maritime, but nevertheless, this is just a quiz and it's an adventure, it's not an exam, right? So definitely we request your active participation, and please don't forget to have fun while you're attending this quiz. So it's going to be very simple. There are going to be 24 questions, and each question will have 4 multiple choice answers. The faster you answer, the bigger you get the marks for all the questions. So it's going to be like the fastest finger first. If you get the first one wrong, nevertheless, don't get demotivated. There's always a second chance. And Maritime SheEO is going to look for the champion of this quiz today. So, are you all excited? Absolutely. So, yes, here you can see the world's largest cruise ship is in the 2025. This could be your question, and all you need is just your phone to answer. The multiple choice question is already on your phone. So has everyone got it? Has everyone got it with your phones? Did you all scan the QR codes? And are you all ready, right? So here comes your question number 2. Answer quickly to get more points. I hope you all are enjoying the first question. And here comes the second one. Which ship famously rescued survivors of the Titanic? The smarter minds and the faster fingers. Absolutely, and your time is up. Here you can see the answer. You can see. Absolutely, we are very delighted to see the smiling faces over here. Please continue the energy. Please continue your enthusiasm. Question number 3. Please be alert. We are celebrating the leadership in maritime. Which vessel was the first nuclear-powered merchant ship? We have sailors, we have crew members, we have the future captains over here, and I'm sure this quiz is going to be very easy to answer. Absolutely. the leaderboard says, you know, the right answer. So the next question coming on to your screen, question number 4. Please watch out your phones. It's as simple as we are playing Kaun Banega Karodpati. So the world's busiest post by container volume is, look at the options and the fastest finger first. Yes, absolutely, that's Shanghai. So I hope you all are enjoying this. Yes, coming to our 5th question. We are very delighted to see you all with smiling faces. The Strait of Malacca connects the 4 options. Absolutely. Some confident faces are here and some are already Googling their eyes to get the right answer. Yes, those who have given the right answers, I can see the smiling faces. Very good. So keep it up. The energy in the room is excellent. Moving on to our next question, very easy. The Suez Canal is located in which country? And I'm sure this is going to be answered by everyone, but this is going to be a fastest finger first. Speed helps. Accuracy, of course, it matters a lot in this quiz. Egypt, yes, the answer. So yes, very good. Keep it up. So let's see the changes that happens on the leaderboard. And our next question, the Cape of Good Hope is located in the southern tip of. Absolutely. Quick fingers and sharp minds are here. The fastest finger first. The Cape of Good Hope. Yes, so very good. I'm very happy to see the yay, the gesture from everyone. Question number 8. I appreciate your patience. We have 24 questions. So yes, those who are lagging behind may start bucking up and try to be the winner of the Maritime SheEO conference this morning. The Bay of Biscay lies off the coast of. So I'm sure everyone will be able to answer this question. And here comes the one many of you don't even have to think, and your finger goes there fast on the option. Yes, so the right answer is already in front of you, so everyone is ready for the next one. Question number 10. No problem, those who are not able to answer have still time to come up. Which strait separates Europe from Asia in Turkey? So this is going to be an easy one. And yes, the future captains and the crew members, yes, that's the answer is there in front of you on the leaderboard. Coming up, are you all ready for the next one? Question number 11. The Kiel Canal is located in which country? Fastest finger first. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. This is about learning and celebrating maritime brilliance. Not just speed, but speed counts. Absolutely. The answer will be there in front of you. So yes, very good for those who have attended this quiz answer. So moving on to the 12th question. 50% of your exam is over. Now we are on the 12th question. The largest species of shark is? I'm sure this is one of the best exam in your life which you have ever attended, that you have the answers in front of your screen, right? Not, and we wish this kind of exams would be there in your college. Absolutely. So that's fantastic. Moving on to question number 13. Coral reefs are formed by? Absolutely. This is maybe people would like to think about it, but yes, you can guess. But the fastest finger first. But one thing is good, that here there is no negative marking. Yes, 54. Moving on to the 14th question. So in one way, we are all blessed that the format of this quiz is no negative marking for the wrong answer. Question number 15. Look it on the screen and answer from your phones. Very easy. Bioluminescence in deep sea creatures is mainly used for? Little bit of brainstorming, little bit of thinking, and putting your finger immediately on the option. You never know, you may take home the champion trophy of the quiz. Absolutely. So this is really a great, and here we celebrate the maritime leadership. Coming to our next question, I'm sure all of you are ready. What adoption allows penguins to survive in cold waters? This is really an amazing question, and those who are already sailing may be knowing about these answers in the cold waters, in chill waters. Absolutely amazing. Most of them have given the correct answer of this. So now we have the question number 17. Little bit of more patience and we will have our maritime champion. So which sea creature has 3 hearts? Which sea creature has 3 hearts? Absolutely. Here you can see the options in front of your screen, and this is an amazing way to learn, to adopt new things. 67% have replied the correct answer. So that's really an incredible answers, and good to see everyone is enjoying, everyone is having fun. The next question, krill are important in marine ecosystems because they are? the questions there. So let's take a deep breath and get our fastest finger, and yes, there is the answer. So this is the beauty of technology. So now we can see how technology has brought us all close together on one screen. So many people are playing this quiz. Which marine reptile migrates thousands of miles to lay eggs? Come on, go back to your school days. Go back to your general knowledge. Definitely you will have the fastest finger and you're going to have the correct answer. That's amazing. 66% of the people have given the right answer. So now we are just 4 questions away. Please buckle up your shoes, minds alert, and your fingers should be on your screen. Which instrument is used to measure a ship's speed through water? The captains, I'm sure you have faced the rough weather, the smooth waters, and definitely you may know all these answers because maritime is all about sea. Maritime is all, that's, 40 of them have replied it correctly. 21 question. We are just 3 questions away from our champion of the Maritime SheEO quiz. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, just 3 questions away. Be alert. The sextant measures. The options are there on your screen. Look at your phones and fastest finger first. That's amazing, and that's wonderful that 50 of them have given the right answers. But nevertheless, question number 22. Now we are just 2 questions away. GPS relies on the 4, you can see the options. GPS relies on. And I'm sure today we are nothing without GPS. We are all equipped everywhere. Without GPS, we can't go anywhere. We can't move out. Absolutely, this is a wonderful answer, and 80 of them have really replied the correct one. Question number 23. Come on, now just 2 questions away, and definitely we will have been sailing through this quiz. The gyro compass points to. The options are there in front of your screen, and I'm sure we are going to have a new winner this morning. Absolutely, and the winner is going to get a nice gift hamper from the Maritime SheEO. So the last question, take a deep breath, channel your inner captain, and let's finish this strong. We started strong, let us finish this strong. A chronometer was historically essential for. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's find out who will take home the title of the Maritime SheEO Quiz Champion 2025. Let's give a big round of applause. And definitely, let's have the leaderboard. The leaderboard, no results, absolutely. Yeah, we can see the leaderboard is changing. The leaderboard is changing. The points are changing. Paul J, Mr. Paul J, many congratulations. Let's give a big round of applause to our Maritime SheEO Quiz Champion 2025. Your knowledge and quick thinking has steered you straight into the victory. You have sailed through the storms of questions. You have anchored in confidence, and you have reached at the port of success. May I kindly request Mr. Paul J to please come up on the stage, and may I request Sanjam to please come on the stage to get the gift hamper and to welcome our Maritime SheEO champion. And that's really amazing. Congratulations, and you have earned the stripes of today. I would like to call A big round of huge applause for the captain, because this task was not easy. A big thank you to everyone who participated. Your enthusiasm, your laughter, and your energy made this quiz truly special. So remember, whether you won or not, today we all celebrate the spirit of maritime leadership, learning, and sisterhood that defines the SheEO community. So congratulations, and thank you, Sanjam. Yeah, please have 2 lines.
Thank you very much. It was great fun to play that quiz. I do feel remiss in being of the wrong gender. I would like to contribute this, donate it to the first female who came in the list. Can we work out who that was? First female student, that's a good choice. Yes, the first female student who came up in this. Do we know, can we figure out who that is? Even though I know someone said earlier, it's not about being a man or a woman, it's about what you have in you, but I think it's more appropriate.
Excellent. That was so much fun, wasn't it? Really waking us up and So we are going to continue with some level of competition. First, I just wanted to also recognize a number of the additional partners and sponsors for Maritime SheEO beyond those that I mentioned earlier today. On the company booth partners, we have GAC Shipping, SHM Shipcar Care, SR Ports, VR Maritime as research and development partner, VO Chidambaran Port Trust as sustainability partner, Gunpat University on education, Yes Bank on the banking side, All Cargo as the trailblazer partners. So we are now going to see a short video from C-SPAN, focused on C-SPAN Leads, the leadership program designed for the cadets and seafarers at C-SPAN. This is an investment that C-SPAN has made for their seafarers, and Maritime SheEO has been happy to support that. In this video, it's Tetiana sharing her experience.
Through leadership programs like C-SPAN Leads, Maritime SheEO empowers women with leadership skills that matter. From strategic thinking to building networks, participants walk away ready to lead with confidence. Because the future of maritime leadership must be diverse. I'm proud to be a student of this program. Thank you C-SPAN for nominating me, and thank you Maritime SheEO and Sanjam for guiding me well.
So we now move over to an area that I know well as an entrepreneur, which is the elevator pitch. In this part of the session, the focus is on perfecting your pitch, the elevator pitch challenge in association with Transworld Academy. And here, the participants will learn how to craft a powerful elevator pitch, then put their skills to the test. After a short talk, you will deliver a pitch with a judge. The winners will take home a small prize and 1 year free mentorship with Transworld Academy. So, what is an elevator pitch? Well, imagine that you meet your dream employer inside an elevator in this hotel during the conference. How would you capture their attention within 1 minute? We have an introduction video of TW Academy, and it will be followed by an introduction by Krishnan Subramanian, Chief Learning Officer from Transworld Academy of Excellence and International Vice Chair of the Institute of Chartered Shipbrokers. So let's start with the video. Do I get the video on the screen? See, probably minor technical Do we have some sound? Yes. Excellent. Thank you.
Tomorrow. But in this complexity lies a need not just for systems, but for skilled minds. Individuals who understand the pulse of logistics and maritime ecosystems. For over 4 decades, the Transworld Group has stood as a beacon of reliability and innovation in the global shipping and logistics industry. Now, this legacy sets sail into the future, not just to move goods, but to move minds. From empowering global trade to empowering the next generation of trade leaders, we deliver domain-specific learning across maritime, logistics, and supply chain education through formats designed for corporates, academic institutions, professionals, and career starters alike. Here, learning is practical, mentorship is real, and every learner is guided not just to complete a course, but to accelerate their career. Introducing Transworld Academy of Excellence, where industry relevance meets educational excellence. Because the future of logistics needs more than talent, it needs leadership.
Excellent. So we are waiting to get some handheld mics. Yes. And then now, there are a number of roles to pitch for. There are 3 pre-qualified winners selected for this part, which is Sivani Jyoti, Michelle Sian, and Jessica Patel. And they will also be joined with, by Kevin Rajan and Ketki Lohakare. And they will come up one after another. The roles that they were able to choose from to pitch to Mr. Subramanian here is ship chartering manager for tankers or dry bulk, manager ESG, warehouse manager, manager HSE, manager learning and development, and sales manager on freight forwarding. So I would invite Sivani Jyoti to come up first. Great. And you will have 1 minute to pitch, and you can just come all the way in the middle here. Excellent. And you just address him. Yes. Yeah.
All right. Very good evening, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shivani Jyoti, and I'm here to pitch for the ESG manager role. So, according to me, ESG isn't about compliance, it's about commitment. Commitment for a future, not only about profitability, but also for our ocean, our people, and our future. So having a background in maritime industries, management side, and logistics and supply chain, I have also done a research on the HTW convention, where I have worked for the mental well-being of the seafarers, and I discovered that even after the implementation of the STCW convention, there are still gaps identified, especially in the comprehensive review of Appendix 11 and 10, chaired by Captain Catherine Bruns. So this shows that we have still amendments to make, and that urged me to bring up a proposal called the CEAC, the Crew Emotional Check-in Kiosk System, designed by my team and me. So it basically digitally bridges the gap between a seafarer and their emotional well-being digitally, and also gives data to the NGOs where they can have early detection of the seafarers who really need help. So all these things brought into me that sustainability isn't about just environment. It is about social and emotional balance. And that is what made me here to come up for the role as an ESG manager. So I truly believe that, sir, in your organization, I can contribute and we can all sail together in every waves. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. I will keep the mic. Next up is Michelle Sian. Here you go. And the mic is yours.
Hi everyone, my name is Michelle Sian and I'm here to apply for the role of Manager HSE, Health, Safety and Environment. So I believe that safety is not just a policy, it should be a culture. And as a future manager in HSE, I believe that my goal is that every employee that comes to work should go home safe every single day. And in an industry where one small mistake can mean a major consequence, the HSE is not just a department, it's the heartbeat of operational excellence. And I want to build a community where the safety is built on accountability and transparency. And safety is not forced, but it is embraced. And beyond compliance, I would also like to build a community where environmental care is also the crux of every decision that we would make in an organization. So true leadership is actually about managing risks and inspiring the employees to believe that zero accidents are also possible. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Our next up is Jessica Patel. Let's see, Jessica. Okay, let's see. Then we will try, if Jessica's not here just now, Kevin Rajan. See. Might there be some students out being mentored? And then we have Ketki Lohakare. Let's see. Let me see if somebody would want to go just look for them from the team. Oh, great, excellent. I think also probably she's with Kevin. Maybe? Yeah, great. Super. Are there any other students in the room that would like to try up for pitching and getting in front of the audience while we wait? It's for the bold, courageous ones. It's always a surprise, yes. There we go, let's see. Yes? Huh? Ooh, I should? Okay, so I'm being asked here to, here we see. Ketki? Excellent. Sorry to take you away from the finalist preparations, and now's your time to pitch. Fair, welcome. Which role did you choose pitching for?
I choose for the sales manager for freight forwarding.
Excellent.
And should I just start?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, hi, I'm Ketki, and I would like to start by what is the most important part of sales? And I definitely think that it is reading people, finding out exactly what they want, and finding a relatable way to amaze their brains out of it, so that we can exactly find a way to sell it to them. So what I bring to the table is my most explicit quality, that reading people and finding out what exactly is that they want. So this helps in finding different business opportunities, building a great team. Along with that, I would also like to say that I'm a very good team player and a natural born leader. So naturally being a team player, it would help me build a team by understanding it from within and to keep them motivated towards the same goal. Now, as I said that I'm a people's person, business opportunities finding different business opportunities has everything to do with how you talk to people. I think you would agree.
And time's up. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And then we have Kevin Rajan. Welcome on the stage. Here you go, Kevin. And which role did you choose to pitch for? Warehouse manager.
The warehouse manager.
Yes.
So, hello, sir. My name is Kevin, and out of all, I am stuck with you in the elevator, which is a good opportunity. If it was not an elevator and an actual meeting, I'd be very glad to have some more time with you. I've been running here and there from morning, getting my hands dirty, doing all works. So if I speak in a rush or if I'm in a panic, please don't mind me. And this work of managing the flows of goods and stuff, managing data and structures in a warehouse, I think the same confidence and boldness you have, if I have it, and with the brain of mine right now, I'd be able to produce some good results. And I do really think this is something I can handle, and I might be very happy to arrange a call or a meeting in the near future if you'd like me to hire you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, oh, one more? Wonderful. Great. Super. Very good. There you go. The mic is yours.
So, I'm applying for the job learning and development. As someone who is very passionate about learning, learning is what keeps an organization alive. So, as someone who is passionate about learning and development, I feel like learning comes with growth. So, I would like to develop growth. So, I would like to bridge the gap between the business goals and the growth and the learning that business should keep it going in their organization. So I will be surely a good choice because as learning comes with growth, I help people grow. So thank you. That was a sudden one. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for taking the challenge. Oh, yep. Oh, name? Benna. Yes. Okay. So, tough job on the spot. How do you choose a winner?
Great. So this is an often a challenge which you all face. I've faced this many times in terms of being not in an elevator, maybe somewhere else or in an airport, where you are following somebody, you really wanted a meeting with them. Could be for a job, could be to sell your product. We are all salespeople ultimately, right? Whatever we are doing. So, looking at my own experience and what I'm doing with students now in terms of mentoring, I always tell them that the couple of aspects which you have to keep in mind, and some of you did that pretty well, is first of all is communicate. Verbal as well as your body language, both are extremely important. Two of you did it extremely well in terms of conveying the right and synchronizing your words along with your body language. Even if it is a minute, please utilize that. Number two, about value addition. Again, two of you got that pretty well in terms of what value are you bringing to the table. Today, irrespective of what pedigree you come from, yes, that gets you into the short list. Your qualification in terms of your degree or a PG or a certification would get you into the short list. But ultimately, your selection is based on, are you able to prove the value addition for that role, for that company? Right? So please, and there's a lot of preparation to be done. This is not something which will come automatically, especially when you're nervous in front of that person you want to meet. And last but not the least, technology. Again, I heard it clearly only from one of you here in terms of talking about how we are going to leverage technology to ensure that you're going to add value, because technology is the only one which can help businesses scale up today. So, well done all of you, and especially to Benna, who took that opportunity, because believe me that every opportunity to come up in an audience like this is a potential job opportunity for you. So those who did not do this, please keep this in mind for the next time. And
Yeah.
You have any inputs from your side?
I will leave it up to you.
Okay, and the winner is Ketki.
Ooh. Wonderful. Let's see. Let's see. Maybe Ketki ran back out to prepare. No.
She went back to prepare,
Yes.
probably. Yes.
I feel for her since she's going to be in the finals now, just in a few minutes as well. So let's see.
Anybody calling her?
Somebody's probably calling. Yeah. Yeah. And then she can just bring the rest of the finalists as we are opening up for the last round of final. Let's see here. There we go. Stressful morning
Right.
for you.
Well done, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think this is what I have very often been missing in our senior conferences around the world, is actually to also share the stage with our next generation of talents coming in. So I also hope beyond the Maritime SheEO that fellow seniors in the industry will see this as a great inspiration for bringing our future leaders on the stage more. We are now preparing to bring Captain Shankar back on stage with the second round of the student debate semifinals, powered by Fleet Management. So let's see if the participants is starting to get ready. And the winners of this finals will also receive a gift hamper from Captain Deepak Korea. So, Captain Shankar, are you ready? And are our debaters ready? Excellent. Then I will just leave the word to you and move back to my role as a judge.
All right, that was a quick short break for me. Topped myself up with a lot of coffee, and the energy is again high. So once again, good afternoon, SheEO 2025. I think all of you also need coffee, right? But just hold on, we'll get lunch also soon after this, but we'll begin only if you show me more energy. I'm going to delay your lunch if you don't give me more energy. All right? So good afternoon. Woohoo! See, I had to literally force and squeeze it out of you guys. All right, thank you so much. All right, I think the first session of the debate went very calm, and I did speak to the students who are going to take part in the finals. I said, it's a debate. Have you seen it on TV? How does it end up? And they literally have to keep them seated in their chairs, right? And let's hope that they can bring that to the table in the final round. With that, I invite the two teams. Amat University. And IMU. Are they there? IMU? All right, could one of the organizers please bring IMU? Could we please have 3 chairs for the judges also out in front? Please place 3 chairs for the judges. Jagmeet sir. There he is. Thank you. Brigid. Yeah, please be seated, please be seated. All right, ready to rock and roll? All right, pretty interesting topic chosen by you, so you have to be part of this. Do cheer them on. And participants, like I said, IMU, just a minute. All right, like I said, please play fair. No punches to be thrown, but definitely use your statements, bolder statements, louder. You're allowed to use your voice. All right, so the topic for the finals, the IMO accident investigation protocols are adequate to prevent future incidents. The same format for the debate with 3 rounds, which would be, the timing would be very much the same. 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, no, 2 minutes, 4 minutes, 2 minutes, and 3, yes. All right? Can we have the next slide? Do you have a slide with the 2 teams, for and against? You will be for? All right. All right, so it will be Amet University on my left who will be speaking for the motion, and IMU University speaking against it. All right, with that opening statements, judges, are you ready? All right, then let's go.
Okay, to start with the opening statement, obviously, the IMO casualty and accident investigations protocols are adequate for preventing future incidents. We are speaking for the motion. We found in our research that all these processes are evidence-based and have a standard process for investigation, regardless of the specifications of any incident that occurs. So, and it is done regardless of the flag of the vessel which is there. So, investigation is standardized for all the incidents and for all vessels. Then, all the protocols for this are based on learning and no blame principle. For it is very important to get to the root cause of the incident and to solve it. Then there is also mandatory reporting of information under the GISIS, which is the Global International Shipping Information System, which helps getting the information out to everybody about the specific incident, which can help prevent the reoccurrence of that incident. Now, all these protocols are in which investigations are found that they are emphasized on human errors, training gaps, and management failures, which are regardless of the problem of any incident. So even if we plan that we have to pile up different laws, it doesn't necessarily mean that there is a solution to it. The implementation and the proper enforcement of the protocols which are already in place is going to help us find the root cause of the problem and to help solve it and to prevent its reoccurrence. Now, there is a 7-step protocol which we found for any investigation, which includes the main investigation, the analysis, the corrective measures, and the ways to prevent its reoccurrence. So these 7 steps which we found, we completely agree that these steps and these protocols are adequate for preventing future incidents. As I emphasize again, they will find the root cause of it and eradicate it from the root.
Thank you, Amet University.
Once again, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to start with the statement that any law or protocol is only as good as its enforcement. While I do agree with my opponent that enforcement is being done, but the enforcement is being done, it's entrusted to the flag state. Now, flag states, as we know, are going to protect themselves mostly, in most cases, because at the end of the day, that's a reputation they have to maintain. The protocol is intended, the intention of it is good, but if you look at the statistics of it, we have the main problem of underreporting. That has been the biggest issue. In the 2020 study done analyzing the IMU's data period from 2000 to 2018, it found that 3,876 incidents were categorized under very serious incidents, but only 1,603 have been actually corresponding maritime safety responses submitted. I agree the protocol is really good, but the protocol is only as good as the information that it gets. It's a data-based protocol. So if there is no report given, what is this protocol going to be based on? Underreporting is the biggest issue. The rate of reporting is only 41%, that's less than half. So where is the point of this protocol if it's not going to be enforced completely? In 2011 to 2020, again, only 504 were reported. We know that there are more incidents that are happening day to day. We live in this industry. We know that there are more incidents happening. So where are these reports? They are not there. And the decentralized system, it is based on the flag state. Very rarely port states involved, only when it comes within the economic zone of that port state. So where are we going with this protocol is my question. It's not a third-party protocol like it should be. Any investigation should be done by a third party, not by the parent by itself. So I would like by concluding my opening statement is IMO has found 1/3 of casualty in investigations have key missing data in it. So without the core point, without the core aspect of data analysis, how are we predicting these incidents and how are we making regulations? Thank you.
Yes, so I believe that my opposing party has argued for me that all these protocols are not being enforced properly. So if we just pile on more protocols onto this without even enforcing which are already established in the first place, how do we even expect ourselves to implement those protocols which are being newly introduced, even without finding a way to have being followed the existing protocols in the first place? So any piling up of laws is not the solution. So we can take any crime for incident in even the Indian government. If you just keep piling on, we have the biggest constitution of democracy in the world. But if we just keep piling on the laws, it is not necessary that it is implemented properly. The existing protocols which are there, like I mentioned before, are regardless of the specifications of the incidents that are happening and which are made with a future vision of problems which are existing. So finding the root cause of it and enforcing it properly is the solution of the time. I would like to mention a case study where the Union Moon and Stena vessel was collided due to the intoxicated captain, which is also a human error. So all these errors which are being found in the accidents right now are due to human error or violation of the rules which are already existing. So the key here is to enforce the protocols which are already there. Now, is it adequate to do this? So now that we have found that due to human error, or one of the case studies which I read, due to not displaying the AIS data of the ship, the accident has occurred. So all these rules are already in place. So is it really important to pile on more rather than executing and implementing the rules which we have right now? Another thing is, we know that all these rules have been set by keeping the futuristic aspect in mind. So they emphasize on human errors, training gaps, and management failures, which again, as I mentioned, are kept by getting the problems which are coming up in the future. Also, even though these amendments are there and the protocols are there are member states of IMO who are regularly administrating the increasing risk of the today's situation. And increasing with the amendments which they give in the existing protocol, they are definitely adequate for the future problems which may occur. Then we also have increasing member states in IMO, which is giving us a global aspect of different problems which we have. So we have different member states coming up, which are giving us different perspectives to problems which are there. So implementing these protocols and accident investigations, they're definitely enough for preventing future accidents and investigations, as they are based on neutral and proper process of investigating and corrective measure to prevent any reoccurrence of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed University, for those very wonderful arguments, and you did state a lot of facts. Very nice. Looking for the counter, IMU.
Once again, I think it's good afternoon, everyone. So the IMO accident investigation protocols are adequate to prevent future accidents. Protocols are there, but it's not true. Like, for example, if we consider the cases, like there are gaps which are identified specifically. Basically, the consistent enforcement. There are multiple accidents happening every now and then. And it is very difficult because it's the IMO is not responsible for getting those protocols implement it. They just make the regulations. It's the flag state who do it. So flag states have to necessarily make sure that they have the adequate infrastructure, the adequate skilled workers, so that they can go through any such incidents. For example, there was a case of divinyl benzene which I came across. There were 3 containers which were put in a ship. And the problem with chemicals is that we need to put stabilizers in it. So when they put the stabilizer in it, it needs to be made sure that it has to be put in appropriate conditions. But instead of doing that, the ship people, like the surveyors who were putting those containers in the ship, they put it in such a place where it heated and it blasted off. There were casualties affected. There were casualties obviously because of that. And a thorough investigation was done after it. So every time it is not possible. In that case it was possible, and after that there were new implementations of hazardous cargo which were put in. So this type of enforcement is required. If you don't have it, then it is very difficult. Then data collection. Data collection is easy nowadays, but to maintain it and make sure that it is implemented in one of the best ways is very difficult, because every data has its own value. So using that data to forecast the future aspects is very difficult. So we need to make sure on that as well. Then RCA methodology. RCA means root cause analysis, and till now there is no specific RCA methodologies existing. There are methodologies, but they vary from case to case. And it has not been implemented by all the flag states because it requires huge research and investments both at the same time. Then I would like to say about evidence preservation. That is in the case of perishable goods. The perishable goods which are for example, if we say in situations where the investigations get delayed because when the ship catches fire, supposedly it's in the middle of the ocean, in that time it takes hours to reach there. So till that time when you will reach there, the particular incident due to which that, the particular root cause due to which that incident happened, that will lose its value. So it becomes very difficult in that case as well. So these are the gaps which both IMO and flag state need to identify and make sure that they are put in a way so that it is easier for both the for all the ship owners as well as the environmental. Thank you.
Thank you, IMU University. Very valid arguments presented there. All right, for your rebuttal.
Good afternoon, everybody. Actually, I'd like to clarify one thing for the opposition team. Rebuttal starts from now. I guess you were rebutting our main arguments from the beginning. Enforcement this, enforcement that, enforcement here, enforcement there, enforcement for chemicals, enforcement for stuff, enforcement. I get it. But enforcement of what? You are enforcing the things that is already there, which makes me win actually by default. So you proved that I am adequate. My laws, existing laws are adequate. And what I'd like to say is this, what exactly is your base statement? 3,800 sort of incidents were happened, but only 1,800 or such was reported. Whose mistake is that again? Is that the law's mistake or is that a human error? What is the root cause there? And when you said that protocol is not true, what I'd like to ask you is, just because murder cases and rape cases are not stopping, would you go and say that Indian Constitution is not true? It doesn't work that way around here. Laws are adequate. Enforcement is still required, which you said, which helped me, and I'm glad for it, grateful for it. Thank you. That is a simple question I have. Protocols are not true. It's a very baseless, irrelevant statement, and I'd like you, when you are doing my rebuttal, I'd like you to ask you to justify it. Data and prediction is the key. Considering today's tech, what we have, considering the technology, considering what have humanity grown into, if somebody is going to come and approach me and tell me that data is useless, man, I am so done with that. Data is key. Data is money. Data is time. Data is everything. Data is information. If data is useless, we are also useless. We are data. Approximately how much? 200 people here, that's a data. And this 200 people contributed success, that's a data. If that data is useless, then this 200 people is useless. I don't understand how, I'd just like to ask one thing before this thing ends. I expect a proper base statement, and I expect a proper rebuttal from now, and I'd like to strictly enforce that till now, adequacy was not at all talked about. Enforcement was the only thing talked about, so I have only few points to do rebuttals of it. My rebuttals are done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed University. So the ball is in your court, IMU.
Thank you so much. So starting with the rebuttal, I would like to say, if we are saying that they are adequate enough, the current laws, okay. So there was an incident which happened in Spain long time back, and there was 63,000 tons of oil which was spilled. Until now, no one has been found guilty after 10 years, 11 years. Who is going to answer that? Who is responsible for that? Is it the ship owner, or is it the flag state, or is it IMO? Who is it? We don't have answer to it till now. Everyone is looking around it. Then considering the fact where we mentioned that we didn't mention about adequacy. We believe that amendments are required for every rules or protocols which are set. One law by saying that this is correct, we can't say. If it is correct, we need to also analyze with the next timeline that is it really working in the way we want it, or should we amend it? So we didn't ask to change the law, we want to amend the laws or the protocols which are existing so that they become adequate enough for the gaps which are existing in the industry, which can be cleared off. Then data prediction. It was said data is useless. I never mentioned data is useless. If you have raw data and you are not able to utilize that raw data in a structured way, then it is useless. Even if you collect n amount of research, but if we are not able to define it in a way which is required for the people who are investigating the incident for a particular ship incident which occurs, then that data is useless. And today's technology, we live in artificial intelligence, AI. So there we have forecasting available. So why can't we use the data to predict the future incidents? If a ship, every ship owner knows what kind of chemicals they are using or what kind of goods are being transported. So they can use that data. It's not useless. But if they are not utilizing the data and still that type of incidents are occurring, then that data becomes useless for us. Then after that, you asked about proper base statement. The proper base statement here is that even if we have the protocols and we say that they are adequate, they might be adequate currently, but we are talking here about future incidents. So we need to make sure that they are adequate from the future perspective, not from the current timeline. Thank you so much.
Thank you, IMU University. And this is the moment. This is where you leave a mark for both of you. The final closing statement.
Can I start? Okay, I'll begin with long time back, amendments, how did the law fail? Long time back, it's been 11 years since then. Something happened, and something similar to that has not happened quite frequently in this 11 years of period. And that exactly is what that incident helped you to. We recorded it, we investigated it, and that has helped prevent another future oil spills. Speaking of futuristic references, the same futuristic references your team took. That oil spill investigation gave report to prevent future oil spills. And it is doing at least 70% of the work it is supposed to do. And how will law work in your way? I am actually surprised, quite a bit surprised by the statement that we have to make law work in our way. Laws are made so that it doesn't go in anybody's way, and you go in a law's way, and that is why they are strict enforcements. The root cause of every predictions and stuff, you say it is a prediction and you say it is not happening. Predictions are 50-50, it's gamble. Just because I predict it is going to rain today, it won't rain today. Because of my prediction, it's not going to rain today. It's prediction, it's gamble. And because ship owners predict the chemicals, the stabilizations, the stuffs they do, doesn't always go in the right way. 63,000 operations per year go perfectly fine. 12 accidents are happening. You hung up to the 12 accidents, you catch on to the 12 accidents, you keep telling that these laws are not enough, and whose mistake is that? The law's mistake or the root cause, the human's mistake? Predictions do go fail. And the raw data stuff, raw data, if it is not being used properly, what do you think technology does? It extracts raw data, it processes it, gives out. Why do you think technology is there? If technology is there, AI, very great thing. It doesn't even need raw data. It has its own references and sources. It is going to take it. So what I'd like to tell you is you again give a clear-cut advantage to me.
Thank you. Very powerful closing there. And I am you.
My opponents keep saying that we talk only about enforcement. No, we are not talking about enforcement. We are talking about the gaps in the existing system. It is not adequate as it stands now because, as we all know, information is key, but incomplete information is dangerous. What happens when we don't know everything or the full truth about an incident? So this is what is happening. We have protocols in place, but where is the information that is supposed to come from these protocols? We are saying there is mandatory reporting and there has to be statistics. Okay, this happened, so now we know what we shouldn't do. But these reports are not coming in. So then what do we do with this? What is the point of this system if we are not getting the benefits of it? Then IMO, the point is the protocol has collected data. But if you tell me that the amount of incidents that have happened, all of them have been actually reported, you're lying to yourself. Because we know for a fact not all incidents have got the data given back. So how do you make a prediction based on incomplete data? Flag states are responsible for enforcing and conducting these investigations. Do you really think that they are not all the flag states are going to give you adequate and accurate data back? Are you sure that it is impartial? No. That is the point of our argument. We are not arguing that only enforcement. We are telling you that we need third party. There's a reason when you talk about murders and crimes that happen, you have police as a third party. You don't go and send a company CEO to investigate the crime of the company, do you? You don't. You need a third party, an impartial party to do it. And these protocols are not adequate enough. This data is not being sent back, and without data, with incomplete data, these predictions cannot be made. How are you going to protect future incidents when you don't know what has happened in the first place? Did the oil spill occur because there was a malfunction in the cargo hold? Was the steel a problem? Was the structure a problem? Was the infrastructure, was human error a factor? What was the actual issue? If we don't know that, how do we make a choice? And how do we prevent and how do we make new conventions that will help us, in the end, combat this? Thank you.
Wow. That was a closing statement. Goosebumps all over. All right, I think that round of applause was not thunderous enough, right? A thunderous round of applause, please. Thank you so much. They have done so well in such a short amount of time, definitely to entertain us, but also to debate a very important topic. So I'll give the judges maybe 2 minutes to finalize who they want to pick as their winners. And in the meanwhile, if I could welcome our sponsor, COO of Fleet Management and Fleet Management, Captain Deepak. Okay, this is very improv, and I generally do improv. And Deepak sir, would you like to say a few words?
Well, after hearing so much, I think, yes, I can say a bit. The men in the room will understand that we never win an argument against our wife, right? Not against these chaps either. That is what I've understood today. And definitely a great job. And I think I will congratulate Sanjam and the team for conducting such a lovely conference. And I'm sure that these debate sessions have been very interesting for all of us. And there's so much learning for me, having spent so many years in the industry, just listening to these kids. So thanks. And yeah, we had a wonderful first session. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Deepak. And while we wait for the judges to finalize, I would also like to mention an associate and who helped me a lot in planning this event, Shivani out there. She's working in the working behind the screen, behind the curtains. A lot of coordination to be done. I'm telling you, she made me a 10-page legendary script. I mean, I have done a few events, but nobody's given me such an amazing script. So thank you so much for that. I had all bases covered, so thank you so much again. And of course, Tanaz, who said, Arvind, I think you should be the one who does the debate and help me with setting up this event. Judges. All right, I can see the judges are really sweating now. Huh? Very difficult call to make. All right, would you like to come on stage, please? And one of you could announce. Captain Deepak is still on stage, yes? All right. We have, yes, a mic. Aapka mic hai?
Now, this is the final, and announcing the final results sometimes can be very encouraging, sometimes can be a little bit heartbreaking. Yeah, so to begin with, we got not just 2, but we got 4 winners. Yeah, each one of them is amazing. The way they spoke, yeah, which was very good, and they complemented each other so well. You know, first you started in a lovely way with a lot of rational arguments, isn't it? Would you like to say how she?
Gate key was good. I wouldn't say anything about much more than that. The initial argument that you started with itself was like on the boom, on the place where it was required to be. We'll come down to the results for sure, but you were good for sure. That's what I could say.
And then this gentleman started. He was actually little bit ghabraya hua. After, yeah, after that you were bit worried, yeah, but you recovered. Okay, and then we had our strong man, and like everybody was put on guards, and you also did very well, And we thought like everything was going the Emmet way. It was just going there, and you tried to defend quite a lot, and you were successful a bit, especially when you caught him on a couple of points. And then something happened. What did that happen?
Had the final remarks. And then that switched, I think, the entire jury. So
this is what happened. The last game in Diwali is always the open flush, you know. So when you just deal open, and then she came and just collected everything. So, all right. And the winner is?
I would say it was a Diwali dhamaka at the end, which happened, and we all 3 judges were like amazed by the argument that you could put at the last and pick it up from where I thought we all 3 thought that you have lost it. So I think now you already know the winner. So the winner is.
Yes. So welcome. The team name I forgot. I'm you and your team name. Sorry. Yes. Yes. Exactly, the Mavericks. So congratulations, and I think there is some packages. Ooh la la.
All right, wow, that was extremely exciting and got all our, the blood pressure up. All right, with that, I will hand over the mic to one of the kindest persons in the room, an advocate of kindness, right? We all should be kind to each other. And somebody who lives by the values of kindness, Tanaz.
Okay, so I'm quite short, so hope this works. Good afternoon, everyone. It's been a really inspiring morning. And before we head to lunch, I just want to take a moment to extend a heartfelt thanks on behalf of our team, on behalf of Maritime SheEO. We want to thank our keynote speeches, who have been very inspiring. We want to thank you for your powerful words and for really setting the tone for today's conversation with such depth and perspective. I want to thank both our booths that are there on either ends. We have MOL and Indian Maritime University. Thank you for creating such interactive spaces to know more about your organizations. We actually, for this, we specifically had an advisory committee. And I would want to thank Mr. Anand Tripathi, Arvind Shankar, Captain Ashutosh Pandikar, Jagmeet Makkar, Dr. Malini Shankar, and Dr. Sanjeev Vakil as well. So huge thanks to them, because we wouldn't have had half the ideas here without them. So kudos for them. A special thanks to Dr. Rajeshwari as well for helping us find great team members to help build this. We wouldn't be here without her. So thank you so much, ma'am. Also want to take a moment to thank all of the universities that sent in their students here. It's truly wonderful to see so many institutions that really believe in their students and provide them the opportunity to experience a global platform like this one, especially when we do have other sessions happening around India Maritime Week. Thank you for choosing us today morning. And a huge round of applause for the winners of the debate, IMU. Then the quiz competition winner, Jyoti, who got the prize later. And of course, for Ketki for winning the pitch competition, congratulations. And thank you to everyone that joined our sessions in the morning and made it really engaging. And we'd also want to extend our gratitude to JCJ Consulting, for powering our mentorship zone. We had 6 incredible mentors, and and I know Jillian really wanted to support the cause of promoting mentorship for women. So thank you for powering that. Yeah. Okay, so for the next part of what we have planned, lunch, I know I'm hungry, we will resume sharp at 2 for the women's leadership session. So please ensure that you are back by 1:50. We do also request for the students to collect your belongings and step out as you proceed for lunch. The women's leadership sessions itself begins at 2, and we always try to ensure that we're an on-time conference. So we just delayed by 15 minutes, but we'll try to make sure that we kind of catch up on time that way. We also have some exciting workshops lined up after this. We have a roundtable for female founders by Birgit. We have a We have a Mariner to CEO workshop by Jagmeet Makkar, and we also have a meet and greet with the Netherlands Minister of Infrastructure and Water Management, Mr. Robert Timmen. Registrations are open at the registration desk if you haven't been able to register, but it is first come, first serve, and we just have 25 seats for each. And yeah, thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy lunch and the rest of the day.
Across the vast oceans of the world, Indian seafarers play a vital role in powering global trade. Standing strong behind them is the National Union of Seafarers of India. Established in 1896, NUSI is one of the oldest and most respected maritime trade unions in Asia, dedicated to protecting the rights and welfare of Indian seafarers for over a century. From negotiating fair wages and working conditions to offering training, legal support, and welfare programs, NUSI is committed to every seafarer's journey, both onshore and offshore. Representing more than 1 lakh seafarers across the country, NUSI is recognized globally for its leadership and partnership with maritime organizations and shipowners. With a strong legacy and a future-focused vision, NUSI continues to be the voice, the shield, and the strength of Indian seafarers. NUSI, from warm to tomb and sometimes beyond.
The Sea Line Group, established in 1985, has emerged as the Sri Lankan gateway for global maritime and logistics services through its 25 subsidiaries. The Maritime Division includes the largest crew recruitment and management company in Sri Lanka, a shipping agency catering to all types of vessels, including passenger and foreign naval ships calling at all Sri Lankan ports, the leading ship engineering company, and a leading maritime supply and services company with ISO certification, making it a one-stop shop for major ship owners and managers worldwide. The Logistics Division includes a leading freight forwarding arm, a leading transport company with its own fleet of prime movers, exclusive agents for many shipping lines and ocean carriers, a leading cold chain management company, and the #1 laden container yard in Sri Lanka, with modern and efficient container depot services, advanced container handling equipment, and a real-time electronic data interchange system. The Maritime and Logistics Division has the capacity to provide customized total solutions for manufacturing, import, and export giants of the country, enabling the Sea Line Group to be an exclusive shipping and logistics service partner. Sea Line Travels is an IATA certified ticketing and travel agent. Sea Line Travels provides end-to-end travel requirements for seafarers, corporate clients, and fits both in the inbound and outbound space. CINEC, established in 1990, is one of Sri Lanka's largest non-state higher education institutes. CMed Healthcare Services Private Limited is a leading diagnostic service provider in Sri Lanka, with 10 laboratories and over 650 service centres island-wide.
A long-standing legacy of over 120 years, a vision to provide world-class logistics solutions and transforming supply chains.
Customer first has always been the motto within the Jina family.
This is due to the culture Jina has, which is high in integrity, transparency, and innovation.
Every time we talk about the long-established legacy of Jina, it gives us a sense of pride. Being amongst the oldest freight forwarders in the country, Jina has always been looked up as a pioneer and a trendsetter within our industry.
Completed 122 years in the industry, we truly have withstood the test of time, and it is our technocentrism that allows us to do so.
Having seen our fathers and forefathers put service excellence at the pinnacle of everything they did,
and this reflects in all our internal reward policies, thus creating partnerships with our clients rather than opportunistic transactions.
To me, service excellence involves streamlining of various processes and operations in order to ensure a seamless customer experience.
We are at Jina a process-driven organization. Our processes are all built around our customers' requirements, their needs, and we always keep the customer first.
Strategizing and systematic planning results in timely delivery of the critical projects that we secure.
In Jina, we strive for technology-driven financial solutions, which is required for accuracy and transparency.
Freight forwarder industry is always relevant to technology and how technology can be used for service excellence. And that's what we deliver to our customers.
For us, ethics and compliance is a cornerstone of our business, and that runs in the DNA of the company.
we stay committed to the people first approach.
We have always maintained a family culture relationship with our employees, and with time we see the family expanding and taking Gina to greater heights.
That's the reason we have more than 50% of our population who are more than 10 years in the company.
The motto of Gina is heart counts and not head counts. Standing at this juncture of 122 years, when we look back in time, we truly feel humbled for having evolved as an organization. This can only be achieved if I could put one word for it: loyalty. Loyalty from our customers, loyalty from our Gina family members, our respected staff.
With its years of legacy and carefully crafted solutions, I envision Gina to be logistics architects of the future with a greater global footprint.
Every ship has a story of voyages, cargoes, and countless horizons. And when its journey ends, a new one begins. We are Bansal Group, India's trusted name in green ship recycling, turning maritime giants into resources that fuel tomorrow's industries. Each ship that lands on the shores of Alang is recycled with care, precision, and purpose. Steel, machinery, and materials are reclaimed, refurbished, and reborn, reducing waste, conserving energy, and nurturing a circular economy. For us, recycling is about restoring balance between industry and environment, between progress and preservation. Our state-of-the-art facility operates under Hong Kong Convention standards and the Indian Recycling of Ships Act, ensuring that every step we take is safe, scientific, and sustainable. Our people are our strength. Behind every recycling project stand trained hands and alert minds, guarding the environment, their colleagues, and the legacy of trust we built. From hazard management to waste segregation, from oil recovery to water treatment, we follow strict protocols to ensure zero contamination and total compliance. We invest in our people, empower communities, and support initiatives in health, education, and environment, because sustainability begins with humanity. Every piece of recycled steel strengthens the nation's infrastructure. Every responsible act strengthens the planet. And every dawn at Bansal is a reminder that we are recycling hope, purpose, and possibilities. Guided by the vision of Mr. Kapoorchand Bansal and the passion of Mr. Rubal Bansal and Mr. Bharat Bansal, the group continues to evolve, driven by integrity, innovation, and impact. Because at Bansal, we don't just see what a ship was, we see what the world can become when we choose to recycle responsibly and build a cleaner, greener tomorrow.
The sea is never the same. That's why we prepare for everything. From bridge to engine room, safety and skill go hand in hand. At MOL, training isn't a phase. It's a mindset, a way to lead, to grow, and to move forward together. On land, we guide from behind the charts, connecting oceans, supporting every voyage. Built on trust. Powered by people. MOL. Your journey starts here.
Presenting Nautical Marine Management Services. Your trusted maritime partners since 1998. We are Maritime Excellence, delivered. For over 25 years, we have set the standard in maritime excellence and delivered confidence at sea, led by master mariners, engineers, operational experts and veterans of the sea, trusted by ship owners, operators, and maritime partners across the world. Our capabilities extend from crew management services, technical management and commercial management of vessels to global logistics, certifications and compliance, as well as on-voyage repair solutions. We deliver precision, trust, and zero downtime, to make every operation safer, smarter, and stronger. Certified under ISO, MLC 2006, ISM, and RPSL, we meet the world's toughest standards with readiness for any flag, port, or regulator. Wherever your fleet sails, our systems ensure precision, performance, and peace of mind. Trusted by global maritime leaders, energy majors, and asset managers, we are recognized for excellence, awarded for contribution, and respected worldwide. Beyond compliance, we believe that those who sail the seas deserve peace of mind at shore. We care for the physical, mental, and familial well-being of every seafarer we serve. Our strength is measured by the safety and happiness of those who sail under our watch. At Nautical Marine, equality isn't a goal, it's our culture. We're proud to lead the industry in women empowerment, from integrating young graduates into the workforce to elevating women into command and leadership. Recognized with diversity awards, we're proud to represent Indian maritime excellence on the world stage. At Nautical Marine, talent has no gender, only potential. Nautical Marine Management Services. We are more than a company, we are a family of mariners, united by purpose and driven by care. Nautical Marine Management Services Limited. We are maritime excellence, delivered.
We live in a constantly changing and complex world. What connects us is global trade. The goods and materials that pass from hand to hand around the world, transformed to fulfill our needs and desires. At PSA, we take pride in helping to make the world smaller and the world economy bigger. With a global network of seaports and inland terminals, and our flagship terminals in Singapore and Antwerp, we move mountains every day. Connecting markets and energizing economies. Half a century of experience in building and managing gateway and hub ports has helped us to hone the act of moving cargo into an art form. World-class port management expertise is the cornerstone of our offering, enabling our customers to move goods with precision and agility, and anticipate the needs of their customers. Our people are diverse, yet united with a common vision and purpose: to be alongside our customers and stakeholders, and to be there for one another. As the world continues to evolve and change, we seek to harness new technologies and build a better and more sustainable world. What if we could reimagine global trade together, combining skills, passion, and technology to grow our fabric of port networks and strengthen our port ecosystems, driven by an understanding of the diverse and changing needs of our customers? PSA is co-creating port and supply chain solutions, supported by digital platforms, and investing in hinterland logistics facilities, enabling you to reach your markets faster with greater network efficiency, transparency, and more choices for smarter cargo movements. Together, we can transcend disruptions and facilitate seamless flows. Powering trade with greater sustainability for mutual gain. We thrive by connecting communities and empowering our partners with actionable intelligence. Creating value from manufacturer to market to consumer. The world ahead is for the connected. This is the industry we are transforming. This is the world we envision. PSA. Unfold the future of global trade with us.
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I request everybody to get to their seats and settle down so that we can get ahead with the next session. The more we delay now, the evening gets delayed for all of us. My name is Geeta. I'll be hosting for a short while today. I'm stepping in for somebody today. My name is Geeta Sheth. I hope you all enjoyed the first half of the session today, which was entirely focused on students. And now in the second half, the focus shifts to the future women leaders and allies with sessions on leadership, development, upskilling, mentorship, and navigating careers in the changing maritime world. Now we will have a launch of Yes Power Up, a card in collaboration of Maritime SheEO collaborating with Yes Bank, a comprehensive SME solution for women entrepreneurs in partnership with Maritime SheEO. Now I invite Ms. Aloka Rajan, Senior Vice President, SME Banking, Yes Bank, to come over to the dais and give you a deep insight into this banking solution exclusively for women entrepreneurs. Ms. Aloka Rajan, please.
Thank you, Geeta. Firstly, I'd like to thank Sanjam Gupta and the team of Maritime SheEO for inviting Yes Bank and for inviting Yes Bank to be a part of the Maritime SheEO 25 conference today. Thank you, Sanjam. So when we first met Sanjam at Yes Bank, what really appealed to us was the entire ecosystem that she's creating at Maritime SheEO and the strong case that she's building for women in shipping, right? And that's how we decided to extend our partnership with Maritime SheEO with the launch of Yes Power Up. So while we have an exciting AV as to what Yes Power Up is about, I will quickly take you through the finer points as to how this program really empowers women entrepreneurs. So what exactly is Yes Power Up, right? So we have women entrepreneurs today across various segments, and I'm sure within shipping also we have women stepping into the entrepreneurial segment here, right? So Yes Power Up envisages to support women entrepreneurs right from when she starts her business to when she's growing it to when she scales it, right? The entire solutions. So we've covered loans in Yes Power Up. Today we have unsecured loans. Women can apply for up to 25 lakhs of unsecured loans to start her business. Then once her business is set up, she can further avail loans from the bank for up to 1 CR, up to 3 CR to kind of scale the business. And if she's a woman in startup, we further have loans for her as well under that segment. We have specially designated current accounts for women entrepreneurs, which give her benefits of 53,000 worth of health benefits, right? She has further reward points, shopping reward points. So an entire current account exclusively designed for women entrepreneurs. Yes, very important. Now, as a woman in business, if she is into shipping, she would definitely require trade and forex from the bank. So there are a host of solutions here which avail her to avail, LC, a bank guarantee, pre-shipment finance, post-shipment finance, various other instruments that are required when a woman enters the maritime industry. We've also added an element of investments because as a woman entrepreneur, she would want to keep her investments separate. So what we've done is we've given her up to 1.5 crore of trading completely at nil brokerage, which is really good and I think much better than the present industry instruments that we have. We have 2 amazing credit cards. We have the Yes First Business Credit Card and the Yes Prosperity. In fact, this was one of the points that Sanjam really liked. In fact, we'll be launching it here. So these are exclusive photo credit card and debit cards, which we can, the woman entrepreneur can avail once she applies for this program. Really, it looks really lovely. We'll take you through it. Lastly, we've also covered insurance because as you all know within shipping how important insurance as a factor plays. So there are again multiple insurance instruments to take care of her health, her medical, her protection, her life, her savings, everything, right? So this is what Yes Power Up is all about. We have a small AV that will be a little more exciting. So we can go ahead with the AV. So while the AV is being played, just to give you all a heads up, Yes Bank team is really proud to partner with Maritime SheEO. We have our stall tomorrow, right opposite the registration desk, and we'll be very happy if you all step in to find out more about these programs.
She's bold. She's resilient. She's building businesses. She's creating jobs. Today's woman entrepreneur is shaping the future of business. And at Yes Bank, we celebrate the power of women entrepreneurs with a program designed just for her. Welcome to Power Her Up, a program designed to provide women entrepreneurs with tailored solutions, expert advice, and opportunities to thrive. Fueling business growth through SME loans. From unsecured DigiOD loans of up to Rs 25 lakhs to collateral-free options like Stand Up India up to Rs 1 crore, CGTMSE up to Rs 5 crore, and CGSS up to Rs 10 crore. Power Her Up fuels business growth. Smart banking tailored for women entrepreneurs with Yes First Business Current Account. A seamless banking experience with exclusive annual benefits worth 53,000 rupees, priority services, and a dedicated support team. Expanding opportunities beyond borders with trade finance and services. Expand your global footprint with Power Her Up import financing, export solutions, and foreign exchange services. Helping women entrepreneurs invest and grow with Yes Securities. Build wealth with confidence. Enjoy free brokerage on trades up to 1.5 crore rupees and take charge of your financial future. Seamless spending meets exclusive rewards with credit cards. Enjoy interest-free credit for up to 50 days, complimentary airport lounge access, and reward points on every spend. Financial security for today's women entrepreneurs with insurance solutions. Your well-being is key to success. With Women Cancer Shield, Click to Protect Super, and Seva Plan, Power Her Up ensures financial security for women entrepreneurs. Power Her Up is more than a program. It's a movement empowering women entrepreneurs to create a legacy of success.
Thank you so much, Sanjam. We'd like to invite Sanjam to extend this partnership between Yes Bank and Maritime SheEO.
Thank you, Aloka. Thank you, Sanjam. I think a great opportunity for women entrepreneurs. Women should go after it and make the most of it. Thank you very much. Now we move on to a panel discussion on thriving in the digital maritime world, mind, body, and AI. We often talk about how digitalization and AI are transforming the maritime world, how they make us more efficient, more connected, and more capable. But today's conversation is about something deeper. It's about us, the people behind the technology. It's about our minds, our bodies, and how we truly thrive in this digital age. May I call the moderator for the session, Captain Pradeep Chawla, CEO at Maritime Knowledge Limited, Marine Pals. Dr. Ilona Denisenko, President, Vista, Russia. Dr. Delna Shroff, Training Superintendent, Mental Health and Wellness, Bernard Schulte, Ship Management.
I don't know, but okay, no problem.
So I'll be here.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be part of this very important event, which I've been watching it grow over the years. Sanjam has tirelessly worked on making this event bigger and bigger each year. So it's a pleasure to be here. And I do see that the room is just full of very smart women. And one of the things that my wife taught me is that men should know that when they are in the presence of smart women, they should know to shut up. So I'm going to follow that advice today. So what we'll do is, we'll let each of them, Dr. Ilona and Dr. Delna, to introduce themselves of their achievements in life to inspire the young cadets there. And also say what's on their mind on this topic. And once we've given them enough time, I think totally we have only 12 or 13 minutes, we'll then have a couple of questions from me, and then we'll open it up for questions with you. So go ahead, Dr. Ilona.
Good afternoon. It's so nice to be here again. It became a good tradition, actually, to support Sanjam and SheEO and all this. You know, I'm really happy all the time to see these young faces, both girls and boys, and the number is growing. So this is really very excited. I'm a medical doctor and I'm practicing physician. I work in maritime medicine and as a general practitioner. And somehow I represent here now 3 organizations. It's International Maritime Health Association, when I was a president some years ago, and I'm really proud that we have a 3rd female president right now, Dr. Sue Stannard from UK. Also, it's MARINET, Maritime Health Research and Education Net, which we established during the COVID time with some colleagues from the different countries, and Vista Russia, the Russian chapter of Vista. So I work quite a lot with the seafarers, and daily I hear what kind of problems and need they have.
Very good afternoon to all of you. I'm Dr. Delna, and I'm the training superintendent with Bernard Schulte Ship Management. I started my career 18 years ago when Captain Chawla interviewed me. I have been involved in leadership training and curriculum, and right since morning, this was an amazing experience to see the younger generation engaging. And Sanjam, this is a beautiful platform that you've provided for our cadets, because I very strongly believe that leadership starts from the cadetship, starts from self, and starts from the time you enter this career. Thank you.
So now may I ask Dr. Elona what her views on this topic of how mind, body, and AI are going to be interacting and keeping us sane in the future world. Thank you.
You know, it's very interesting. When I ask my little son, well, little, he's 22, can you create for mama any picture for the presentation? He say, no, 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 it's the devil. It's, I'm against the, you know, all this time. So I ask usually, and he really involved in computer things. So I ask the elder one who is not on this, and he's easily doing this for this. So it's a lot of pluses, but there is some minuses as well. We can easily learn, easy teach, easy find the information, but there is also some problems in case that we will have no electricity, some problems with the computer, or the information can be leaked. So somehow it should be feed back with some kind of old, you know, ways of paperwork or something. And there is also a question, because for many years we're running with the idea of kind of health passport for the seafarer, because they passing the medical examination every 1 or every 2 years, and usually on the certificate you cannot see any health issues. There's just fit or not fit. But in case something happened, and they're hiding a lot of things, unfortunately. So in case that something happened on board, to find out what was a primary case, it's quite difficult. So the idea was, you know, to have this electronic file, to be able to see it by everyone, and then there is a question, who will hold the primary information, and if this is violate his rights or no. So it's, we have to balance it. We have to balance, and the line is very, very thin.
Adelna, your views?
I feel digitalization and e-learning and digital tools are transforming maritime education. Not only education, but it also plays a very important role when it comes to enhancing overall well-being. For instance, AI-driven platforms, they can be tailored to individual roles, to learning styles, which make it a lot more engaging. We have micro-learning, which is very powerful. So bite-sized modules, which are roughly about 2 to 10 minutes, which again reduce monotony, and it also brings about more learning and more engagement. We have gamification, which I really find very interesting. VR simulations, which make it a lot more easier to practice critical operations leadership scenarios in real time. One thing, like the drawbacks are, one is cognitive overload. Sometimes what happens, and from what I hear, seafarers are constantly bombarded with streams of information, streams of data, which sometimes leads to overload. Sometimes it blurs the lines between work and rest. That's one thing. Another thing is upskilling. Technology requires constant upskilling. So people who may be used to paper and the old schools of working may become a little bit overwhelmed, and it may bring about anxiety. Another thing is sometimes when there are interfaces which are not standardized, that can also bring about a little bit of confusion and anxiety. So I think the key is balance, the key is mentoring, the key is making it simple, and it needs to be designed well. So if it's used intelligently, then I think it enhances overall efficiency. Thank you.
Before I continue, can I get a show of hands from the youngsters about how many of you use ChatGPT or DeepSeek or one of the AI tools on our daily basis? Okay, that is interesting. It's kind of more than 50% for sure. So what would y'all advise with respect to how the youngsters are going to deal with the usage of it? And in the education world, what do you see going forward is the use of examinations that are basically assessing people on remembering and vomiting out knowledge in an examination. How do we change that for the future?
Well, it's a bit a harsh question. I can tell you that some universities and colleges, you sign the document in the beginning that you will not use IE in your work and examination. Of course, we have to understand that living without now it's hardly possible. I'm personally, when you need a very fast summary of the information, you just press. In Russia we have Alisa, and she's immediately, bringing you the brief information. But then you search. Normal articles. I still read the.
Problem with the mic. Can everybody hear her? Or? Yeah.
We will be somehow over this IE. So it should be combined. It should be both, and we have to be very careful because unfortunately the falsification, especially and plagiarism, it's quite common nowadays.
Dr. Delna?
I think, as I mentioned earlier, the balance is important. Sometimes you do need downtime to recover because when there is overload, sometimes your brain just shuts down. So I think using reading, also combining it with information that you get from AI-driven tools, digital tools, I think the balance is the key.
Okay, let me move over to something because there's no timer out here, so I don't really know how it goes. Is there one? Okay. Oh, okay, so we have 6 minutes left. I mean, it's a little difficult, no eyes at the back, so. Let me then try and steer it so that we have time for questions from the audience. Just to quickly say, my background was 32 years in ship management in Anglo-Eastern as safety and head of training. And actually all the stuff that Delna talked about, micro-learning, gamification, that's what I do now in my second innings after retiring from Anglo-Eastern. So coming to your experience with IMHI, my experience says that are we doing enough in terms of the medical standards that are existing today for the health of seafarers, in terms of using all that is the advancements in modern medicine? As an example, defibrillators are not mandatory even today in the IMHI scales. And the advancements in telemedicine that we see over land, especially in countries like Australia and US and Russia with vast hinterlands where there is a difficult to get doctors in. What can we do more in terms of helping the health, both mental and physical, of the seafarers by looking at these standards?
Well, I start with the defibrillator because it's quite a hot topic and it's very close to the heart of IMHA members. In fact, in September, in IMO, during the Maritime Safety Committee, the subcommittee, this question was brought by an International Bulk Terminal Association, which think that we would like to require the IED on every ship. Right now, it's mandatory only by Germans. UK recommend, and some cruise companies, or it's according to the ship owner. The information that approximately 1,700 cardiac arrests happened every year, and this can be, of course, a saving, tool. In fact, in the newest International Maritime Health Guide we call it not for ships, but for seafarers and fishers, which were published by IMHA and International Chamber of Shipping last year, we mentioned that all the ships type A and B should carry a defibrillator on board. In general, the countries were in favor, but they refer to their medical advisors, and there is a question like, dust, vibration, how the training should be done. So I more was in favor in general, but because this topic is not covered by STCW and MLC, they think that there is more, should be concern of ILO. So I think we should make an amendment then to STCW, to the model courses of training and to the MLC and install it. When somebody talking about the cost, it's not too much for the shipping company, it's around 1,000–2,000 euro and the proper training and drillings all the time, because if it's wife in 5 years, it's definitely not enough. Also about telemedicine, we're trying to implement it as much as possible, and if you see the guide, every time it's written, contact the TMAS first. Also, we're trying to establish a curriculum for the TMAS doctors, and in 2024, it was a workshop in Esbjerg in Denmark when we're trying to teach the doctors how to react and how to consult. One of the problems is the language, because it's better when the seafarer will talk to the doctor who is speaking his own language, because very often something gets lost in the translation.
We have AI for that now. My company, we do translation of all the videos that we make for learning in 15 different languages for the seafarers, and it's all done by AI, 97–98% accurate. So that problem we can solve with AI. Dr. Delna, with your experience in ship management in 2 companies now, what does the industry do when a seafarer actually reports a mental health issue and comes back home? What do you see? I don't see too many crew management people in the room that I can recognize, but what do you see as the experience of our industry in actually giving support to people in order to report mental health issues?
Thank you, Captain Chawla. Once a seafarer reports a mental health concern, initially what happens is he may be repatriated, and a mental health concern triggers assessment. So there would be an assessment which he would have to undergo. If he is declared temporarily unfit for sea service, then unfortunately the path to sea service is unclear. It's unclear. Another thing is, if he is if he's permanently declared unfit, then again, what is the pathway for a gradual reintegration to duty again remains unclear. Another thing is, what I feel is the narrative is slowly changing. This is slowly changing. When we look at some forward-thinking maritime companies and recruitment agencies, they have put into place confidential support systems. They have put into place return to work, transparent protocols, and also onboard peer support, which is important. Another thing is a lot of the recruitment agencies sometimes may not be aware, or they may not have a structured support, in which case in which case the seafarer is left alone to look at recovery and re-employment all on his own. What I strongly believe in is that we need to move from a punitive medical model to a more rehabilitative medical model. What I mean by this is that mental health needs to be looked at as a health condition, and also we need to stop blanket exclusions. It would be worthwhile to look at transparent protocols where they can be gradually reintegrated once fitness for duty is restored. Also, counseling, follow-up counseling plays a very, very important role. And also science has come a long way. So you can have complete recovery from a mental health condition many a times. So I think it's very important that we look at these, and it should be, mental health should be seen as not a liability, but something which is very, very critical to overall well-being. Thank you.
Thanks. We're running out of time. I'm sorry that we can't take questions because that's gone in red now in the plus. So we'll finish with that, and I'm sure Dr. Ilona and Dr. Delna will be happy to answer questions during the next coffee break. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Pradeep Chawla, Dr. Ilona, and Dr. Delna Shroff. Just as an information, I would like to share that we will have a workshop from 3:10 to 4:05 in hall number 5 on Mariner to CEO, taking the first step with Jagmeet Makkar, FICS mediator and independent arbitrator, director, Skills Plus, Singapore and Hong Kong. All those of you who have registered for the program, you can go to hall number 4, which will start at 3:10. And if there's anybody else who would like to go and attend the program, you could go there and check if there are any seats available. Now we will play a promo video. This is a video on Maritime SheEO in an effort to empower young women, has a mentorship program and actively encourages individuals to register as a mentor or a mentee. Dr. Joanna Bakuni has been a mentor with Maritime SheEO. Here is what she said she had to say. And also kindly note that you can apply to be a mentor or a mentee by visiting the mentorship page on the Maritime SheEO website. Play the video, please.
The Maritime SheEO mentorship program connects women at all stages of their careers with industry veterans and experts, like me, who have walked this path before and understand the challenges. We provide guidance, support, and advice that can change careers and lives. This year alone, we have connected over 50 mentees with 19 mentors. Through the platform, I have been able to provide to my mentee all the support she needs to succeed.
So that was a video on the mentorship program being run by the Maritime SheEO. Now we'll have a talk given by Monica Hall, founder and CEO, Phyllis Consulting, on dealing with imposter syndrome. Ms. Monica Hall.
Okay, can everybody hear me okay? Yes. Well, let's begin. Well, thank you everybody for joining this session this afternoon. I'm super honored to be here. It's my first time in India, and it's been a wonderful visit so far. And thank you, Sanjam. I don't see Sanjam. For inviting me, Tenas, and the Maritime SheEO team for inviting me to be here today. So, and yes, welcome. I may be walking around, so good that I have the mic here too. So welcome again, everybody. Now, who am I to be speaking about dealing with imposter syndrome? Do I have an accent? Do I look different? Who am I? So I stand here with you, having trained over thousands of CEOs, Fortune 500 companies, done coaching, training, and have done trainings and corporate communication for over 20 years, with my company, Feliz Consulting, for 10 years, and yet, do I feel the feeling of imposter? Yes, all the time. Now, this little girl sometimes knock on my head, the little girl from Brazil, who didn't speak proper English until she was 19, living in a middle-class family in small-town Brazil, moved to Hong Kong when she was 19, and this little girl is me. And that's my imposter story. Now, before coming to this big conference and speaking in India, I thought, who am I to be talking to a prominent audience in a big conference, 3 days in India, Maritime SheEO, and I felt the voices. Do you belong? Did you earn the right to be here? Who are you to be talking about it? My friend called me the imposter expert, and I said, please don't say it out loud, right? So I want to ask you, how many of you have had voices like that in your head? Yes, can I please have a show of hands? Voices that tell you, I'm not good enough, or I don't belong, or am I prepared enough to talk at a conference, or to even speak up in a meeting, or to ask for a promotion, right? How many of you have had these voices in your head before? Can I please have a show of hands? All right. I'm glad, all of you. And I have to say, you're not alone, and this is a human condition. So, what is imposter syndrome? And you are not alone in this. 70 to 82% of people experience imposter syndrome at least once. So this is most of us in this room, not a small number of people. 90% of top performers experience it at work, according to Harvard Business Review. So this is not a flaw. This is a sign of a high performer, somebody who cares, who wants to do well. Women are disproportionately affected due to societal expectations and lack of representation. And many times it's even worse in certain groups. So we are not alone. The data is real. Now, what is imposter syndrome? What are we talking about? So it's a psychological pattern where individuals feel doubt of their accomplishments, fear of being exposed as a fraud. They're going to find out I'm not good enough. Feel their success is undeserved, or say, oh, I just got lucky. In simple terms, you feel like a fraud and you're terrified you'll be found out. So early on, I met somebody in the restroom, and I said I was the one speaking about imposter syndrome. She's like, oh, I have this. And I said, we all do. It's a big club. Welcome to this big club, right? You are not alone. And there is also a big impact on performance, which can act up in different ways. One, it could be overworking. 60% sacrifice personal time to prove their worth, according to a LinkedIn study. 3 times more likely to experience burnout. We just had a panel discussion on mental health and AI. Or people may fall into the procrastination pattern, which is 52% delay tasks due to perfectionism. I won't start until I can do it flawlessly, mindset cycle. Or we fall into avoidance. 75% of executive women report having avoided key career opportunities due to imposter syndrome. 40% hesitate to apply for promotions despite qualifications. So here we have young cadets, new graduates. We have people who have been in the field for years, experienced leaders, right? We all experience it. Sometimes it's, oh, I'm not applying for the job because I don't feel I'm good enough. So then we avoid, or we procrastinate, or we overwork to the point that we burn out. We don't sleep and we don't perform. So the research is real, the impact is real. Now, what can we do about it? I wish I had a magic pill, and that would be like, oh, I'll take it and would have no imposter syndrome. There is no such a thing. We all have it, and that's okay. Because what if we look at imposter syndrome as a gift of being human, of having flaws, of caring, of being perfectly imperfect. And that is okay. And I want to share 2 gifts that have helped me and my clients along their journey. First one is the gift of, does anyone want to guess? Anyone? The gift of humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It's thinking of yourself less. C.S. Lewis. So in my journey learning English, living in a foreign country, I was at the University of Hong Kong at age 19, not knowing anyone, looking different, being different, not fluent. But I was humble to ask questions, to put myself out there. So it keeps us grounded, open to learning, open to growing. So for the leaders in the room, humility isn't a weakness, it's a bedrock of trust, psychological safety, and confidence. The person who thinks they know everything and is on the top of the game, we better be aware of them, because it is a balance of humility and the gift of humility. Also, I want to share, poet Maya Angelou said, I have written 11 books, but each time I think, oh, they're going to find out now that I'm not good enough, right? And her work made with so much humility and so much human connection was where her confidence lied. The second gift is the gift of diligence. So how can we still be humble but work hard, prepare, plan, and dedicate? Again, being young, speaking little English in a different environment, I had to work twice as hard to become better, to prove myself, but also to work on myself and with self-love too, that I could do it. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with one small step, Lao Tzu. So taking one step at a time, we get better and we move on. Now, having done trainings and coachings to top firms and being in this conference for over 20 years, it started with that one little step with that one little girl in Brazil. So, Michelle Obama, I still have a little imposter syndrome. It never goes away, that feeling. What do I know? We all have doubts in our abilities. If Michelle Obama has these feelings, I think we're allowed to have these feelings too. And imagine what has she done with these feelings, right? And we can all do. We can believe in ourselves, and with humility, with diligence, we can do so much and keep moving forward. So remember the gifts, humility and diligence, and keep it all going. Now, it's all good to be thankful for our gifts, but gratitude itself won't get us to move forward. So there is a very simple yet powerful framework I want us to remember, which is the 3R, which is one, recognizing the voice. The voices we all have, the imposter voice. We have one too many. And then we do the 2, which is reframe. Reframe the narrative. And I'll share some of the tools that can help us in reframing it. And then reclaim our story with all our challenges, ups and downs, and show up the best we can. So how do we recognize the voice? How do we recognize our voices? So I want you to reflect. Do we have different voices in our head? Maybe one, maybe 2, maybe many. Are these inner voices kind to us, or they're usually harsh? You know, you're not good enough, you didn't prepare, are you sure you can do it? Why did you do this and that? And what can we do about them? So I actually have a voice in my head, and she has a name. Oh, my voice name is called Margaret, right? So Margaret is here, and sometimes she's like, oh, why are you doing this, Monica? And I just keep doing. Sometimes I tell Margaret with humility, thank you for showing up, Margaret, to keep me humble. And other times I tell her, just bugger off, stop annoying me. I'm not gonna listen to you. But I honor the voice. I just don't attach to it, right? The voices come and go. We don't need to attach. They can come and we can let go. So I wanna ask you, which voices resonate with you? Research usually labels 4 to 5 voices. Tomorrow I'm doing a workshop for a smaller group. We'll talk about 5 voices. But I believe there are even more than 5 voices, more than 4. So which one may resonate with you a little bit more? Number 1, the perfectionist. If it's not perfect, it's a failure. I'm glad to see so many taking photos. This is amazing. Second, the expert. I can only start when I know everything. Think of the expert as the perfectionist on steroids, right? Okay, I need all the information. I need to have all the content. Then I'm okay. Are we really okay, ever? Or then the third one, the soloist. Asking for help means I'm not good enough. We cannot grow by ourselves. We need to ask for help. Mentoring programs, allyship programs, leaders, managers, friends, family. The natural genius voice. If I struggle, I'm not cut out for this. Struggle, failure is part of the journey, and it's about embracing it. So I want to ask you to think about it. Take a moment and identify at least one situation where your imposter has been loudest recently. When was it? Name it to yourself. Name this other voice. Is it Margaret? No. You can call it anything, right? And what do you hear? Is it kind to you? Right? Or can it be kinder? So that's the first thing, is identifying, recognizing this voice. Noticing, acknowledging, recognizing, but don't attach. Then, to grow yourself, you must know yourself. That's how it all begins. Now, second R is reframe. How do we reframe the narrative? So, first, we become a more positive mental debater. And then we build an evidence log. So how do we do that? Instead of when the thought coming, I'm a fraud on this project, I'm not good enough, or am I really prepared? We reframe with a positive framing and 3 pieces of evidence that proves the contrary. So with my experience here coming, I thought, okay, I'm not good enough. No. I got this, Monica. I'm worth it. I prepared for it. I have done workshops for over 150 people to Hong Kong Stock Exchange, to senior lawyers, to law firms, to banks. I got this. I've prepared, I've researched, I've read, and I'm here showing up to the best of my abilities. But we must reframe to ourselves so we know where we are and how to become a positive mental debater and build an evidence log. And then I would like you to have a little exercise in your groups, not in your groups, with your neighbor. First is, think of a small or big win, a recent personal or professional success you're proud of but haven't celebrated. What is it? Can be big or small. I spoke up in a meeting, I delegated a task, I asked a question, whatever it is. And then I want you to share with the person next to you. And then I want you to reflect, was it hard to claim your win? Or what would it take for you to own it fully? Am I already up on 20 minutes? Oh my gosh, where did the time go? So I'll let you to reflect after because time is running out, right? But please reflect, please share. And remember these 3 R's. The 3 R's, which is reclaim your power and your own story, which is the third one. So recognize, reframe, reclaim. How do we reclaim? Integrate your own journey, embrace your path, including challenges and detours. Remember the power of yet. I met a student early on, and I asked her, have you done this before? She said, not yet. Yet is a powerful word as we develop and as we grow and we deal with imposter syndrome. So I ask you to use more of that word. And your signature story, your perceived weakness is your proven strength. With me, my accent, not being a native speaker, being in Hong Kong, that's part of my journey, and that's where I am right now, and I'm proud of it. So remember the 3 R's. So when the imposter speaks, you now have a process. Remember your gifts, humility, diligence. And the 3 R's, recognizing the inner voices, reframing the narrative in a more positive and with your evidence log, and reclaiming your power and your own unique story. So your seat at the table isn't waiting for you to become perfect and have everything figured out. It's waiting for you to show up exactly as you are, with all your flaws, all your imperfections, with your gifts, with everything. And that's how it should be. So when their imposter comes and tries to hold you back, ask your imposter to take a back seat, because from now on, you are the one driving forward. So I thank you, everybody. I leave you with a final quote. Do the best you can until you know better. Then when you know better, do better. Maya Angelou. And I leave you, besides a quote from my favorite poet, I leave you with this question. What is at least one thing you will do differently and a little bit better after today as you drive forward, as you deal with the imposter syndrome? So think about it, share it with somebody in this conference in these 3 days, and please stay in touch. So thank you, everybody, for having me. Thank you. Thank you, Geeta.
Thank you, Monica. That was really wonderful. I think you gave us a purpose today with 3 R's. Yeah? Recognize, reframe, and reclaim. I'm sure everybody echoes the same thoughts that I have today. Next, we will have a talk on why menopause awareness is a business imperative by Toril Bo-Stokes. May I invite Toril to the dais? She is a CPD accredited menopause coach, IPEC certified energy leadership practitioner.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for your presentation. That was a very good timing for me. I certainly also feel the imposter feelings like we all do, and maybe particularly on this topic, because which is kind of considered a relatively new one in our industry, but it so isn't. So thank you from me as well to Maritime SheEO, Sanjam, Birgit, Tenas, everyone, for having me here today and for opening up this really vital conversation. My name is Toril Bo-Stokes. I'm a menopause workplace consultant and coach. I used to work many years in the maritime industry, so I started my career in trade winds when I was 27. And then I worked for Stena in London for many years. So little did I know then that I'd be standing here today and talking about female health and particularly menopause in the workplace. So I'm going to cover 3 things today. Why menopause awareness matters for every leader and company, what the real world impact looks like, and how we can move forward from awareness to meaningful action. This is a leadership opportunity, not just a personal issue. So why should you care? Well, you probably, as a leader and as a company, already have mental awareness days. You provide psychological safety for your employees. You have ramps to make safe for your employees as well. So this is another one of those very important psychologically safe spaces we can provide for women at this stage. And it's a really big and important part of the diversity, equity, and inclusion part as well. I'll come back into this. What if 40% of your workforce is silently checking out? This is what happens in many companies. And it's not that women want to necessarily leave or quietly disengage, but it's because our bodies are changing and the workplaces have not yet caught up with it. So this is happening everywhere today in offices, on board ships, and across industries. If we ignore this phase, we risk losing talent, experience, wisdom, may I say, and leadership potential at stake. Before we move on, I just want to sort of recap a little bit on what is, or talk a little bit about what is menopause. Menopause is more than just the one day after 12 months of consecutively not having had the period. It's a transition phase which can happen for some women in early 40s, for some women even earlier. And it matters where we are from, what culture, what socioeconomic environment we grow up in. For example, in India, menopausal women tend to experience it some years earlier than the average of 51 in Europe and the Western world. So perimenopause is the phase leading up to the actual menopause, and perimenopause on average would last for 3 to 5 years. For some women it lasts a lot longer. For me it was 7 years, and it happened to me whilst I was also going through separation, divorce, and I had 3 young children. So we know that stress exacerbates symptoms, so that's why it's so important to look at ways that we can sustain this period and find ways of living with less stress, being aware of what's happening in our bodies, etc., both as colleagues and for ourselves. So post-menopause is then the whole stage after the one day where we didn't have our period for 12 consecutive months. We may be in post-menopause for a third of our lives. If menopause on average is 50 or younger, and we live until 80 plus, hopefully, we are a long time in post-menopause. And the reason why it's important to think about how we enter into perimenopause, how we look after ourselves, is because 3 factors may impact the way we entered into early menopause, for example. That can happen to many women. And that is osteoporosis, cardiovascular disease, and dementia. There's more and more research around these 3 items. So how we enter into perimenopause is really important for how we experience our post-menopause. In some countries, they call post-menopause our second spring. So I don't want to, it's not to talk negatively about menopause, it's an opportunity for us to have this, to experience it differently. When we talk about what menopause is, this is a list of some of the symptoms that women experience. I have in pink highlighted the ones that are reported to impact women in the workplace the most. So often the psychological symptoms are the most impactful ones. Some of those being anxiety, mood changes, depression, sleep disturbances. There's a lot of things happening at the same time potentially, and not everyone has all these by all means, and not one woman experiences this the same. It can fluctuate, and because of I'm not going to go too much into the hormonal levels, what happens, but basically estrogen, progesterone, and testosterone are our main hormones that start fluctuating in perimenopause. One thing I didn't write here, which is really, really relevant also for this audience and the younger women here, is how menstruation can start really be erratic in perimenopause. We can have heavier bleeding and bleed more frequently or less. And if you're a woman at sea, I've talked to a few of the students outside today who think this is a really important topic, and important that superiors and the rest of us have empathy and understanding for what we are going through and what we need, not least. 1 in 3 women experience debilitating menopause symptom. 1 in 3 have some symptoms and the rest may sail through it. But it's really important then, isn't it, that we are there for those 1 in 3 who really struggle through this phase. The Fawcett study in the UK from 2022 and later on similar studies show very similar figures, that 1 in 10 women have left their job due to menopause. And it's not necessarily because they chose to or wanted to, and also often they may not even be aware that they are in perimenopause, menopause. There's a lot of women, myself included at the time, I didn't know what perimenopause was. It's quite a sort of a recent phase that's come up in the last few years, and it's more talked about now than it used to be. But when we don't know, and we may go to endless of doctor's visits because we just didn't tie the knots together. 1 in 6, the latest research shows, consider leaving their jobs from the Foresight study. So this is a UK-based study. There is a study lacking, but more and more coming. In India alone, this is staggering, more than 150 million women will be in menopause by 2026. So when support is missing, everyone pays, right? So the total cost worldwide is billions of lost money due to both disengagement, sick abstinence in some countries, and losing women. So replacing a woman is a lot more costly than actually supporting her through this phase. This is a picture that we may have seen too many times in our industry. I used to organize conferences for TradeWinds. This is from Shanghai in 2009. There's one woman on the panel, and I know that this room is very different today, but sadly we do still see too often women leaving their careers at the top of their career, so maybe in their 40s and beyond. We do want, I know we all agree on this, we want plurality of thought, we want women in the room at every age. And so also a quote here by Annegry Reitan-Ringen, who works with security in the maritime industry. So it's more than a soft value, this. It actually impacts every office, every company. So is this your responsibility then? Well, I believe strongly that it is. And like mentioned earlier, we have Mental Health Awareness Days, we have International Women's Days, we have all these different initiatives. So yes, it is our responsibility if we want to be a leading company. And when we think about the government seeing this as a business issue, can we afford not to? Because this is the case worldwide more and more. So in UK, the legislation will be from 2027 that companies with more than 250 employees will need to report support initiatives as part of the gender pay gap reporting. There's several ISO standards incoming, BSI standards talk about this as well. There's big momentum in Europe at the moment for implementing awareness and initiatives around menopause in the workplace. In India this month, there was an announcement that, I can't remember the area of India now, I'm sorry, but that there will be implemented a 1 day per month menstruation leave, which is really, really good. It's a really good start. We need more than that, but it's a fantastic beginning and shows that all over the world this conversation is gaining more and more momentum. In Norway, where I'm from originally, Grieg Foundation are investing heavily in a research project with Bergen University called the CLAR project, and they will do similar study to the Foresight in the UK, where they'll be looking at menopause and the impact in the workplace. So what can you as an employer or a colleague do as a leader? The first step, because we will all be at different places around this, but the first step is to opening up the conversation. This month of October, actually happens to be World Menopause Awareness Month, so it's a great opportunity to be here to talk about this today. So it is about opening up the conversation, starting the conversation through awareness work, through webinars, etc., etc. Most of all, it's about building psychologically safe spaces, both for male leaders, for women themselves, etc., so that the woman can show up to work and not be worried about her menopause journey, and equally also with menstruation, that we shouldn't have to worry about not having the right products or be ashamed or feeling the shame and stigma. The main thing, I believe, is that we don't leave the women hanging there. So we don't just have the awareness work and then we leave it from there, but that we show that we really have meaningful initiatives in place, and that so the younger generation coming after us know that this is a company that leads and really take care of the women within the company. Some of the menopause-friendly organizations here So what they report is that they see really positive impacts on retention, on well-being amongst women, and also actually ripple effects to other potentially difficult conversations in the workplace. So this conversation, by opening this, also will open other stigmatized conversation within the organization. Things like menopause awareness days, may have cafes, menopause cafes, online meetings where women can come together in small groups and share, because not everyone feels comfortable talking in the bigger groups about this, so it's nice to have these small nurturing spaces as well. So I've put a QR code in here if any of you would like to have a conversation to see how your company could start this conversation. So feel free to connect with me here or take a picture of this. This is a staggering figure that's come out from McKinsey's Health Institute 2024. And a huge opportunity. So much exciting stuff happening in this space. And yeah, let's make sure that we don't see any more of those Shanghai photos in the future. So I thank you so much for having me here today and look forward to speaking to some of you afterwards. Thank you. Oh, one thing actually, sorry. I still have probably a few seconds. So tomorrow I am hosting a workshop for women going through menopause, perimenopause, and you can register. We still have a few places left, so that would be really nice to see some of you there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Toril. I think this has been such an invisible, under-communicated topic in our industry for so many years. It's amazing to see how it's now gaining attention, also among our male peers. So we are going to take you through a short inspirational video again. The SheEO Change magazine started a few years ago, and since then it has featured the stories of many women, including Dorcas Jonah. Here is a video from her. If you want to be published in the next edition of SheEO Change, please write to us before January 2026. Details are available on the Maritime SheEO website. So, take it away. Do we get a video? We have sound, but no visual. Let's see. There. Meanwhile, for the internship program that we're opening with Maritime SheEO for female students focused on female founders, we've already started to gain interest. So make sure, if you are somehow interested, make sure to grab hold of me or connect with me or contact the SheEO team to get more details eventually. The starting point of those positions will be January. Yay! Now we got the video.
Maritime SheEO launched SheEO Change and creates inspiring stories of women leaders, student voices, and diversity advocates worldwide. It's a platform to celebrate change and share what's possible in maritime. One of the first companies to spotlight me was Maritime SheEO, and I'm very proud to have been included.
I hope many of you will also take the opportunity to reach out to the SheEO team to have your story featured as well. Now we are going to dive in to unlocking real value in logistics beyond AI buzzwords, powered by Blue Eclair with Tejaswini Manjunath who's also a member of Maritime SheEO. Welcome on stage.
Hello, can you all hear me okay? Sleepy after lunch? Should I ask you all to stand up and turn around so you're not going to fall asleep? Because I don't have a presentation there. Can we do that? One quick twirl.
Yeah.
Stand up, up. I definitely don't want to put you all to sleep talking about technology. So, okay, thank you so much. That's fantastic. Hi, very good afternoon to everybody. Thank you to Sanjam, Lower Claire, Maritime SheEO for giving me this opportunity and a very debated topic, right? AI buzzwords. So let me start by asking, what are the latest buzzwords that you've been hearing this past week? Because I know we are hearing a lot these days. Any new buzzwords? Vibe coding? Augmented reality? Drones? So it's very hard to keep up with AI, which makes it very challenging for an industry like ours to implement it. And that's why it's important that we understand how do we really get value in our space, right? So I'm going to play a quick game, and you all will help me, okay? So this is 2 truths and a lie. I'm going to give you all 3 statements, and you'll tell me which one of it is a lie. This is about AI's performance, so this is not us, okay? So there were 3 questions that I asked AI, and the AI answered this, and you'll tell me which one. So first one is, what is required to transport raw meat? And the AI came back and said, you need refrigeration, and you need, all of that. Then I asked, what is the nearest port to Bangalore, right? And it said New Mangalore. And then I asked AI to extract the container number from bill of lading, and it extracted. So which of this is a lie? 1, 2, and 3. 3? 3. Actually, that's wrong. AI is smarter than that, and that's because in a bill of lading, you have context to a container number, and the container number is listed. You'll be surprised to know that AI didn't know that New Mangalore is not really a mostly used port, but it was actually Chennai, so it's missing the context, right? So you will have to work with AI to get what you want, and it's not as easy as, hey, let's go and implement AI. And I'm speaking to you all with an experience of working with a lot of TMS systems, doing a lot of integrations. I'm not an engineer. I am from business, but I've been working on implementing AI solutions because business context is what is missing. Everybody's talking about AI, and I don't think anybody's talking about how do you really get in business, and that's the lack we have today. So that's where it becomes important that we need to get the business context, and that's, so how do you really derive value of logistics, right? First, my friends from the Indian Maritime University, they were talking about data. I was very happy to see that. So that's where it starts. The very famous saying that garbage in, garbage out, all of that is true. If you don't have clean data, you are not going to get good results from AI. Is that clear? If you don't have good data, you will not get it. So if anybody here in leadership, my only urge to you is don't go to your team and say, Q1 2026, I want AI implemented in my business application. That is not going to work. And let me tell you, McKinsey says only 5% of AI implementations are a success. Only 5%. Because everybody wants to put their money. Everybody is saying, hey, let's implement AI. They don't know what to do. They're trying to do something. And then it fails. And you're going to lose motivation if you do that. So my suggestion there would be work with the experts to do that. if your core competence is not AI, if your core competence is logistics, is maritime, is forwarding, you have to be very good at that and get somebody who knows AI to help you with that, right? Because that's very essential. And if you're working, and I know in our business this happens a lot, right? If you need to book a shipment or track something, it's obviously like 5 emails, probably 2 Excels, and a couple of WhatsApp messages that are sent. Now, how can you automate a process that's so fragmented and that lives in people's head? And if one person is missing, then you don't know what's the status of that, right? So the real value will come only if you are spending time to standardize your process, and only then you will think about implementing AI. AI will not replace humans, right? We have the concept of human in the loop. Has anybody heard of that? Human in the loop, yeah? It's where we are saying, hey, let's have AI take the job, and humans will come and manage exceptions or manage outlier scenarios. I don't think that's the way for us to do it, right? It should be AI in the loop. The core of our business is people, right? And we use AI to help make us more efficient, to take away the boring work, which means that you have to automate the more simpler things first. Don't hire an AI innovations manager. I have an AI team, and I'm going to do that, right? Because if your data is not right, if it's not talking to each other properly, it's going to fail. And if there's one message that I want for all of you, it is that don't blindly say, I'm going to implement AI for the team. The strategic decisions should be made by humans, okay? So there are a couple of things that I can talk about. Documents can be automated, your quoting process can be automated, customer service can be automated, but don't go and say, I'm going to automate everything. You cannot automate your business. So there are 2 things that I think will be easier for everybody to remember. One is a horizontal integration that you do for something that happens across, right? Or you do a vertical functional integration. Pick one, spend 2 weeks to work with the data. If you cannot map it in your book and write, this is the process that I have, you're not going to automate it, okay? So anybody who's used AI in your organizations at work and it's been successful? Can I quickly get the use case? Yes, but you did invest the time before AI did that, and I would think it's the starting step, and it's not automating. Give me the entire curriculum, and then it's just ready to go. Definitely. Okay. Yes. Exactly. Yeah. Anybody? Right. Yes. Isn't that more work? Absolutely. I think that's the true case, right? We hear 2 examples here about definitely AI is going to help you, but if you need to have good data and you need to know what you want. You cannot let AI decide for you. And I'm sure you've heard this over and over again, but if you want to be successful, and as a fellow member of this community, that's what I would say. And most importantly, educate your team and make sure that they are all ready for the change. I see I'm over time, but if you guys want to have a chat, I'm very happy to connect. And please use this conference to ask each other, where are you using AI? Because you'll probably learn from their successful experience instead of failing by yourself and then, paying for those mistakes. So thank you so much for your time and attention. I hope nobody's fallen asleep, and enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much for AI Power Boosts. We will now have a short intro from Isabella Tatu. She has been a mentor with Maritime SheEO, and we will now see a video on what she has to say about the program. You can apply to be a mentor or a mentee by visiting the mentorship page on the Maritime SheEO website. Here we go.
Maritime SheEO mentorship program connects young girls and women in different stages of their career with industry veterans and experts who stand out just like me. Guidance, support are given throughout the process that literally changes careers and lives. This year alone, we have connected over 50 mentees with 19 mentors. I had the honor and privilege to be part of this program, and I've been supporting a couple of my mentees where resources have been offered using the community platform. I'd like to say a big thank you to Sanjam and Tenance for creating this amazing program, and wish you all to have an amazing conference. Thank you for having me.
And Isabella was here on stage last year for SheEO. Now we are going to start with the SheEO stories, and we will hear first from Sarmista Roy, who's a second engineer at Fleet Management Limited. Really looking forward to this.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sarmista Roy, and I am presently working with Fleet Management Limited as a second engineer. It's truly an honor and a proud moment for me to stand here in front of this August gathering and present myself. So thank you for listening and having the patience to listen to me. So thank you very much. My journey at sea began in the year of 2011 as a trainee marine engineer. And it was a journey, it has been one of learning, resilience, and very transformative, with a fair mix of grease, grit, and a few good stories along the way. So over the years, I have cleared my several competency milestones of clearing MEO class 4 exams, MEO class 2 exams, and finally in 2023, I have cleared my MEO class 1 exams from India. So which, ladies and gentlemen, mean that now Government of India has found me certified, and it has certified me to sail as a chief engineer, finally. Thank you so very much. And every time that I speak it out loud, it's amazing, like goosebumps, real chills. So yeah, partly from pride and partly from disbelief that I actually survived all those years of watch keeping. I actually survived all those noise, negative chatter, and I did it anyway, because why not? So looking back, I feel deeply fulfilled that I have joined Merchant Navy, and it was a very defining moment for me as a person and in a professional setup. It has defined me to be a person that I am today, which is a very confident person, and it feels like I have made it. So yeah, it taught me teamwork, adaptability, and a true meaning of leadership, and how to keep smiling even when the engine room felt like a sauna at 45 degrees Celsius. Trust me, it's not easy. Yeah, so when I first came across this field, and to be honest, I did not come across this field, my parents did it for me. And we were all clueless, but we were all very curious, and I wanted to, I had the willingness to explore something different, something that would push me out of my comfort zone and give meaning to, studies somehow. It's a feeling I cannot explain to you right now, but it's something that I chose for myself that, okay, let's do something different and see how it goes. So with a mix of courage and a touch of, I have no clue what I'm getting into, I started out with uncertainty, but something wonderful happened. I fell in love with it. I fell in love with shipping. I fell in love with sailing. I became addicted to the life at sea, to the rhythm of the sea, to the challenges that test your limits, to the independence that sailing gives you, and to the joy of troubleshooting, problem solving when things don't go as you have planned. So the thrill of it all, it has given me a purpose, to be honest. I didn't just choose the career, I embraced it as a whole package. The calm seas, the storms, and yes, even the smell of diesel oil. So yeah. So after my graduation, when I first joined a vessel as a trainee marine engineer, it was in the year 2011, I remember, and when I stepped on board, I was full of excitement, confidence, and a zeal to conquer the world. I knew it all. I was like, I have completed 4 years of college. I have stayed away from home. I mean, how difficult can it be? But universe had other plans, trust me. Because when I first stepped on, within few days, my second engineer, like when he got little bit time for me to see me, to train me, I went to him and I asked him, I saw him, troubleshooting with some machinery, and it was spilling oil all over the platform. And I went to him and I was like, okay, sir, what am I supposed to do here? Should I get a spanner? Should I get a hammer? What should I open? Should I loosen a bolt, nut? What am I supposed to do here? And my second engineer, very calmly, he looked at me and he said, okay, sir, Mishta, go to the motorman there and ask him where the cleaning supplies are kept and start mopping the platform. Mopping the platform, my friends. Like, I froze, I was stunned. My brain refused to process the word mop. I actually laughed and I just said, like, I was just looking at him as if, like, he has cracked the joke. But he was not laughing back. So there I was, a newly joined cadet, standing on a steel platform with a mop and a bucket in my hand, questioning every life choice that put me right there. But as the days went by, something changed. That mop, which once felt like my greatest humiliation, became one of my greatest teachers. Because every time I made a mess, I was the one who had to clean it up. And slowly I realized that how life works too. We are responsible for our own messes. That small, simple task taught me accountability, discipline, and even a bit of humility, which, to be honest, I badly needed at that age. So it's funny how smallest tools sometimes teach the biggest lessons in life. So looking back today, I realized that it was those small, humbling moments that the foundation of my leadership was built. Because true learning and leadership does not come from just books, exams, and giving orders. It starts when you are willing to get your own hands dirty, learn from the ground up, and respect the effort behind every job that has been done. So respect your work is what I thought, is what I learned. Another thing that I discovered in shipping, and that wasn't too surprising because I was already in a college full of boys. So I had that kind of mindset that, okay, I'll be surrounded by guys on board as well. So I will have that outcast feeling when I go on board. But it was a different kind of a feeling when I went on board because, you were questioned for everything, that you were pushed harder on the basis of physical work, that you have to prove yourself physically strong. And I didn't understand the concept because why? You just ask me what to do and I'll get it done, with my education background or whatever. You give me a task and I'll get it done. So it kind of frustrated me in the beginning. I thought that why can't, if I have come so far in the middle, why can't my superiors or my colleagues come in between and we can, have a good sail together. But it wasn't like that. And it was okay, it hurt a bit in the beginning. But working in a male-dominated field was, I accepted that it was never easy. But instead of breaking my spirit, it made me more determined to rise, more stubborn to reach the highest peaks. It pushed me to become a better engineer, a stronger leader, and a more grounded human being, to be honest. Every challenge, every tough day, and every unfair comment, they became fuel to my growth. And through it all, I realized that, I was made of sterner stuff. And it was okay. Like, let people be how they are. I just have to work on myself. I just have to grow internally, and that will lead to success. So yeah, that taught me a lot. And of course, things have changed now. People have become more adaptable to women on board. People have become more accepting nowadays. And me being in Fleet, I would like to say that Fleet was one of the companies where I found that integrally a part of their principle. Like when I first joined the company, it was not less than 4 years back, and they gave me the opportunity, they gave me promotions in ranks in the last 4 years. Like it was very fast. They trusted me. They gave me opportunities in different kind of their vessels with new technologies, with new learnings. And I have met some wonderful mentors in those ships who have shaped me how I am today. And they have given me that platform to learn more, to grow, to always be there, And okay, I'm losing time. Oh God, 10 minutes have already passed. Oh God, that's too early. But yeah, what I want to tell the new joiners and the cadets that, don't think too much about what is going to happen or how you are going to do in life as a seafarer. Just concentrate on working on yourself and your technical skills and hone that. See more videos, do whatever you have to do to, learn more technically sound things. And one day, trust me, you will find it in you that you are ready to conquer the world. And it will be very fulfilling. So all the best, and thank you so much for your time. I wanted to talk a little bit more, but it's okay. Next time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that boost. We now have another intro from Anna, because one thing that Maritime SheEO is proud of is our research. There has been conducted 4 research projects so far, and the 5th one is launching tomorrow. Here is Anna W. Karunatileke, who shares about the research wing, including a report that she was featured in. Let's see if we can get the video back up again. There, great.
Diversity isn't the right thing to do, it's a smart business. Through its research wing, Maritime SheEO is out to prove that companies and countries with more women leaders are more profitable, innovative, and resilient. Maritime SheEO brings the data, the stories, and the proof that inclusion drives growth. I am proud to be included as a case study in one of Maritime SheEO research reports in my home country, Sri Lanka, and I look forward to seeing what other reports Maritime SheEO works on.
Woohoo! What's measured gets done, as we say. We are now going to have a nice tea break, which is hosted by the Stance Ship Management. We have 20 minutes to interact for all of the talents here to reach out and follow up with leaders and seniors from the industry. See you back in 20 minutes. Don't forget to grab a selfie with your favorite speaker. I'll be back here at 4:20, and the bell will ring for you to enter. And to keep time of the rest of the program, make sure to come in at the right point. So, see you soon. Enjoy your coffee and some snacks. Bring your coffee or drinks inside. Let's see. So if anyone is still outside in the coffee lounge, please find your seats as we are ready to continue the program. Okay, then I will just use this for now, and then I will go and change when she's talking, okay? Yeah, great. Okay. Okay, so now we are ready to fuel your energy through the SheEO story of Zoe Upson. She's twice top 100 women, SheEO Entrepreneur of the Year, top 20 under 40 of shipping, and director at Fact, Freight and Commodity Talent. So welcome on the stage, Zoe.
Thank you, everyone. First of all, I'm going to apologize if I'm not as composed as I normally am. I literally just got back from the airport. Everything was delayed. The queues to get my e-visa through were bad. So I've literally had about a minute to throw my things in my room. I've not had a chance to change. So anyway, if I don't perform as well as normal, you know why. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Zoe Upson, and as I was just introduced, I'm the founder of Fact Talent and a women's group called Women Together. Now, I started from very humble beginnings. I'm from a little seaside town called Leigh-on-Sea. And that's a place called Essex, which is just outside of London. I am the youngest of 4, and from a very young age, I was this crazy, charismatic, probably a little bit too confident tomboy. And I had older brothers, and I always knew I wanted to be something one day. My mother ran a coach company, which was incredibly male-dominated, and my father was I don't know if you've seen Only Fools and Horses, but a bit of a Dell boy. He was always doing these odd deals, and I watched him fail and rebuild quite a few times. Unfortunately, my mum lost her business, and we lost everything. We lost our home, we lost everything. We went from a big, nice house to an apartment where my mum was sleeping in the living room. But what I think that has taught me is that you can always rebuild, and it doesn't matter what your start-off is in life, you can create something for yourself. So moving on, some of you will be shocked to hear that I was incredibly naughty in school. I was probably one of the naughtiest girls at an all-girls Catholic school, and luckily I had one lady, one teacher who saw potential in me. And she pulled me aside one day after maybe 100 letters sent to home and the discussions of being expelled, and said, Zoe, if you redirected your energy and put it into something good and focus, we think you could become a leader. And we actually think you're putting your energy in the wrong places. And I did manage to turn it around, and I ended up being the biggest troublemaker in the school to head girl of the school. And that was another part of me that was a huge lesson that, past doesn't define you, and you can always turn any situation around and make it a better one. Then on to university. I did a degree of all things in philosophy, so maybe not so good careers advice from my careers advisor at the time, but it was limited hours, about 4 a week. And I had this idea that I was going to set up a club night. And I ran, whilst at university, club nights. I had no idea what I was doing. I turned up to a venue with a really cheap Bic pen and a notepad, and I just told him that I was a club promoter and that I could bring a student night, and that let me do the marketing, you give us some cheap drinks, you keep the drinks money, and I'll take the door money. And I had this business at university, so that funded myself through university. Ultimately, I knew running around with 21-year-olds wasn't going to be the career of my dreams. So that led me, once I graduated from there, I just was like, I'm going to get any job at all I can get my hands on. And the first job I ever had, and this is where I was born into shipping, was with a company called Spinnaker Consulting. Lots of you may know them, maybe some of you have got your jobs through them, but that was my first job ever out of university. Now, I placed a young broker into a company called FIS, Freight Investor Services, and he turned around to my boss and said, I think you should get this girl while she's young. I think she'll make a good broker. And the next thing I know, I get a call from John B. himself asking me if I would like to come into the office for a chat. Now, I can honestly say I'm going to be really careful how I word this because I know we're at a business conference. But I was taken to a room for a matter of 5 minutes. I was told that I had to be thick-skinned, and I said, well, I have older brothers. I think I'll be okay. And they said to me, well, what if we tell you to off? And I said, I will tell you straight back. And they offered me the job there and then. So that's how I was born into shipping, as a freight derivatives broker. I was the only broker on the floor. And it was amazing and incredible. But I did often look around me and say, why aren't more girls doing this? I'm traveling all over the world. I have all these incredible relationships. Why are there not more girls in shipping? So I took a career gap. I had my daughter. I lived in New York for 3 years. And then I returned back, and Johnny B said, come back, come set up a tanker FFA desk, which I did. But now, being a mum, I'm really having a bee in my bonnet to change this industry, not just for my daughter, but for the future generation of girls. I asked John B if I could do something that's never been done before, and that was to set up an all-female tanker broking desk. As you can imagine, even though I work in headhunting now, that was not successful. I couldn't get girls anywhere for love nor money. The girls who I thought would be fantastic brokers said they did not want to do the job. Lots of girls hadn't heard of the industry. But I managed to meet 2 girls from Shell, you'll know the oil company, and I met with them and we had a glass of Prosecco and we had chats, and they told me about their jobs and their packages. And I said, I'm really sorry, but that is way too good to walk away from. Please don't give up your job at Shell to come join me on this desk. But what was born out of that was a group called Women Together. We just absolutely loved connecting with one another and just having girl time and letting our shoulders down. And that is where Women Together was born. Since then, we invited a few more girls to join us, and this was in 2018. We went from 3 to 6 to 12. We've now got over 1,800 members worldwide. We started off doing 1 breakfast a year to 1 sponsored event a year. And in the last 12 months, I think we've hosted possibly 12 events. We recently did a collaboration with Joe Malone. We've hosted all over the world, Dubai, London, Oslo. We've had mini micro events across Europe, and we really are just getting started. So that is the birth of Women Together, and it's the most wonderful community where women can come along, feel safe, connect, empower one another, and just let their shoulders down and, you know, enjoy being a woman in this incredible industry. Now, I also run a company called FAT, which is Freight and Commodity Talent, and when I was broking, I looked at my daughter, who I never saw because I was working 12-hour days. I only saw her at the weekends, and I thought to myself, what can I do that I can use my connections and I can use my skill set, but actually make change in this industry? Because to make change in this industry, you have to be in a position of power. And I knew that if I worked with business owners, I could make the industry more inclusive, more diverse, improve gender ratios. And we have statistically done that through several companies. And I think we've made quite an impact, not only with the businesses that we work for, but utilizing my platform on LinkedIn to speak out for the industry and to really sort of rally some change. So I'm just checking on the time. I've got 2 minutes left. So that's how Fact Talent was born, and you know, but I haven't done this alone, and I don't know if Sanjam's actually around, but when I started speaking out and sharing my story and trying to advocate for women in the industry, and just trying to actually entice more talent into the space, I'm trying to get business leaders who are more of an old school way of thinking to understand and help Gen Z to allure them into the industry, because for me, it's the best one on the planet. But Sanjam was one of the first people to ever recognize me and to post about me and publicate me in the Maritime SheEO publication. And that actually was really a foundation for me. From then, I went to being number 69, I think, on the top 100 women in shipping, to then 26, to then 2, which was last year. And it's all these building blocks, and it's all these women around you who support you and are the first ones to recognize you and to notice that you have the potential. And that's now is really, really what I want to give back. You know, I use my LinkedIn platform to lead the way. I have this community of women who I try to empower and encourage them all the time to go for awards. And, you know, and once you do start, I mean, I have a few awards now. Once you do start getting awards, that's when the recognition starts coming, and then you get more speaking opportunities. And, you know, a few years ago, Sanjam posted about me. Last year, I collected an award here, and this year I'm hosting, and I'm just so honored and grateful for her work and everything that she does, because I probably wouldn't be here without women like Sanjam to support me. So yes, as I was saying, I'm speaking more and more, and that's simply as I want to open the door. I then want to step back, and I really want to see other women fly. That's really my dream. Anyway, thank you for listening.
Just wanted to check if there are any questions. I don't think there has come in any from Menti, but if there are any of you that has some questions for Zoe, now is the time to ask.
I don't bite.
No, not so hard anyway.
Not so hard. Any questions?
Yes.
Hi. Hi. Yeah, so for me, since I've relocated to Dubai, which is just over a year now, my career has rocketed. There's a misconception that women are some second-class citizenship or they're not treated correctly. I cannot say anything that is not true. I've never felt more empowered. I've never had as many opportunities. There are so many companies who actually are putting their money where their mouth is and actually being proactive and making these changes. They want to see more women in leadership roles, and they're actually facilitating, not just talking about it. As I say, I've got my daughter Beatrice, and we are two girls together, and we are so safe, and we feel secure, and I feel that the opportunities there are immense, and particularly the surrounding regions. I think Saudi and Qatar will develop even more so off the back of Dubai.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And,
okay, no.
And actually, Zoe's participation here last year also brought her onto the TUL 1,000 Female Founders in Ocean and Energy list that was launched in Nice for the UN Ocean Conference this summer. So it just shows how this is just community building and basically the human ecosystem growing. We will now have a short intro from Ana Clara Nascimento. She has been part of the Maritime SheEO Leadership Accelerator Program, LEAP, which was amongst the first of its kind to truly give women the tools and have since then propelled women into leadership roles. Ana Nascimento is one of the participants from 2022 who's now a successful leader, and she is also going to speak at the conference on October 30th in AnchorCon. So, video, please.
Maritime SheEO Leadership Accelerator gave me the skills and confidence to take on roles that I've never thought possible. I was a participant in Maritime SheEO Lead program in 2023, and now I have the opportunity to speak on stage at the conference. I appreciate Maritime SheEO deeply.
And we are looking forward to see many, many more of those stories in the year to come. Now we are at the point where we are going to cover skill development and future readiness. This session is powered by SR Ports, moderated by Catherine Logie, Head of Learning and People Strategy at One Ocean. And with her, we will have a panel of Jagmeet Makkar, mediator and independent arbitrator, director of Skill Plus, Singapore and Hong Kong, managing principal, LSF Global. We will have Aishwarya Gupta Pilankar, director of Nautical Marine Management Services, Dr. Joanna Eugenia Bakuni, L&D manager, Maersk Training, and David Birwadkar, director, Strategic Growth and Institutional Excellence at HIMT. So we are looking forward to a great session on future readiness. Catherine, welcome on stage with your panel.
Can you hear me okay? Yes. I'm Catherine Logie. Thank you for your energy and your patience while we have obviously the very best panel discussion now on my pet subject, which is learning. Learning, not training. We're just waiting for one of our fellow panelists to join us. So I think in the interest of time, I'm just going to start by asking the panelists to introduce themselves very briefly, not only the usual information about their name and their company, but please, because this is a panel about future readiness and skills and training. And that doesn't stop when you leave school or university. Learning is for life. So please, panelists, when you introduce yourselves, can you tell the audience one thing that you personally are learning? Over to you, David. Could you start? Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Catherine. And thank you, Sanjam, for inviting me to be part of this lovely panel. I'm sure it's going to be a lot of value addition to all of the audience who's present here. Very briefly, Catherine, I'm David Birwadkar, director at HIMT Chennai. And upskilling and cross-skilling is always should be part of everybody's lifetime till one is taking his last breath. So as part of that, even at my advanced age, I am upskilling myself by doing an online training program with WMU in alternate fuels. And also, I'm trying to skill myself again on an online program on artificial intelligence and also better use of your chat GPT.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, that's me.
Joanna.
I think that's a very important skill, to be honest. So thank you very much for having me. I'm Joanna from Learning and Development in Maersk Training. I basically oversee our maritime portfolio around learning. And I also have a second role. I'm also an academic professor with Lloyd's Maritime Academy and with some private institutions in Greece. One of them is in partnership with University of Essex, and mainly I teach topics around maritime HR, training and development, and also unconscious bias and diversity and equality, which is a topic I am deeply passionate about. So I did my PhD in organizational behavior and psychology, and I was focusing on ethical leadership. And why I'm saying that is basically I studied a lot around, psychology on an organizational level. So the thing that I am upskilling myself right now, I'm doing my second master's degree in psychology, and more specifically, I'm interested around neuropsychology and cognitive psychology and the interplay between the way we are learning and our psychology and cognitive load. Yeah, so that's about me.
Thank you, Katie. So I'm Aishwarya Gupta Palankar, Managing Director of Nautical Marine Management Services, managing ships. And what I'm learning, first of all, I would say shipping is learning something that never ends. It can be a continuous process, which even after 30 years, I feel I must not have learned enough of it, and I can still go on for the lifetime. So that's one thing. But I think AI and more of such kind of equipments that I can use so that I can be on the end, be above the edge of to remain in the industry. That's what I think I'm learning as of now.
Thank you. And last but not least, Jagmeet.
First of all, thank you very much. And sorry I was away somewhere else. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm a maritime professional, started sailing at 1981, marine engineer. So, I mean, that expression shows I am from archaeological department. So actually, I am not from archaeological department. So sailed out at sea, ship management, shipbuilding, then gradually, after doing my ICS, got into commercial shipping, ship sale and purchase, finance. And then I said the best way to make use of it is start teaching and learning more and more. So that's what I'm doing. I'm a mediator, arbitrator. I teach mediation, arbitration, and I teach number of courses. That's only an excuse. Basically, I get paid for learning. That's what I do.
Fantastic. So lots of lifelong learning continuing there. Okay, Joanna, first question straight to you. We're going to go fast now because we have limited time for a very big topic. Reports state there are only 2% of women working at sea, a very low percentage. So Joanna, do you think there are any specific skills, training or awareness that women need in order to increase the percentage at sea?
Thank you very much for this question, Catherine. And I think that there is a bit of a cognitive dissonance here, and we equate representation with certificates and specific skills. So this 2% is, I don't think it's going to be solved just by more training or just by recruitment. It's more a matter of retention and eventually a matter of belonging. And of course, training can help with the underlying culture that supports, let's say, this representation dynamic within the industry. But it can do so much. And of course, it can't change culture in a night. We don't have a magical training solution that can upskill people and just change their beliefs and their normal operating procedures in a night just because they attended the training. I mean, there is a logical fallacy here, right? That we are trying just with, I don't know, gender sensitization programs to change a whole culture. Of course, it is a start, and we need those trainings. We need awareness level trainings, but it has to be across the organization. Even if we build the best L&D initiative, even if we build the best training program around diversity and inclusion, if the leadership within an organization, the senior management within an organization don't believe in that, then I'm afraid we will keep recirculating the same culture. And at the same time, we need to focus on different groups. So for men, we need to focus on topics like bias, like cognitive bias, and how it can interplay. But also, we need to focus on allyship, right? On men actually becoming allies of women. And for women, we need to focus on building confidence and building trust and cultivating psychological safety within the organization. But I'm afraid that many times for women, we create these leadership programs when they are in a leadership position. So the real issue here is creating leadership pathways for all women, regardless of where they are in the hierarchy, right? So I know I'm mindful of time, right? So, I think that it's not a matter of a technical skills gap, it's a matter of a relational gap. And I think that when we build belonging, those skills will follow.
Thank you, Joanna. I might rudely interrupt you a little bit so that everyone has a chance to speak, but that was a really, really deep and interesting answer. I'm going to come to David now, if you don't mind. We're in India, of course, and I understand there's a lot of initiatives you were telling us in the preparatory call. Are there any specific training initiatives to develop women for careers at sea happening here that we should know about?
Thank you, Catherine. And I think Joanna, or Joanna, as she likes to be called, already mentioned a few things which need to be done, like gender sensitization and awareness in the male colleagues about accommodating the women, etc., etc. And it's also being led by the Director General of Shipping through compulsory training programs in the pre-sea, post-sea, and also a lot of organizations also taking it up, like IMU, etc., etc. It's part of the PMO's Amritkal vision for 2047, in 2030. It's all part of it. But that apart, as I was mentioning to you, that we see it that it's especially in the tier 3, tier 4 places or remote villages, from where we can now expect more maritime seafarers to come from, because I think the urban cities, etc., or like metros like Mumbai, Calcutta, they will probably go for more glamorous professions like IT, etc. So probably we'll have to look at thrusting from there. And there, the issue is not the girls, but the parents, because the parents are not really sure they want to have that as a career for their daughters or the sisters or etc., etc. So that is where the awareness will have to probably come in a big way, that it is a safe profession. It's a profession as good for men as good for women. It's a very, very safe profession. Understanding is a lot more. It's like joining the army or the navy, where you are away from home for days together, but it's as safe as anything else. So that awareness probably to be incorporated, right, not only by having awareness program, which I was mentioning to you, but also probably to teach that in schools when they have the PTA meetings and the parents are made aware that this carry also one of the options they can look at favorably. Not that that's the only option available, but yes.
Thank you so much, David. It's really interesting, and there are similar schemes with perhaps a bit of a difference in the UK with schools as well. Aishwarya, you're a very experienced leader, female leader in maritime. In your experience, is there anything that leaders need to do specifically to help promote women? Because there's also a minority of women in senior leadership positions on shore.
Yeah, so that's what I was, thank you, Kathy. First of all, thank you, Maritime SheEO and Sanjam, for this kind of sessions that keep on inspiring women in whatever possible ways we are trying to do here. So I would say I would just say that I had met few months ago a woman. 2 decades before, she must have joined in some small company, like in a ship management company, where she was just as a trainee. After 2 decades back now, when I met her, she is, she is competent enough, she's doing so many jobs, she is taking decisions and all that. So I just asked her simple questions. What is the difficulties that you see, that you face during this path to reach to this point? So the point is, from mid-management to the senior management, there is a very narrow gap. The gap is like, from mid-management to reach to the top management, the thing that the problem that I see is that you're not seen, you're not heard, you're not seen, just because you're a woman. That is the biggest challenge that I think I see and I face. And unless that has been taken off, that has been removed off, and that can be removed by the leaders like who are already there in the industry, who are doing things, and if you see them, if you see like celebrating women that you are doing today, if we do this, the other women, they look at it and they get inspired through it. That is one of the ways of doing mentoring. Mentoring is the more key of getting more women into that, so that they are confident enough. So they are confident enough to speak out what they feel and what is right at that point of time, that they put their step down and say, this is what I'm capable of. I am supposed to be heard. I am going to speak up. That's very important.
Yeah, I think we could all probably relate to that experience of women not being visible in junior positions. There's two things for me. There's a lack of confidence that you mentioned, but also perhaps a duty on the part of the leadership, whether they're male or female leaders, to be proactive in creating that culture and really encouraging women so they know that they can speak up. It's one thing saying, please speak up, and it's another thing working in an environment where that is the case. Jagmeet, I know you do a lot of work supporting and mentoring men and women. Could you give us any examples from your work about how you have helped to develop skills or confidence, perhaps with younger women?
See, coming from Hong Kong and interacting with the people there, the men and women, I find women far more confident than men. To be very honest and very frank.
Not a confidence issue.
They're far more confident. Yesterday I was teaching mediation, to be very honest. Out of the 50 lawyers, there were 45 were women. Yeah, they're just like 4 or 5, they were men. So what I feel very strongly is that the people in the corporations, they have to walk the talk. We talk a lot in the boardrooms, we should do this, we should do that. But coming to the real life, it's not done. So this is something which needs to be done. And even when they do it, it's with the attitude of, we must give this opportunity to the women. No, you don't have to. Don't have to give that opportunity, just don't be the roadblock. Yeah, don't stand in between. There must be equal opportunities as a company, as the policies, as you rightly said, top down will have to be there. It has to be there. There is no other alternative. Regarding skills, yes, the I can do it spirit, or not having that self-doubt, that I do feel that little bit of push in terms of training and soft skills, emotional intelligence is required, a bit more focused for the women, and the men need to be sensitized that there is another world beyond just you. Yeah? And then 50%, you don't have any manpower problem. First, you stop using this word manpower. Just call it human resources. All right? So it's not man. Why man? What manpower? So it should be. Sorry, I went a little bit this way.
No. I mean, we can't separate these subjects of people and learning and culture. It's actually quite a difficult topic because we're talking about skills and training, but in fact they're all interdependent, right? Thinking about future skills and future readiness, every conference you go to, every article you read about training is talking about future readiness. What does that mean to you, panelists? Does it mean technical skills? Does it mean training in digital literacy? Does it mean soft skills, whatever that is? What do you think is more important? Maybe it's a technical skill. Any thoughts, perhaps? David? Yeah?
So I think it's a mix of both the technical skills and also soft skills. So technical skills, basically, if you look at it, the alternate fuels, digital proficiency, and also cyber security are, I think, 3 which come to my mind immediately. And soft skill is also leadership, cross-culture, amalgamation, and, acceptability, basically gender sensitization. And, so all of this, a mix of all of this would probably upskill and also cross-skill women, or even, and all seafarers to be better players in the maritime field.
And Aishwarya, did you have any thoughts from that question?
Yeah, I really think that women are pretty confident, okay? And their skills are also very good, but they need to always keep on proving them twice, which is not what I believe is required at all. Just put your foot, each time I go on telling, put your foot down, speak your heart away, and do exactly that you want to do. Don't worry about what 300 men sitting in front of you would want you to do or not do. Just do it, and you are the best. Feel that. When you feel that from your inside, it will come to you. You don't need to prove to anybody but to yourself.
Thank you. Joanna, anything different to add?
I think that, in the matter of skills, it's not only what we are learning, but also what we are unlearning. Because for learning to take place, you need to unlearn old habits, and you need to unlearn old ways of thinking as well, right? So in an era that is transforming so rapidly, we also need to stay adaptable. And adaptability as a skill is something that we really don't cultivate. And also, we did point out about AI and digital literacy, and yeah, that's fine. But there is an important skill that we also need if we are to use AI responsibly, and that's critical thinking. Because you can't delegate authority to an AI. You can't delegate the process of thinking to AI. And I think that it's very important for the younger generation to cultivate the skill of critical and analytical thinking.
Joanna, I think that's a whole conference topic right there. Delegate critical thinking. Yeah, you can't delegate critical thinking, sorry, to AI. Jagmeet, any thoughts about future skills and readiness?
Thank you. I think 2 points that come out right now is the culture and the transformation. Skills, in terms of hard skills, is not a big deal. The women are far superior. I mean, my wife is
the soft skills.
My wife is a better driver than me. She does everything better than I do, except cooking, that I am better than her. And she likes my cooking, so that's fine. So that's not a problem as far as the hard skills are concerned. The soft skills part, I think we have to go a bit long way. In the sense, it's not that women are lacking, no. Look at the culture in which we have brought in, right from, the situation at home, the way parents treat the kids, as well as in general culture in the organizations. I think that training, that skills training for both men and women, especially women, where I fully agree with her, need to put your foot down. You have to put your foot down. And women must be taught that it's okay to do that. If you say something that this is right, it does not make the other person wrong. But the way it is said, and that is where the soft skill training comes, how to reframe a sentence. You can always say that, let's say, David, what is it that you are doing? Or I could say, David, it would be so nice if you'd done it this way. Like that sort of...
Can we do it differently?
Reframing, and this sort of skills, I think, not only for women, as well as for men, which will be important. Hard skills is not a big deal. Yeah.
I think this is fascinating. We're right now in a period where the STCW convention is being revised, as we know, and is very much, I guess, focused primarily on hard skills and future skills and technical skills. But what the panelists are telling us is actually we need to think about human skills, if we could put it like that. Okay. You made me think about lots of things, about culture, for example. Do you think maybe there are cultural differences as well that we need to consider in how and what people learn? I'll give you an example. My own learning at the moment that I'm pursuing is on social psychology of risk, which is an interdisciplinary area which brings together anthropology and law and even religion and psychology, and it brings it into high-risk industries to help people understand risk intelligence and how to make better decisions in high-risk industries. So that's a very non-conventional area. Is there anything you think around those topics which is very important to integrate into a maritime curriculum?
I think cultural differences has always been an issue which needs to be addressed. I think we probably think it will be okay, we'll get adapted to it, but no. I mean, if you look at it, you say we have all Indian crew. India has so many states and so many diversified cultures, the food habits, the dressing habits, the language. And when you say that it's an Indian crew, there is so much of differences, and adapting to that differences probably is not an easier, it's easier said than done. So you have to probably be open to it and adjust, adapt, and be understanding towards the culture so that you can say it's okay to be that way. So yeah, so that's something which yes, we need to look at.
Joanna, it's very much your area, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think that as in all topics that there are, openness is of course one thing, and another thing is staying curious about a different culture than yours. Because when you are curious and you want to learn more about that culture, the more you learn, the more you realize that you might have some commonalities that previously you might not have known, or you might realize that a person is behaving in a certain way because of he was brought this way. But if you're not curious, and if you're not asking people, and if you're not open to this discussion, then you will stay in a silo of your own culture.
Perfect. Okay, so in the last few remaining minutes, and I'm getting good exercise checking the clock there, I'd like to ask all the panelists, please, to conclude. What one realistic action would you recommend to the cadets and all the women here today that they could take? Something that they could do to help them learn and improve their careers after this conference. One realistic action.
Yeah, we just now had a meeting with a number of seafarers. One thing that came out very clearly was there is a gradual increase in self-confidence. So that self-confidence part, to be aware, one is to know, self-confidence I have to. One is to realize it. One simple example that I would like to say here. The boys and the girls, the cadets who are sitting here, the environment that they are here now, and what they think back, environment is at home, and that cultural difference between here and there, how they are empowered, and they need to empower themselves to be able to reconcile that. So that reconciliation will help them quite a lot.
So what's the action exactly?
The action in that would be to learn more about human behavior, managing the situation at home, and maximizing the outcome of what they are doing it here.
Perfect. So practice reflection skills is what I'm hearing. Thank you, Jagmeet. Aishwarya?
For the cadets, I think they have been learning too many things. But today, what debate showed was too ahead of time, was what I felt. Like they are really good with that. But I think we have to go down to the roots also, where it is very important for the grassroots where the training is happening. And it is supposed to be happened. I have a program called Jalpari that I run across the country, where I go to schools and different colleges where I train, and I talk about shipping. So where they're not aware of what maritime is about. And shipping is just not about the cadets or there. We have so much more. I keep on talking about shore also, because seafaring, like maritime is not just about seafarers or female onshore, offshore and onshore. So we have so much to do onshore also. If we have those skills, again, I'm not taking away anything from the cadets, but there's so much more that you can learn and do in onshore that, and that needs to be taught from the grassroots.
Thank you. So shipping and maritime related but not the same. So maybe think broadly about the maritime industry. Thank you. Joanna, one concise, realistic action, please.
Own your learning journey. Don't wait for a company to define, what your learning should be. Make an audit of your competencies, see where you might lack some skills and competencies, and actually invest in them. And, it doesn't come easily. You need to exert a certain effort. And I will borrow the words of a famous Greek philosopher, Aristotle, because I'm Greek. You might have guessed that. Excellence is a product of habit. So you need the effort, and you need to own your story. Nobody's coming to save you.
Nobody's coming to save you. Fantastic. Wow. You've got to top that now, David, to the last comment.
Try that, but as Jagmeet says, we must respect the smart women in the room, so that's why I'm doing that. But anyway, so very quickly, I think that everybody will naturally upskill themselves to reach the top, and I think everybody aspires to reach the top. But you have to also cross-skill yourself and also be aware of the other person's issues and what are the requirements, to have empathy for that particular, like you're in nautical, then you have empathy for the technical side, or in HR, then you have empathy for the other employees which are there. If you have that, then probably you will probably be a better leader and a more understanding leader, and that will probably make you more successful with the softer side.
Perfect. And we've run out of time, so if anyone wants to know what my top tip is, you'll have to come and find me later and ask me. Thank you very much to our panelists. I've really enjoyed your comments. Appreciate it.
So before proceeding in the program, I just wanted to continue to recognize some of the amazing supporters and sponsors for today's conference. We have for Trailblazer partner All Cargo, Cocktail, Rastec and Sunav. Dyna Network Partners is International Registers, Marshall Islands. We have Odex Global for technology, Bose and Mitra for legal, SAGT for lanyards, MSC Crewing and MSC Agency for gifting partner, C-SPAN for comfort, and Indian Maritime University for nautical knowledge partner. So those are just a few more of the supporters for Maritime SheEO, and the list is growing every year, I'm very happy to say. So, let's see here. Akanshka Batura Pai attended our conference last year for the first time, and now we will hear what she has to say in a short video.
Attending the Maritime SheEO conference was life-changing. I met leaders who inspired me, future mentors who guided me, and peers who became lifelong friends. I can't wait to attend the next one.
And from a first-time attendee to a long-standing supporter of Maritime SheEO, we will now hear the last SheEO story of today with Gillian Carson-Jackson. Some of you might have joined her mentoring session earlier today. Gillian is the honorary president of the Nautical Institute, managing director of JCJ Consulting, director of Global Met, and a fellow at Royal Institute of Navigation and the Nautical Institute. So let's just see if Gillian, since now we are a little bit ahead of schedule, I think. So let's just see where Gillian is at the moment. And while waiting for her, let's see how this day has been for the audience. Of the talents and students out there, how many of you have identified new opportunities for your next steps in your career? Please raise your hands. How many have identified new career paths? None? Oh, there, a few here, great. Too short. How many of you, and then across the entire audience, have gained new inspiration today? Oh, that's better. Excellent. How many of you have met new and interesting industry colleagues today? Okay, that's good. How many of you are planning to come back next year? Oh, this is better. Yes, excellent. And how many of you think that it's a great, great concept of starting the Maritime SheEO conference with the students? Yay! Excellent. So let's see, has anybody been able to trace and track down Jillian? Let's see. Not yet. Ah, here she is. Great. I'm so sorry for putting you on the spot here, Jillian. We were suddenly ahead of schedule, which I never heard of happening any time at an Indian conference. Yeah, he's here. So welcome on board. Please take the stage. Oh, handout mic. Yep. Clicker. Great. Anything else that you need?
Let's see, we had a session on... Oh. Is that working? Yes. Oh, yeah. I think we had a session on imposter syndrome. So actually, you know, that's it right now. Could I have a chair on stage too, please? Oh, that's just because I need a place to sit. So I'm very impressed that you're ahead of schedule. That makes me feel really good. I think maybe I'll put it on the edge. Could you sort of put it here? Okay, I just have to direct things. Okay, how many people have put up furniture in their house and they put a couch somewhere? They go, no, 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 that's not right. Move it somewhere else. No, 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 that's still not right. Move it somewhere else. And their husband, my husband, says, no more, it's staying put. So thank you for moving my chair, and it will stay put. Okay, I'll sit down. So I just came from a wonderful discussion about women in maritime, and what it is that we do. So I have an interesting title for this. I have a question for everyone out there. How many are in a career, put your hand up if you're in a career that you plan to be in? Ooh, wonderful, I've got a few people. That's good. But for most of us, I think we end up somewhere where we had no idea where we were going to go. Did anyone here actually plan to be in a career in maritime? I shouldn't say it's the cadets, because of course you're there. Anybody here plan to be in a career in maritime? Oh, I got some people. Thank you very much. That's good. I got another hand back there. I didn't even know about maritime. I didn't know there was a career opportunity. And so I didn't mean to go to sea. I actually stole that title from somewhere else. There's a great children's book. It's a series of books by Arthur Ransom. And he's got this great series, and the one title was, We Didn't Mean to Go to Sea. I didn't mean to go to sea. I meant to be a figure skater. How many people love figure skating? Okay, I adore it. I got a couple of hands. Excellent, 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 excellent. I started figure skating when I was 3 years old. I did it all my life. By the time I was 17, going out of high school, I had my career planned. In fact, I had it in the newspaper. Carson set to join European Ice Show. I had auditioned. I had been accepted. I had a ticket to go to Germany. Now, okay, question. Where do you think I'm from? You've heard me talk. What country? I am from Australia, but I'm actually from Canada, so I don't sound like an Aussie. In fact, I don't even know some of their lingo, but I can actually understand some Aussies. But I'm from Canada, so to go to Germany for a Canadian at the age of 17 was huge. And you probably can't see a year on that. No, you can't. What year do you think that was? 1983. So that was actually 1982 because I had my life planned out. 1983, I joined the Coast Guard. All of this was planned. It was all ready to go. Yes, it was at that time of your life when you actually go and you applied to every university going. And at that time, applied to universities. And my boyfriend, it was high school, so it was like a boyfriend for 5 minutes-ish, you know. You change them like you change your socks. But anyways, he had told me that he was going to go to this place called Coast Guard College. And I said, what on earth is that? I said, well, I'm applying to everything anyways. I had my application, so I sent it there as well. And I thought, there we go. So, you know, if he's still my boyfriend in, 2 more days, at least we've both applied. How many of you had a bunch of boyfriends when you were a teenager? Oh, yes. Okay, actually my husband's in the audience, so I should watch this one. Anyway, so my plan was that I was going to be a figure skater. I was going to go to Europe, skate with an ice show for 3 or 4 years, come back, get married, have 2 kids, 2 cats, and teach figure skating. That was my goal. I had it planned out. Now, didn't work that way. About 3 months before I was about to go, because it was like beginning of the year, I had actually torn a cartilage in my right knee. I had no idea what that all meant, but anyways, I tore a cartilage in my right knee. It healed funny. I did a medical. They looked at it. Germany said, no, you can't come because you won't be able to handle the rehearsal schedule. Your knee will give out. You cannot join us. It was in a newspaper. I had to go. Everybody knew. I was devastated. I was absolutely devastated. The next day, I got acceptance from the Coast Guard College. A+. That meant I got in no matter what. There were people who actually came to the Coast Guard College after people left who had a D. I didn't even know that. Anyways, I got into the Coast Guard College. I thought, well, I can't go skate. I don't want to go to university because everyone's going to university. And just like other speakers have said, I want to do something different. So I joined the Coast Guard. So I didn't want to go to sea. I liked ice. I felt devastated when this happened, but I picked myself up and I went to the Coast Guard College. Oopsies. All going to come in. There we go. I went to the Coast Guard College. And I never thought anything about it because, like I say, I just applied because my boyfriend applied. I had no idea what I was doing. I didn't know that there might be an issue with women in maritime. I had no thought of that. And I went to the Coast Guard College in '83. 1977, that's when the first women went. So this was 5, 6 years after. There won't be a problem. Won't be an issue. I never even thought about it. And actually, if you were to look at all of the women there, you would see that there were actually, I think about 18 women out of 62 graduates. We were pretty good. We were 29% of the graduates from the Coast Guard College were women. And so again, I felt, not an issue. And then I got to sea. Then I got on a ship. And then reality hit. So how many seafarers, how many of you have been on a ship? Women, come on, hands up. Women on a ship, yep. Okay, let me know, how many other women were on the ship with you? No one. Were you the only woman? Yes. One or another, yes. So I went to sea, how many? No one, yeah. And it really was like that. What year was that? What year? 2002. Okay, so I'm talking 83. So what's wrong with this world? Anyways, this issue is still there. So that was a class of 86. That's me. How 80s? Does it look 80s? Do you remember the 80s? I kind of want to forget them a bit with the hair. Especially the hair. Yeah, I think everyone looks at the photo and they look at the hair. I don't think I ever looked that young. Not really. But I loved it. It was an amazing experience. I got to go places and to see things I never thought I would be able to see. I'm going to go over time just to let you know. You guys were ahead of time. I'm going to put you back on time. So don't worry about that clock. It will go over. So I had this opportunity to do lighthouse supply, to drive little barges, to go to the Arctic, to drill for ice. Actually, that ice, I'm in there. I can't find that. It's the laser there. No, it's not going to work. That ice is in Viscount Melville Sound in the Canadian Arctic. It was the oldest ice because it had never melted. it's now melted. In my lifetime, where I stood is now no longer ice. And we drilled ice cores to study what was going on. So things really do change. John A. Macdonald, one of my favorite ships. So I had an opportunity to do amazing things. I did the first Arctic survival ice test on ice test that led to the guidelines on polar. Now they actually have a code, a polar code at the IMO. But I was doing the first tests for the guidelines. 5 days and nights on the ice, bloody cold. In February, in Canada, 24 hours darkness, bloody cold. Did I mention it was cold? It was so cold. We had like a porta potty. And we started off with 3 women and 6 men in the trial. The first night, one of the women actually they took our temperatures. They took our core temperatures. Okay, any nurses out there? How do you take a core temperature? Anybody have any ideas? Anybody? It was not nice. But one of the core temperatures was falling down below the fact you would have gotten hypothermia if we stayed, because we were sleeping in these life rafts. And it's the lady on the edge there, just beside me. Yes, take that clock off. How much longer can I have, Bridget? Ten more minutes. 10 more minutes. See, I was reading her mind. We read minds. And so that was a crew that we were all there. So myself and Isabel, the other Isabel, that's myself, and there's Isabel there. We had what we called polar mascara. You wake up in the morning, your eyes are frozen shut. You can't open them until you put your fingers on your eyelashes, and then they can open. Boom, I can see again. First morning, I thought I'd gone blind. I didn't know what I was doing. So we did this on-ice test. I had a few polar bears. I've got lots and lots of polar bear shots. This is long before Instagram. We had these cameras. I take all these photographs, and maybe out of 3 or 4 rolls of film that I would send off to get back, I get 3 photographs that were worth looking at. I wish I'd had a phone when I was there. I slept in an igloo, built an igloo, slept in an igloo. All the great things that I could do. But often, I was one of a few women, or just on my own. And it was lonely. Very, very lonely. And actually, I had such great experience, had so many opportunities, but I also found myself becoming a person I did not want to be. Because I had to fit in, didn't I? If you've been on a ship and you're the only woman on that ship, you know the feeling. You have to fit in. And how do you fit in? You fit in by doing what the guys are doing, by becoming one of the guys, by talking like one of the guys. My boyfriend, who is now my husband of many years, when he took me home to see his mother, he said, "Please don't swear. She's a God-fearing woman." Because I would swear like a trooper. My children swear because they say I was raised by a seafarer. There you go. So I was lonely. I felt really lonely. I felt I didn't like who I was becoming. And I had to do something. I had to leave, one way or another. So there's one option, and sort of had that when I was taking this photo. I could have just walked away into the ice and not bother going back to the ship. Or there was another option, because I only saw things in black and white back then, and that was to quit the Coast Guard, buy a secondhand bookstore, and hide away and read books all my life. Neither one really was where I ended up, was it? But it was that feeling of being alone. And that feeling of being alone is something that we all have and that we all deal with. Whether you're a man or a woman, at some time, you're going to feel that you're all on your own. You're going to feel like I was on the ice, looking at that ship going away. What am I going to do? So I had to pick myself up and reinvent myself. Just like when I couldn't go and skate. I now felt I couldn't go back to sea because I was not going to be me. I was going to drink too much. I was going to swear too much. I was going to be a mean person. A bit like Mean Girls, you know, that movie. I was going to be mean, and I didn't want to be. So I reinvented myself. And I found out that the maritime industry is huge. I didn't know that. I was blinkered. There was a ship. I was on a ship. I had a job. I was a seafarer. I was a navigator even. I wasn't even an engineer. Who are the engineers? Any female engineers here? Yeah. You can go ashore because you can run a plant. You can run a hotel. This whole place has engineers. They don't have mariners. They don't have navigators. However, there's lots of roles for navigators. I went into Rescue Coordination Center. I went into VTS. I had all sorts of, oh, VTS, that's a good one. Do you guys know what VTS is? Oh, thank God. I talked about vessel traffic services, and everyone says, what on earth is VTS? So I went into various things, and I ended up looking at technology. And I had an opportunity in the 1990s to say from a shore side, wouldn't it be nice if we had transponders on ships? And instead of just a little radar blip, we would know who that ship was. And we started working on that. And so I actually have the opportunity to be at the ground on something that is now called, well, it was then called the Universal Automatic Identification System. And I bet you everyone knows AIS. I actually had that opportunity, so it was kind of cool. So I still found, though, okay, point out the women. What's wrong with that picture? So that was, oh, probably in 2016 when I was in Australia. Take a look at this one. Point out the women. I was chairing the working group developing the next generation of AIS called VDES, VHF Data Exchange System. But where are the women? And that was in 2019. And so that brings me to 2019. That is the Vessel Traffic Services Committee of IALA, which is now called the International Maritime Organization for Marine Aids to Navigation. Nothing to do with IALA, but that's his new name because it's now an NGO. That's the whole of the committee, and that's all the women. Something's wrong with this picture. Something's very wrong. And so now we need to reach the tipping point. In 2019, a girlfriend and I, Janine Drummond, we ran a campaign, a challenge for women in maritime. 365 days of the year for 2019, we were going to post pictures and a short story about a woman in maritime. And people said, you won't get that many. We had more, and I bet you, some of you, I know Beatrice is one, were one of those women that we posted in 2019. It was an amazing challenge. It was so empowering. And so we have a big group of women in maritime. However, we still have a percentage problem. We need to get from 2% of seafarers are female. 1983, I was told 2% of seafarers are female. We are now in 2025. What's the percentage? What's the percentage of seafarers who are women? 2%. I have been in this industry since 1983, and we haven't gone anywhere. Where is that tipping point? I have an opportunity now to give back, and that is what I'm consciously doing. So all those challenges I had, all those difficulties I faced, they have now made me who I am today. And I want to give back to the industry. I want to ensure that we have diversity in the boardroom. We have diversity at those meetings. We have diversity in technology. And that's where we need to be. So I didn't mean to go to sea, and I bet there's many of you didn't mean to go to sea. But are you glad you did? Are you? I am. Thank you.
Thank you, Jillian, for amazing storytelling. And I mean, having only been in the industry for 20 years, I definitely share a lot of those same experiences of still the lagging of diversity. But I feel, however, that over these past few years, a lot of change is coming faster. So I think that's really the hope for the future. I think there has been no better time to be a young woman entering the maritime industry than just now. So we have had an eventful, packed day. It has been so much fun to moderate and speak with all the new industry friends here today. We are going to have great networking and some high tea and snacks. And Sanjam will deliver her concluding note for today. Thank you so much to all of the sponsors, again, for Maritime SheEO, making Maritime SheEO happen. And for any companies represented here today that are not yet supporting sponsors and partners, I would warmly recommend and encourage you to join the group of change makers. So, Sanjam, take it away.
Gillian, you are a tough act to follow, and I must say that I loved your speech, your story. It was just amazing. So as we close this session, I just want to pause and look around. What I see in this room is just not an achievement. It's resilience. It's laughter that hides long journeys. It's stories that deserve to be said again and again. We've spent the day talking about empowerment, leadership, but what truly stands out is the sense of togetherness. The knowing nods, the shared smiles, the quiet strength that says, we've got it, we've been there, we'll keep going. So as you walk out today, carry this energy with you. Share it, spread it, spark it in someone else, because no tide rises alone. And today, we've proven that together, we are unstoppable. Thank you for believing, for leading, and for reminding the world that maritime isn't just about ships, it's about SheEOs. See you tomorrow.
And I'm super excited for tomorrow. I hope you are all set for getting some food in your bellies, some nice drinks, and some good conversations. So you know the way out to the main buffet area. See you there, and enjoy.